I know that firsthand as I see this happening in my community. The second issue that is just as important and that we haven't heard much about is the impact on serious mental illness. There is fairly compelling evidence, data from my lab and data from a number of other investigators around the world suggesting a very strong relationship between the rates of cannabis use and serious psychiatric disorders like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder. You may have heard very recently in testimony provided maybe half an hour ago that in the state of Connecticut, we are seeing increased rates of hospitalization for psychosis. And this parallels what we have seen in Colorado. In my own lab, we find that people who use cannabis show a reduction in synaptic density in the hippocampus, an important part of the brain that's responsible for memory and other critical cognitive functions. We know that people with serious mental illness, once they have mental illness, are much more vulnerable to the harmful effects of cannabis. They tend to end up being hospitalized more often. They go to the emergency room. They're often non-adherent with their medications. They get into legal and other troubles, and they often end up homeless. So we need to think about who is going to pay for the increased rates of hospitalization of people who already have serious mental illness, and who's going to pay for the cost of managing people with new mental illness that may be related to cannabis. Just
Dr. D'Souza, I need you to just summarize for me, please.
Okay. And lastly, the issue of the effects of cannabis on driving. We know that cannabis impairs driving. There's data from my own lab that low doses of alcohol and low doses of cannabis are known to disrupt driving. So all
right, thank you. I know we have a couple questions for you, so I'm going to jump into those. Representative O'Day looks ready to go, so I'll start with him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Is it Dr. D'Souza?
Yes.
And what type of doctor are you? I'm sorry.
I'm a psychiatrist.
And doctor, you said did you say there were 4 main concerns or 3?
4 main concerns.
And I saw the impact on children, and I got number 4, driving. What were the other 2?
Addiction and serious mental illness.
And the 3 serious, the addiction, do you have in your testimony, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to read through all the testimony, there's a lot of it. In your testimony, do you have some documentation, statistics supporting any of this, like for the impact on children, the addiction and serious mental illness and driving?
Sure, I have submitted written testimony of that, and if you'd like me to summarize that, I'd be happy to do so.
Please.
We know that, for example, it's becoming increasingly popular for women to use cannabis during pregnancy. There's a paper that was published within the last year in the prestigious Journal of American JAMA Psychiatry, which is one of the highest impact journals in psychiatry, showing that women who use cannabis, or children born to women who use cannabis, showed an increased rate of serious mental illness in adolescence and cognitive difficulties too. I have the citation in my written testimony. We also know that from data from my own lab, and I would have about 25 papers that I can submit to you, that under the influence of cannabis acutely, that impairs many of the cognitive processes that are critical for scholastic activities, meaning to say, if young people who are under the influence of cannabis, they will not be able to engage in a meaningful way in scholarly activities. That's second. There is some data suggesting that exposure to cannabis in adolescence is associated with long-term outcomes, including cognitive difficulties. That data is hard to actually, one would argue that some of those data are observational, because as you know, it's impossible to do an experimental study in humans. It would be unethical to give one group of young people cannabis or not. But to support these observations, there are animal studies where you can give animals at different stages of adolescence cannabinoids and cannabis, and look at their long-term outcome. And these animal studies suggest that there are changes in the brain that are manifest in behaviors that persist into adulthood. So that's the effects on in adolescence. There are brain imaging studies, which I've submitted in my testimony, published in peer-reviewed journals, showing that exposure to cannabis just 1 or 2 times in adolescence is associated with changes in the hippocampal volume. The hippocampus.
What is that?
The hippocampus is the part of the brain that is critical for memory and learning. So it's the most important part of the brain for learning and memory. So that's to summarize the data on adolescence. Related to that, addiction is another issue that we need to consider. So previous studies that were done in the 1970s and 80s suggested that only 1 out of 10 people would get addicted to cannabis. And it's important to put these studies in perspective, because the kind of cannabis that was available in the 60s, 70s, and 80s is very different from the cannabis that's available today. We all recognize that it is the THC content of cannabis that drives many of these effects. And so in more recent studies, using much larger data sets like the NESARC study, it's a large epidemiological study that is not specific to cannabis, but it gives researchers the opportunity to examine the rates of cannabis use disorder, pre-legalization and post-legalization. And they find that the rates of cannabis use disorder are now actually more like 1 in 3, so about 33%, as opposed to the 1 in 10 or 10% that was from studies done in the past. And we would expect, because the potency of cannabis is going up, that the rates of cannabis use disorder would increase. Many people don't believe that cannabis is addictive, but using all the existing definitions of abuse or use dependence, I think we can say with certainty, and you'll hear from my colleague Kevin Severino, who's the head of the Addiction Society, that cannabis is addictive in whatever model you look at it. That is, people will spend a lot of time, money, and effort acquiring the drug, getting high on the drug, recovering from the drug, trying to quit using the drug, and using the drug in situations that could be dangerous, such as driving a motor vehicle or operating heavy machinery. So addiction is another issue. The important thing for you all to remember is that we do not have any treatments for cannabis use disorder. We have treatments for opioid use disorder. We have treatments for alcohol use disorder. We do not have treatments for cannabis use disorder. We don't have treatment programs within Connecticut that are specific for cannabis use disorder. And we need to think of that. We need to have this discussion as this bill is being considered. Who will pay for that for people who are seeking out treatment? We need to set up a surveillance program of the demand for cannabis use disorder if cannabis is legalized in the state. And we do know that some people are much more vulnerable to developing cannabis use disorder than others. There's good genetic data that's coming out that was published just last month in Lancet Psychiatry, showing that we may be beginning to understand who may be vulnerable, but that's not yet ready for prime time. The issue of serious mental illness. There is fairly convincing evidence from many parts of the world that exposure to cannabis in some individuals can lead to schizophrenia. For those of you who know about mental illness, schizophrenia is arguably the worst possible mental illness to have. The reason being that it strikes between the age of 15 and 25. That means it strikes before a person can reach their potential. Often people with schizophrenia are unable to work for the rest of their lives. So in addition to the costs of hospitalizing them and providing them treatment, we also have to support them financially. They are mostly on disability. We need to consider who's going to pay for that. There's evidence supporting the link between cannabis and bipolar disorder in addition. And so the issue of serious mental illness is an important one, and I'm somewhat surprised that DMAS hasn't been considered. The Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services has not been consulted, or the Public Health Committee has not been involved in crafting this legislation. And then the issue of driving. We know a lot about the effects of alcohol on driving. We know a little about the effects of cannabis on driving, but let me tell you very clearly, people do not drive better on cannabis. So if there are arguments being made about we don't see increased motor vehicle accidents in Massachusetts, it's just a question of time, because people don't drive better on cannabis or its derivatives. That's been shown now in many studies from all over the world. Further, another consideration that we haven't really taken into account is that it's conceivable that someone could have one drink of alcohol that's below the limit, legal limit, and have just half a joint of cannabis, that independently these two may not have any significant effect on driving, but collectively together, they may have additive or synergistic effects. And it'll be impossible for our colleagues in law enforcement to be able to tease that out or detect it effectively. So I've cited in my written testimony that there have been studies done in Canada trying to estimate the cost of motor vehicle accidents in Canada. Canada has a population of 35 million. It's a much bigger country with a lot of rural areas. The cost was estimated to be several $100 million. That includes the effects on the property damage, the costs of rehabilitating people, and of course, death. And we need to take into account who's going to pay for that.
Is that, doctor, is that several hundred million per year you're talking about?
It was between the period of 2012, I think. I can tell you in a second as I pull up the testimony that I shared.
If it's in your testimony, don't worry about it. I want to. And my last question, doctor, is: are you aware of any studies?
Can I just correct myself?
Yep.
The estimated cannabis-related collision costs were estimated to range from 1.9 to 1.28 billion Canadian dollars in 2012. So not 100 million, but 1.09 to 1.28 billion dollars.
In 2012?
Correct.
In that 1 year, okay. And doctor, the last question, and thank you to the chair and my committee members. I promise to be here till the very end. Doctor, are you aware of any studies about the increase in schizophrenia due to chronic cannabis use anywhere?
Yeah. Yes, there are many studies. This is a specific area that I have researched for the last 25 years. I'd point to the most recent study that was published in March of last year in the journal Lancet Psychiatry, one of the highest impact journals, showing that a clear relationship between the potency of THC and the frequency of use and the relationship to a new onset psychosis. Psychosis is another word for schizophrenia. This was a multinational study involving several European countries and Brazil. And it showed a very clear relationship between the dose of exposure, as in how potent and how frequently someone was using cannabis, and the risk of schizophrenia. And
is that the reference to that Lancet study? Is that in your testimony?
It may be, but I can give you the last author. It's Dr. Diforti, D-I-F-O-R-T-I.
D-I?
Yes, okay. D-I-F-O-R-T-I. The first name is Marta, M-A-R-T-A.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your testimony, your time, and thank you to the chair. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, Dr. D'Souza, as a researcher, father, and somebody who's been involved in this, what is your reaction to the fact that the Department of Public Health and DEMAS haven't submitted any testimony and have not appeared before us here today on this?
Frankly, I'm I'm quite shocked that there isn't representation or testimony. I'm curious why that didn't happen. But I would have definitely wanted to see my colleagues from DMAS and the Department of Public Health to weigh in here, because one would imagine that they are the experts. They are the ones who can synthesize the information, digest it, and present it in a way that would be easily understood to by everyone.
Well, I thank you, sir, as an expert, having the ability to come before us here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doctor, thank you for being here, and I'll be brief. My interest especially is in the driving aspect of this, whereas would you say a heavy cannabis user can be impaired for perhaps several hours and even days after use?
I guess it depends on what your measure of impairment is. So clearly there are residual effects of cannabis in someone who's using cannabis regularly. And we have, and one can detect some of those effects on tests of cognition. So tests of memory, tests of attention, so on and so forth. I am not familiar of whether someone has actually tested that effect on driving per se. I think it's clear that acutely, maybe 1 hour or 1.5 hours after someone is consumed, their driving will be impaired, but I'm unaware of studies that have looked beyond that.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Dr. D'Souza. It's good to see you again. And I'll start off with, we're not going to do what we've done in the past. We're not going to be that long. But I do have a couple of questions for you. You know, the things you talked about happening here in Connecticut have happened under a system of prohibition. And I wonder why you think it would be good to leave the system of prohibition in place as opposed to creating a more regulated system.
So, thank you, Senator Winfield. I'm not an expert on matters of prohibition. I'm really here to testify as a physician, as a scientist, and as a dad. I think there are some obvious advantages to regulating it. That is, if you can make sure that the product that's available to the citizens is being carefully, vetted and tested, and so on and so forth. That said, my sense is that in Colorado and even in California, the black market is actually thriving. And the dent that was supposed to happen to the black market hasn't actually happened to the same extent. And so I remain concerned about those kinds of issues. I should share with you, Senator Winfield, that I serve on the Physicians Advisory Board for the Medical Marijuana Program for the state of Connecticut. And I've served on that since its inception. And there are kids in my town who are able to successfully get marijuana from the medical marijuana program because of diversion. That is to say, people who have been certified to get medical marijuana are keeping some for themselves and selling some of it to young people. And that's happened even before this bill that we are considering right now. So I remain concerned that it's going to be very hard for us to prevent this from happening. Something else related to that is that the perception of young people of cannabis has changed. In the Monitoring for the Future survey, a survey that's done every year amongst 10,000 high school kids across the country, including Connecticut. For the last 4 consecutive years, kids believe that tobacco is much more harmful than cannabis. And it's in part, I'm speculating here, it's in part because of the mixed message that they're getting. They're getting the message that marijuana is a medically approved treatment. They're getting a message that it's okay. And so I remain concerned about the message that young people are getting.
And thank you for that. Are you suggesting that because marijuana is a medically approved treatment, right?
No, it's not. It's not. So, what we have is a palliative care program. I serve on this committee. I've researched this area and studied it quite carefully. there is not that much of evidence to support the use of marijuana to treat medical conditions. There is what's really happening is that people are using it for palliative use. That is, for the 26 conditions or so for which marijuana is approved in the state of Connecticut, there is no medical evidence, no scientific evidence that marijuana actually improves the pathophysiology of those conditions. Let me tell you, for instance, the first condition for which medical marijuana is approved is PTSD, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is no evidence. In fact, there is evidence to the contrary, that medical marijuana worsens PTSD. So what we are talking about here is a palliative program.
Yeah, could we pause there for a second? Because
Sure.
I want to understand what you're saying. So you serve on the board of what now?
The Physicians Advisory Board for the state of Connecticut's medical marijuana program.
Mm-hmm. And why are you serving on that board if it's not a medical issue?
I'm serving on the board because the Department of Consumer Protection assembled a group of physicians to advise them on new indications.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, that's it.
And if there's no medical aspect to this, what are you advising them on?
That's a good question.
I'm not being facetious. You
No,
serve on the board.
And neither am I being facetious. I think that there's been a long tradition in this country where the first foray towards legalizing cannabis is to establish its use for medical conditions. That happened in California. And that has been the tradition across states. They first legalized cannabis for medical conditions. But again, I want to emphasize the fact that there is really no compelling evidence that marijuana,
Sorry, go ahead.
that marijuana treats or addresses the pathophysiology of medical conditions for which it's been approved. It is there for palliative care, meaning to say it's there to make people feel better.
Okay, and I'm just going to ask you one more question on this because I don't want to push too deep into it, and I don't want it to seem like I'm just being combative.
No.
We've done that in the past. I'm going to reframe that question. If there is no medical aspect to this, why did you choose to accept appointment to the board? I'm trying to figure out, if there's no medical aspect to this, why are you engaged in it as a medical professional?
I'm engaged in it for the same reason I'm engaged in this discussion, that I have serious concerns, and I think that I can bring to the table a knowledge based on my research with cannabis and cannabinoids, and help the committee as it makes decisions about the value of any new intervention. In this case, it happens to be cannabis in the treatment of medical conditions.
Okay, I'm going to move on from that. I just want to ask you another question about the Young Wolf Saravar and Tucker study that you were referring to earlier in the JAMA journal. Do you think it's important that that study was qualitative and not epidemiological?
I'm sorry, which study are you referring to, Senator Winfield?
The study you referred to earlier, talking about the pregnancy and the increased use.
I don't understand what you mean by qualitative.
It was not an epidemiological study, and then also, I guess I'll just ask the questions and have you respond however you choose to. The studies that are embedded in it, the references in the study, go back to 2002, well before we had legalized cannabis. So this was something that was already happening, and I didn't. Not that you were hiding anything, but I didn't get that impression from the information you shared with the committee.
Oh, I want to be clear that I did not. I'm sorry if I suggested that that study had anything to do with pre and post legalization. All I was stating as a matter of fact is that women who use cannabis during pregnancy, their children have a higher rate of serious mental illnesses. That's all. I wasn't making the point that this is pre or post legalization.
I'm not suggesting that you were making any point. I'm suggesting that sometimes when people testify in a context, if it's not made clear, we fill that with information that's not necessarily there. The other thing I wanted to say about that study was that one of the references embedded in it suggested that one of the sub-studies looked at alcohol, cigarettes, and cannabis, and the usage increased in those too. So there's something going on that's not necessarily directly related to cannabis itself, and that's about depression and the issues of pregnancy itself.
I think that's a fair point. I think one of the challenges of studying the effects of any drug on pregnancy is that it is typical for women who use one drug during pregnancy to also be using other drugs. So to tease out the effect of tobacco, to tease out the effect of alcohol from cannabis may be challenging. I agree with you. But there are a number of studies that have suggested that the use of cannabis, amongst other things, during pregnancy is associated with higher rates. But the reason I think it's important for us to consider this is that unlike other drugs, pregnant women are using cannabis because they think it treats morning sickness. Cannabis is known to be effective in the treatment of vomiting, right? And emesis. And morning sickness, one of the problematic symptoms is vomiting. And so women are specifically choosing to use cannabis during pregnancy, not alcohol, not nicotine, to treat morning sickness. And that's the reason I'm mentioning it.
Thank you, Dr. D'Souza, for joining us again. And I would just say that my only point is to make sure that we're all clear on the information that's presented to us. And even on that last point about morning sickness, while that's a part of it, I think there's also a suggestion that, like alcohol and cigarettes, cannabis is being used for multiple reasons, some of which are the same reasons alcohol and cigarettes are being used. But again, I thank you for joining us and sharing your information with us.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've been pretty quiet all day, trying to move this along. I'm not saying I'm in favor of the bill, but I take umbrage that when you say the medical marijuana and situation in Connecticut has no positive impact, as one of the founding creators of that program, and I take great pride in it, and it's highly touted. I've been on general law, I've been on judiciary. It's just really well regarded nationally. I think it has a tremendous impact. And in particular, and people had this misguided notion that infants were gonna be doing joints, not the case, but drops of THC. Moms came to testify, and I sat through hours of it, that they had children suffering from multiple epileptic seizures, and the cannabinol helped stop that. And so how can you say that this program doesn't have a beneficial impact?
I'm sorry, Senator Kissel, I didn't ever say that this program doesn't have a beneficial impact. That is not what I said. And I'm sorry you heard it that way. What I said is that there is no medical evidence, as in published medical evidence, to show that cannabis has an effect on the pathophysiology of the conditions that are on the list. So that's another way of saying that.
No. I'm sorry for being abrupt, but if these little kids, these infants, are not going through multiple epileptic seizures because they're getting little drops of THC, how can you not say that there's, it may not be published, but I sat through hours of testimony of moms. They were coming down from Maine, other parts of New England, because they were testifying to this.
So Senator Kissel, there's no doubt that cannabidiol which is a very specific constituent of cannabis, is now approved by the FDA for the treatment of seizures. But cannabidiol is not cannabis. No one is going to use cannabis if it just has cannabidiol. People use cannabis for the THC in cannabis. And what I'm saying is the THC is not what's reducing the seizures. It's the cannabidiol, which is a very different constituent. Anyway, I'm sorry that I gave the impression that the program doesn't have a positive impact. I'm sure it does. All I was saying is that the scientific evidence is somewhat lacking. And that's just not my opinion. I think if you look at reviews of the literature published in scientific journals, that's what you'll see. I also want to make the distinction between anecdotal evidence and the kind of evidence that's used that we as physicians are used to in looking at. We look at group data, we look at double-blind randomized controlled studies, and to that extent, there is a lack of evidence. That's my point.
Well, you know, I just think it's important to clarify that point.
Okay.
As someone who formed the program, who I think it's been very positive in so many ways. And by the way, I mean, I don't want people going to opioids if they can go to something else. I've had constituents come up to me and say, hey, I'd rather have marijuana than an opioid because I've got back pain or something like that. Doesn't mean I support this bill the way it's written. And I think there's some issues here, but cannabinol versus, you know, full out marijuana, I think that's a fine point. And I wanted to underline the fact that I think that our medical marijuana program with the doctors on the panel has been very positive, and it's been received really well nationally. And I bent over backwards working on that bill. I mean, I think we really made it the best bill in the country. And I think it's got a lot of positives. And I felt like you were just disparaging it out of hand. And you know, maybe I misunderstood what you were saying.
I'm really sorry if that's the impression I gave. I served on that board since its inception. And if I didn't think it was a good committee to be on, I wouldn't be on it. So yes, it's doing a lot of, I was just making the point about medical evidence. So sorry.
Okay, because all those moms with those kids with those epileptic seizures and all those other neurological problems, that in and of itself would prove the whole system to me. And there's a lot of other good things going on there too. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
No, thank you, Senator Kissel. Appreciate you chiming in on that. Are there further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us, Doctor.
Thank you.
Next up will be Andrew Wilcox.
Hello. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. If we are finally bringing marijuana laws in line with that of alcohol, we should at bare minimum bring them in line with alcohol's other regulations, namely home production. In all 50 states in this country, microbrewing is a legal activity for any adult over the age of 21, and 12 other states and one district have brought that mentality in line with recreational marijuana home growing. Home growing is a personal hobby just as much as home brewing is, and keeping it criminalized is, at best, a misguided attempt to protect the tax receipts from regulated marijuana, and at worst, a backdoor continuation of the drug war that has devastated our communities for decades. But just as garage brewery setups have not diminished tax receipts from bars and liquor stores, nor has it led to a moonshine anarchy in our streets, home grow in other states has not led to a significant hit to dispensaries and their sales, nor has it led to an increase of erratic driving, violence, or other antisocial behaviors. In those 12 other states, home grow has been an exercise of individual freedom, of maintaining a ready supply for medical patients, and also, yes, for the nascent beginnings of legitimate business enterprise. This bill talks about bringing equity into the discussion to repair the damage done to our communities by prohibition, but it still caps the numbers of and provides no consideration for equity-based licensure for micro growers or delivery operations, both ground floors for new small business ownership for those with low starting capital. These are the jobs for Connecticut residents trained in Connecticut universities to serve Connecticut residents that we should nurture and protect, or else we open the door for established out-of-state corporate cannabis giants to come and capture our burgeoning new market and render our state mere subject consumers. We also leave the door open for the continuation of the injustice of prohibition by levying criminal penalties for a decriminalized substance. A decriminalized substance we are not automatically expunging the criminal records of, by the way, instead forcing those convicted sooner than 2015 to be subject to unnecessary red tape and court fees, a hindrance only for poor and working people. So we cannot speak of equity while we establish the gentrification of cannabis in our state. We cannot speak of justice while we levy undue penalties on the poor and vulnerable. We cannot pass a legalization bill that maintains marijuana incarceration for discrete personal home growing and also hampers Connecticut's small business owners' chances against these new Philip Morrises of cannabis. We cannot pass Senate Bill 888 as it currently stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us, Mr. Wilcox. Next up will be Michael Sarius.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello?
We can hear you, sir. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I don't know if you can see me or not. Can you see me?
We cannot.
Okay, sorry about that. So Senators Winfield and Kissel and Representatives Staffstrom and Fishbein and members of the Judiciary Committee, I've been an emergency physician practicing in Connecticut for the past 38 years. I'm a past chair of the emergency departments at both St. Vincent's Medical Center and at Norwalk Hospital. I'm a current board member and past president of the Connecticut College of Emergency Physicians. I'm also a past president of the American College of Emergency Physicians and the American Board of Emergency Medicine. And today I represent the nearly 500 members of the Connecticut College of Emergency Physicians in opposing this bill. As a practicing emergency physician, I am all too familiar with some of the unintended consequences of the use of recreational cannabis. I am also aware of the experiences of my emergency physician colleagues in states where recreational marijuana has been legalized, such as Colorado, California, and Oregon. I'd like to point out some of those consequences to you. First, smoking marijuana carries the same risk as smoking tobacco with regard to pulmonary consequences, such as asthma and COPD. Connecticut has made significant efforts to reduce or eliminate smoking as a public health issue. Legalization would be contradictory to those efforts and represent a step backward. Secondly, marijuana is known as a gateway drug in that it not infrequently leads to the user to try other potentially more dangerous drugs, such as stimulants like ecstasy and cocaine, euphorics like narcotics and sedatives. This is especially true of adolescents and young adults whose young developing brains are more susceptible to addiction. Thirdly, inadvertent overdoses, especially in young children and adolescents who consume edible cannabis with consequential altered mental status and vomiting, and they end up in emergency departments for prolonged evaluation and treatment. Fourthly, cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, which consists of intractable nausea and vomiting caused by cannabis treatment, both smoking and ingestion. When these patients inevitably present to the emergency departments for treatment, they require intravenous fluids and multiple medications to control their symptoms over several hours at considerable cost. Fifthly, driving under the influence of cannabis causes altered mental status, poor decision-making, loss of coordination, and decreased attention span. This results in motor vehicle accidents with injuries and sometimes deaths. Since there is no reliable way to ascertain an accurate blood level of cannabis, there is no easy way to prosecute these drivers. And lastly, there is also a parallel to the current opioid epidemic crisis, with which I am sure you are all too familiar. We emergency physicians certainly are. Several years ago, we created a whole generation of narcotic-dependent citizens through the very well-intentioned, overzealous treatment of pain. We as a society are still paying the price for that well-intended effort.
Thank you.
We should learn from our mistakes.
Thank you, sir.
In closing, passing
sure
this bill will predictably increase the consumption and use of marijuana, will increase the misuse of marijuana, will result in more car accidents and deaths, will cause many children inadvertently overdose, will increase the number of users presenting to emergency departments with intractable vomiting syndrome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. Did you submit some written testimony, sir?
I did.
And do you have any studies or articles that you've cited in your testimony?
I did not cite the articles, but I can produce those, yes.
Yes, Doctor, if you could please produce those. I believe the 5 or 6 areas you said you were concerned about was similar risk of tobacco with asthma and COPD, gateway drug, unintended overdoses with the edibles, particularly in kids in the ER that you've seen personally. What was the 4th one? Cannabinoid hyper, what was that?
It's called cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. It's very similar to vomiting in pregnancy, except that these people are not pregnant. They're just vomiting as a result of the exposure to cannabinoids.
And are you seeing that as part of the increase in the THC content?
Yes, very definitely so.
The 5th was, you said, the altered mental status, decreased intention, increase in motor vehicle accidents, and the fact that there's no reliable BAC test for cannabinoid or type of test.
That's correct.
Okay, and then 6th, I think you said, was the parallel with the opioid crisis that you're seeing in the ERs now?
Yes, we've been seeing that for the last several years, and that's a direct result of trying to treat pain overzealously, which was something that was mandated.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? Privately paid?
It was the overzealous treatment of pain, which was a mandate from the federal government and the state government. And that's how we created this narcotic opioid crisis.
Sorry, yeah, I'm very familiar with that. The hospitals were ranked on how little pain you had, so they doped you up. Yep. All right, Doctor, thank you very much. Is there any other part of your testimony that you haven't had a chance to tell us about that's not contained in your written testimony or that you'd like to give us?
No, I've just summarized what my written testimony is. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none. Thanks, Doctor, for being with us. Next up will be the House Minority Leader, Representative Candelar.
Thank you, and good evening, Chairman Stavstrom, Chairman Whitfield, and ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, all the members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Vincent Candelar, State Representative, House Republican Leader, and I'm testifying sort of in my personal opinion on this bill as opposed to a caucus position. One of my concerns generally with the bill, we've heard from a lot of experts today, I've listened in, and in my opinion, this bill has morphed into more of a commercialization bill versus a legalization bill. And with that, it just underscores the general concerns I have in all the testimony and all the conversations we've had over the years. Just specifically a couple of areas that I think we failed to address, and I just want to call the committee's attention that the state of Vermont is looking at a retail model, which was passed in January of this year. They're addressing issues, what age is appropriate? I think this bill should be looking at the age of 25 if it's going to be done. I think we should have a conversation about setting the THC levels to something lower to prevent all the societal ills that we've heard about being testified. I think that we should be limiting the products that are going to be offered. Having teenage children I can tell you all that over the last few years, the number of products that my kids have already seen and been introduced to is only rapidly growing. And I don't subscribe to the notion that we should jump off the cliff with Massachusetts, California, and Colorado, but rather we should lead in a different direction, because I think some of these states are going to find that they need to put the genie back into the bottle. I'm generally obviously opposed to the commercialization efforts. I do think that the homegrown model that Vermont has started with is much safer. I know that the governor's office testified that they're concerned that we will start seeing self-medication, but that's what this bill actually does. It's going to eliminate our medical market, and we will just see self-medication, because no one is going to go through the process that they need to go through with DCP to get the medical cards, to go through that expense, and work with the caretakers. So I'm concerned that we will just see this model cloak over what we've already established and very carefully put into place. And so I just ask for those considerations to be taken as it's being moved forward. And certainly we do need more conversation with Department of Public Health and DEMIS to really understand what those other impacts are. And then just lastly, the taxes, obviously, if we set the tax structure too high, it is only going to invite the black market into Connecticut even more, because people aren't going to pay an added roughly 20% cost onto a product if they could purchase it cheaper on the street or on the internet through other states that are selling it more cheaply, which is already happening. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Drabitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Candelara, for coming in. I think you attacked this from a perspective that I have kind of long been thinking about, the legalization versus commercialization, and I've always wondered why Connecticut is preventing people from growing some plants in their backyard when they can go out and buy it on the street or at a store. And can you tell us a little more about the Vermont model and how that might be a better direction for Connecticut to adopt?
So, I'm not an expert on this by any means, and I would sort of defer to other people. But in my conversations with individuals that are concerned about the impacts, the homegrown model naturally produces a lower level of THC. So if we're bringing this plant into a recreational market, which we're effectively doing, or a legalized market where people would just partake because they feel like it, it's safer to have it be decommercialized, as opposed to putting this onto steroids, where we're seeing different products being marketed for different people, whether it be gummy bears, sodas, or higher levels of THC. By allowing the plant model, it's just a little bit safer. And I know on the one hand, the governor's office did not include it in the bill. They're concerned that homegrown could lead to people using chemicals in the product and it would be less safe. We need to put that same scrutiny on this commercialized market, because to suggest that there might be problems with fertilizing a plant in somebody's house and there could be health effects to that, we really need to look at the health effects of 90% THC, which I think Dr. D'Souza had referenced. And so that's where I think if, I don't like us treading down this path, but if it's going to be done, we should be looking at the way Vermont has done this.
Well, thank you for that. And you also make an interesting point that I had always thought about as well. During the prohibition period of alcohol, there were a number of companies that were legally manufacturing alcohol for medicinal purposes. And while it was completely illegal for recreational purposes, it was legal to some extent and manufactured and distributed and used for medicinal purposes. And once prohibition went away, you certainly you didn't see a lot of manufacturers manufacturing for medicinal purposes. And I can envision that when you can buy very high THC level marijuana at your local store, what would be the purpose of going to get a medical marijuana card and presumably spending more money and more time and more inconvenience? It would seem that the medical model would kind of fade away. And it was interesting that you brought that up as well. Frankly, I do think the model is working in Connecticut. At least I've heard stories that it is, especially among those that are particularly ill and the substance actually helps. But I can't imagine that market would continue if you can just go to your convenience store and buy it. Do you have any comments on that?
Well, I just think we need to recognize the fact, absolutely, that this could be eliminating our medical market or reducing those that will be using the medical market. And I know there are bills in other committees that are trying to address those issues of barriers to entry for patients to get into that market. But I do think it's an important conversation to be having in the context of this bill, because if only this bill moves forward without any fixes to the medical program, I'm concerned that this will be the new policy in the state of Connecticut at the expense of that program.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your answers, and thank you for coming in. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Candelara, can I ask just a quick question? Maybe this isn't quite the right form, but you've highlighted a number of kind of issues or concerns with language or sections or tax policy, limits, age, the like. Is there a version of a cannabis legalization bill that if we sat down, we negotiated this, we worked through language, that I'm not asking you to speak for your caucus, but that you would support? It just seems to me that we kind of go round and round on this, and it's, are folks bringing votes to the table or not? Because if they are, I think we can get in a room and hammer the details out.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally speaking, we have never gotten close to that place. The way this bill has always been presented, it has eluded us because it tries to do too much. I think there are areas of this bill that common ground would be easier to find, in particular dealing with the criminal aspect versus the public health aspect. But I think, we still have to tackle the driving under the influence and how those impacts would be. But I think if the bill is going to move forward, we need better conversation on this language, because I think the language leaves a lot of gaps, and I wouldn't want to model anything after other states per se. I think there's opportunities to make things better. Would I vote for this bill? Probably not. But could we make a bad bill better? Maybe. But generally speaking, I think we've got to answer a lot of questions first.
Yeah, I guess, and that's fair. I'm not asking you personally to, but I guess maybe I would just say for the record, as I've said many times, this should not be a partisan issue. There are, statistic after statistic shows the state of Connecticut, the polling, the general public is generally in favor of us figuring out a framework to legalize recreational cannabis in the state of Connecticut. It seems to me that if we got in a room, we could figure this out. So I guess I'll leave that invitation out there to you or to members of your caucus, that as always, I am more than happy to sit and work through language that will hopefully satisfy folks, particularly if folks are bringing votes to the table.
And I appreciate that. Obviously, this is the start of the process.
Good. All right. Further questions or comments for, if not, thank you, Representative, for being with us. Maybe you'll tune back in around 11 and watch, you know, while you're, if you're trying to fall asleep tonight,
No,
we'll be on CTN.
I miss this committee. I'll keep watching.
Yeah, we miss having you on it. All right. I'm going to turn this, next up is going to be Olivia Rinks, followed by Norman Plude. Olivia? It's Olivia Rinks with us. All right, while we work on that, let's go to Norman Plude, please. Norman, you there? Okay. Felicia Jordan.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, it does look like some of them are trying to connect right now. Maybe they're being transferred over to a panelist.
Yeah. Is Olivia Rinks available?
Hello, Norman.
Hello.
Well, okay, let's go. Let's start with Olivia. Olivia, you're up, and then Norman, you'll be after Olivia. Olivia, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, I am calling today because I oppose SB 88, and I'm calling. I have a couple of reasons for that. Number one is just that it doesn't automatically clear the records of people with marijuana convictions. There just doesn't seem to be any reason, in my opinion, why people should still have a criminal record for marijuana possession if marijuana is legal and taxable. So I feel like that should be automatic. Instead of something that has to go through the courts or is something that needs to be paid for. Also, home cultivation being illegal, like if it's legal, there's no reason that you shouldn't be able to grow it at home. And also, there's really no, the tax plan for SB 888 does not make a lot of sense. There's no direction for it. It needs a more clearly defined base, in my opinion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Olivia. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? I do not see any, so I want to thank you for joining us this evening. Norman Plude, you have your 3 minutes. Norman, you need to unmute.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. We don't see you anymore, but we do hear you.
Let's see. How about
there you
now?
Go.
Okay. Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairman Gary Winfield, Co-Chair Stephen Fastborn, Vice Chair Alex Kasser, Matt Blumenthal, and ranking members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Norman Plude, and I reside in Seymour, Connecticut. I'm here today to oppose the Senate Bill 888. I have a number of concerns on the governor's bill. My first concern is that we already have an established medical cannabis program, and they have producers and dispensaries. And it appears the way the bill is written that they'll have a leg up on anyone wishing to acquire a license in the cannabis industry in Connecticut. As a hemp farmer in Connecticut, I not only cultivate hemp, I also have an extraction license in manufacturing. There are a number of hemp cultivators in the state that I know that are eager to get into this business, but from what I'm reading through the governor's bill, it's close to $1 million for licensing fees. And not only does that keep residents, but most small businesses, even hemp farmers in the state here, out of the industry. I have a second point, and it kind of goes along with the criminal justice reform. I don't believe that the governor's plan goes far enough, and I believe that there are many cannabis convictions in the state of Connecticut that were nonviolent. I think those cannabis convictions, along with legalization, should be expunged or done away with, dismissed. I have a third point, and again, this goes along with home cultivation for recreational cannabis. And in the governor's bill, as you know, it's not allowed. I believe home cultivation can be safe for the home grower in the state of Connecticut. Dispensaries who would be supplying clones or seeds to the home cultivators be generating revenue not only for the dispensaries or cultivators, but for the state of Connecticut and sales tax on those. Home growers would also be buying equipment like I have here for cultivating hemp at Home Depot or local places, supporting local businesses in their communities to home grow. Over the last few years, people have become more accustomed to seeing hemp grown in the state of Connecticut. And I think over time, a lot of residents in this state will come accustomed the same way. Just as home brewing is legal in the state, I think that cultivation of cannabis should be also. Until these three main issues aren't met, I just can't support the governor's bill 888. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pluto. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? I do not see any, so I want to thank you for joining us this evening.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next is Felicia Jordan, followed by Hector Gerardo. Either Felicia Jordan or Hector Gerardo here.
I'm here.
Ms. Jordan, you have.
I'm here too.
Okay, Ms. Jordan, you're up first. You have your 3 minutes.
Yes, I just wanted to speak on this bill and the legalization the way that it's written now. I do not agree with, because I feel like it supports the big cannabis companies that are in place right now and not the micro cultivation companies that want to come into the space, as well as providing equity for our community, as well as the decriminalization of people that are still being held accountable for carrying marijuana, where we have a medical market here that is legal. I'm cannabis program that's here. I've been a patient for the past 5 years and know the benefits of it. While I do support the legalization for adult use, the way that the bill is written right now, I do not support. So I did hear Devon Ward speak earlier, and a lot of the suggestions he had mentioned, I am in full agreement with and feel like it needs to be looked at from that perspective to adjust accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? I do not see any, so thank you very much for joining us this evening. Next will be Hector Gerardo.
Yes, thank you for having me in this amazing panel. And I'm going to be quick. A lot of the advocates already spoken about some of the things that are lacking on the bill. But one of the things that I want to address that is being back and forth is the use of minors and the concern about minors using cannabis. Most of us have open bottle liquors in our houses right now with kids and everything. Right now, most of us have opioids in our medical cabinets right now, and nobody talking about our young people then. Young people at 18 can go to war and experience death. That's worse than sparking up a little joint. There's young people right now that spend years in solitary confinement. Nobody's caring about young people right now. We talk about, a lot of people here also talked about how, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. How the police, there hasn't been arrests over cannabis. The conversation is not about how many arrests has been happening. The conversation, I don't know if you guys read the ACLU 2020 Tale of Two Countries. The racially targeted arrests in the era of marijuana reform. I suggest that you read the ACLU report, and you can see that Connecticutans, Black Connecticutans and BIPAC, Black and brown people that live in Connecticut are 4 times more likely to be arrested for cannabis than any other, in the same racial line, than any other race in Connecticut. 4 times more likely to be arrested. So that's the conversation, is how police go into our neighborhoods and break heads for people smoking cannabis, that a bunch of white people are making millions of dollars right now for the sale of cannabis. So that's the conversation that we should be having. How are we gonna reinvest in our community? How the non-refundable monies that's gonna go into applications is gonna be reinvested into the communities, not into the pockets of politicians. And that's what this bill, not politicians, rich white men in the business, not politicians, I apologize, but in the pockets of rich white men that's in the business, like the Russian millionaire that owns Curaleaf. I won't have a chance to have my own dispensary. You know what I'm saying? Because of people like him. So we as a state, we need to start thinking about how we're gonna reinvest in the communities that's been harmed by the war on drugs, and not about if young people are gonna use cannabis. There's a lot of studies out there that show that cannabis use among youth in the states that have legalized have gone down. Like other research has shown that it's gone up. So at the end of the day, we need to worry about the communities that's been impacted by the war on drugs. And then my last point is about homegrown. We're talking about that you don't want to do homegrown because it's gonna bring the black market. Keep the black market going. The black market is not going anywhere. I'm sorry to tell you, it's not going anywhere. The black market is gonna stay there until we figure it out a way so that we can incorporate the black market into the legal market and give them opportunities to get out of the black market so they can become legal entities. Not putting more police, not putting more sentencing and more criminalization of our people. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? I do not see any, so I will thank you for joining us this afternoon into the evening. Thank you very much for joining us. Next, I think, is Mitch Schwartz. Did I get that right? Or yeah, Mitch Schwartz.
Hi there, my name is Mitch Schwartz. I'm with Outfront Media. I'm here with a panel of John Barrett and Matt Duddy, who are sequentially right after me. John Barrett is the president of the Outdoor Advertising Association of Connecticut, and I'm going to turn it over to him for comments.
Are you here? I know I saw Mr. Duddy, and I think.
Yeah, I see Mr. Duddy. I'm looking for.
I don't see Mr. Barrett. Mr. Duddy's with you though, correct?
Yes.
Do you want to just have him?
Sure.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, go ahead.
John, I guess John is maybe having some difficulties. So greeting to the members of the committee, co-chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and vice chairs Kasser and Blumenthal, and the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I am Matt Duddy, Vice President and Territory Manager of Lamar Advertising. I'm joined by John Barrett, President of the Outdoor Advertising of Connecticut, and also Mitch Schwartz. Our membership consists of Barrett Outdoor Communications, Clear Channel Outdoor, and Lamar Advertising Company, Outfront Media, and Standish Johnson Advertising. In all, we control 88% of the billboards in the state of Connecticut. The OAAC neither supports nor opposes this bill. My testimony strictly pertains to how the bill treats the issue of advertising. Our only real concern is subsection A6 of section 25 that specifically prohibits the use of billboards. Billboards are the only medium of communication specifically prohibited in the bill. Equity and law suggest that the best course for the state of Connecticut is to treat all media the same in connection with proposed legislation. We therefore respectfully ask you to treat billboards the same as all other media and strike the words "or on any billboard in the state" from lines 827 and 828 in subsection A6. The bill sets a very aggressive 10% limit on the opportunity for the under 21 population to see cannabis advertising. There is an effective alternative to codifying the opportunity for minors to see inappropriate messages that is already in effect in Connecticut and the rest of the country. I challenge you to look at other schools, playgrounds, recreation centers, public parks, and places of worship and find billboards advertising alcohol or other products that are illegal to sell to minors within 500 feet. You should not find any even though there is no law against it. That is because on a voluntary basis, the billboard industry and many of the manufacturers and distributors of these products do not allow it. Regardless of whether this body codifies any restrictions or advertising recreational cannabis, the billboard industry will impose its own, as it has done in each jurisdiction where cannabis has already been legalized. If you would be interested in working with us to modify our codes in some way to address any concerns, we will be there in a heartbeat. I thank you for your time and this opportunity to speak, and we are happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you. And I see that Mr. Barrett's in, and I just for the information of the committee, all of the members are signed up, so they're not actually getting extra time. It'll probably work out to be less time. Mr. Barrett, you may proceed.
Well, actually, Mr. Duddy just read my testimony.
If I may, I just want to reiterate that our central purpose for testifying today is based on equity and law, and that it points to keeping all advertising mediums on an equal playing field. That's essentially what we're asking for here today. And I also just want to reiterate that we share the General Assembly and the governor's intention here, which is to be in sync as a general matter in a reasonable way with the states around you as far as cannabis is concerned. And moreover, we are extremely sensitive to safeguarding the youth of Connecticut by imposing protective yet permissive advertising standards. And we're willing, as Matt said, to sit down with anybody and work through those standards to the point where everybody is comfortable with them.
Thank you. Are there questions, comments from the members of the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, sorry. Different medium. Anyway, thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. I don't know if you were here at the beginning when we started this morning, but I did ask about that particular provision of this bill. And we were told that the reason why you were singled out was because your industry has indicated that it could not comply with the criteria set forth in lines 800 through 802, which states that not less than 90% of the audience for the advertisement is reasonably expected to be 21 years of age or older. Can you fill me in? Is that the position of your industry? What's going on here?
Let me take that. I believe there was some misunderstanding. I did mention in that meeting that when I checked the demographics of my plant, which is strictly on I-95 in New Haven area, that traffic, when we try to run the figures, came out above 10%. But that does not reflect the entire state. That's just one small sample.
Okay, so am I to understand then their representation is based upon not the industry, but a questionnaire that you in particular filled out with regard to your potential with your specific location?
I answered a question and used data on my plant alone. which gave him the wrong idea. The Outdoor Advertising Association does not believe that it's all impossible to do. It's a science to come up with reach and frequency numbers on ratings, and it has to be done throughout the plant and can't be something we can just do very quickly.
Well, thank you. And you indicated that as an industry, you've already imposed some similar criteria along these lines. What is that criteria?
It's a code of ethics that's adopted by the entire outdoor advertising industry. And then some of the companies have put their own version of it together. But in short, we prohibit advertising any products that are illegal or inappropriate for minors to be displayed within 500 feet of any school, playground, church, or area where youths meet. So if you were to go out today and look around all these places, you will not see any billboards advertising inappropriate or illegal material.
And that code of conduct would be directly in line with the rest of what is required of others in lines 825 through 827, correct?
I think it probably goes beyond that.
Okay. Interesting.
Representative, I'd like to add that with regards to the original question with the 10%, we were never consulted by the state. We were frankly surprised when we saw that when the bill was published. So the illusion of the industry gave that standard, we were never consulted with that figure. I think there was an assumption and a de facto ban solely on our industry.
Yeah, I did bring up this, well, I don't need to belabor the point, but certainly, picking on your one industry when, a child can turn on the television or the radio just as easily and it's not controlled here is baffling to me. But, I thank you that, private industry was able to do something without the heavy hand of government. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the ability to ask questions.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. I do not see anyone else. Are there others who would like to ask a question or make a comment? Seeing none, I want to thank you all for engaging us this evening and have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Is Daniel Fries in?
I am.
You get your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, committee members, and chairs for allowing me to testify today. I apologize for my background and dress as I'm actually at work right now in the emergency department. I am an emergency physician here in Hartford. I live in West Hartford. I'm the former president and current legislative chair of the Connecticut College of Emergency Physicians. I'm not speaking on behalf of CSEP at the moment, as Michael Carius spoke, I think about 10 speakers ago on our behalf, but also testifying as an individual with similar sentiment. I will try not to repeat much of his testimony, but wanted to talk about some of the health consequences of marijuana use. I first wanted to say that I am fully cognizant of and feel equity issues, decriminalization, judicial reform are all absolutely necessary issues and things that need to be addressed regarding marijuana use and laws in our state. I think there's significant detriment to certain communities, especially of color, and different genders as well. Those things need to be addressed. With that said, as Dr. Carius alluded to and some others have alluded to, simply allowing, having the answer be full open use is problematic because marijuana, as much as it's used frequently, is not a benign drug. It has significant health consequences, as we see in the emergency department on a near daily basis. As Dr. Carius alluded to, cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome is seen more and more. I'm not bringing studies with me necessarily. I could probably find them. But speaking to my colleagues in Colorado and California, they're seeing a 4-fold increase in cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome presentations after the legalization in their states. There's significant increases in pediatric accidental and even intentional overdose in the case of teens. And as has been mentioned by others, there are significant cognitive effects, particularly on teenagers, through regular and even infrequent use of marijuana. Listening in earlier, I know there's been a lot of studies back and forth whether legalization increases or decreases use in teenagers. I don't speak to have read every study, nor can I speak to the certain studies that were cited earlier. But in speaking to some people, but in reading some studies on the issue, a way that's rectified is, in fact, when legalization occurs, the amount of marijuana smoking among teenagers goes down, but overall cannabinoid use goes up because there's some deferral of users to edibles, vaping, and other means that are more accessible once legalization occurs. So what I have found in my reading of studies is that cannabinoid use increases among teenagers, though there may be a decrease in actual marijuana smoking. I would finish my comments there. Happy to answer any questions as Michael Carius and others have previously explained many of the issues that I wanted to bring up.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Other comments or questions from members of the committee? Representative O'Dea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Dr. Fries, for your testimony. Where do you practice?
I practice at Hartford Hospital, though I would clarify I'm not speaking on their behalf this time.
No, understood. I'm sorry. I'm just curious. So you've had personal experience treating some of these excess exposure or problems that you're talking about, correct?
Yeah, I'd even go with frequently.
You would testify, or you told us that you talked to colleagues at other parts of the country where it's legalized, and there's a 4 times increase in the amount of smoking or use, even though smoking may go down, but the overall use increases?
Not a full-fold increase in use, 4-fold increase in presentations to the emergency department for cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, and similar, but I can't speak to 4-fold increases in things such as pediatric accidental overdose, side effects of marijuana use in teenagers, and I'm hesitant to throw out any numbers, but colloquially, I've heard an increase in traffic-related accidents where marijuana was involved, though I certainly can't speak to numbers on that.
All right, Doctor, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming to speak before us today, Doctor. You cited Colorado and the number of admissions of, was it poisoning? I don't remember the particular issue. What was it?
My colleagues have seen a significant increase in the amount of accidental pediatric overdose, which is where kids get a hold of typically gummies that look good to kids. Right. An increase in teenagers, I hate to say coming in high, but having side effects of marijuana use, as well as what's called cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, which I think was explained earlier. It's severe nausea, intractable severe nausea and vomiting, which we're seeing a lot more both locally and exponentially more in states where legalization has occurred.
Now, Colorado uses e-coding, right? That is, they don't have a state mandate like we do, but they register the external closet injury in the emergency room. Is that true?
I couldn't speak to Colorado the way it's dealt with.
I just wondered, well, ordinarily you would say poisoning by X, that might be a particular code that you could, we have that data in our hospital system, as you probably know. So I just wondered what was that an anecdotal sense then that you were getting from Colorado, or is there actually a database where it's reflected?
I think there is both. I don't have the numbers from that database. I know the people I know that have worked on creating databases and looking at them have shown an increase. I won't speak to those numbers because I don't have them. But anecdotally is what I was speaking to. There's a significant increase in those things.
Thank you
And
very
in terms
much.
of coding, you certainly can code cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. Typically, it would get coded as severe nausea and vomiting, as opposed to true cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, because it's not something you can necessarily prove with a lab test. But just to answer that aspect of it.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Can I ask you a question, Doctor, about cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome? I'm just going to say CHS from now on.
Yep.
When we say there's a whatever number increase or factor, from what point are we referencing that? I guess for my information, because it's my understanding we haven't even really diagnosed CHS for that long in terms of the history of marijuana use.
You're saying how would you diagnose it? It's a clinical diagnosis.
No. What I'm asking is, we say, well, we see a X number of times increase in CHS, right? And what is the reference? X number from when? From how are we determining that there is that number of increase?
Over the experience of my colleagues over the couple of years before legalization versus say the year or two, or probably 2 years after legalization in the case of, I don't remember the exact dates when those things were passed in California and Colorado specifically, as well as Washington, I believe.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. Go ahead.
Yeah. In terms of the amount of people they are seeing where there's a suspicion of, which is typically cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, many of my colleagues have said they would typically see it anywhere from about once or twice a week. And now in some cases they are, again, by their self-report, seeing it as many as 3 or 4 times a day.
And so
again, that's not published data, so I can't speak to that.
Sure.
That is the colloquial impression that I've gotten from some places.
I guess the reason for my question, and I may be wrong, but I thought we weren't really diagnosing cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome till around 2004, 2005, and legalization didn't happen that long after that in some of these states. So could it? And I'm not trying to refute your data. I'm just saying it seems to me that it's possible that part of this could owe to the fact that, at least as we currently talk about CHS, we weren't talking about it all that long before the legalization.
I think there's thought that CHS has been underdiagnosed over the last 10 or 15 years. And as we've come to understand it better and it's been more publicized, that maybe we are diagnosing more people with it. But in terms of the symptomatology that people present with, maybe I shouldn't have thrown out 4-fold as a specific number. That's what it was told to me verbally. But I think regardless, people are seeing an increase in that symptomatology in those that chronically and frequently use marijuana.
Thank you, Doctor, and I appreciate it. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to make sure that it seems to me it's possible that part of this is what we track as CHS versus what we might have tracked as just the symptoms. And I really want to understand what the landscape is. So thank you for helping us to think about that a little bit. If there are no other questions or comments, I want to thank you very much for sharing part of your day with us.
Thank you for letting me testify.
Have a great evening. Erin Malakowski, Dr. Gregory Shango, and then Mike will ask you, is Erin on?
Yes.
You may testify.
The creators of this cannabis legalization bill started an equity commission of Black and brown activists so they could use the word equitable, then excluded them in their request for equity from the entire writing of the bill. They didn't include any specific legislation to repair the damages of the war on Black people. The excuses are that they have the framework to add more equity throughout future sessions and that their focus is getting legalization out first, yet they keep claiming that equity is their main focus. This excuse once again invalidates all the hard work and expertise of the Equity Commission that this bill used for political sway, because the Equity Commission has already laid out the entire legislative framework for equitable legalization. Legalization cannot be equitable unless it starts off equitable. The whole point is to give the communities most impacted by prohibition a head start in the industry that will take off. Lamont's bill uses a bunch of broad loophole language so that the lottery of licenses immediately go towards out-of-state corporations and Russian billionaires, so the small oligarch who wrote this bill can hoard all of the revenue from communities of color who need it most, then use that revenue to continue criminalizing them. Lamont's bill states the majority of cannabis tax revenues will go towards state municipalities, which will be used to punish Black people who are 4 times more likely than their white counterparts to be arrested for cannabis in Connecticut, despite equal consumption. This bill allows law enforcement to arrest and jail minors, sellers, and growers, which we all know is disproportionately enforced in Black and brown communities. Ned Lamont has admitted that the Black youth is more likely to get arrested. However, his policies will perpetuate that and their school to prison pipeline. The other excuses for home growers, micro cultivators, and equity applicants being less qualified than big cannabis corporations are also inadequate because the Equity Commission established a clear partnership with UConn that provides job training and expertise. This partnership also provides necessary research that proves the medicinal benefits of cannabis. This isn't a matter of whether or not communities of color have the ability to make legalization work. This is also not a matter of wanting to keep communities safe from drugs, because if it was, you wouldn't have liquor pharmacies put on every street corner. This is about profit. This is a matter of whether or not you can share a part of the cannabis legalization profit with communities who are directly punished for it due to countless racist systemic policies. Communities of color that come from redline concentrated poverty will continue to run underground cannabis businesses for survival because this system has given them no other option. Instead of reserving and sharing a portion of legal licenses for those who have been criminalized and neglected, this bill chooses to withhold their economic opportunities in favor of a cannabis market only legal for rich white men. Connecticut not only has the chance to be a leading example for equitable cannabis legalization in the country, but a chance to start fixing our reputation for the most segregated state. Ned Lamont, your bill for cannabis legalization is a slap in the face to communities who have suffered centuries of abuse from a racially violent system and will continue the destruction of these families. And then you have the nerve to call it equitable when you rob the Equity Commission of all their time and energy spent towards justice for their people. So you can co-opt the word.
Ms. Malakowski, I would ask you to wrap up. We are past your time.
This bill, you're saying all the wrong things to the media, but doing the opposite behind closed doors so you can scam the people into supporting your rich whites only market. The Black community deserves more than crumbs and symbolic gestures. They need actual support from a system you're responsible for. You wealthy people don't know what it takes to hold a public position.
Ms. Malakowski, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Now let's go back to the tent.
Ms. Malakowski.
Let's go back to the tent, Mom.
Ms. Malakowski, I'm sending you a signal about unmuting. Okay. Ms. Malakowski, we will give you one more second to unmute. Okay. Dr. Shangold.
Hi, good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. On behalf of the physicians and the physicians in training of the Connecticut State Medical Society, thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony in strong opposition to Senate Bill 888. My name is Greg Shangold. I'm an emergency physician and the current president of the Connecticut State Medical Society. One of our primary objectives is to advocate for the best public health policy and environment for Connecticut citizens. Legalizing recreational marijuana will absolutely harm the public health of Connecticut. We fiercely oppose this bill. Based on analyzing those states that have already legalized recreational marijuana, proceeding down this path will lead to significant harms. The rush towards legalization of recreational marijuana ignores how profit-driven corporations took generations of Americans on cigarettes and opiates, killing millions and straining public resources. We need to learn the lessons from history to ensure that any legalized marijuana product does not become the big tobacco of the 21st century. At its 2017 national meeting, the American Medical Association approved a policy position based upon recommendations from its Council on Science on public health. They concluded that cannabis is a dangerous drug and a serious public health concern, and that the sale of cannabis for recreational use should not be legalized. Our written testimony provides evidence for our public health concerns. These focus on the impact on the developing youth brain and the long-term health consequences. The clear evidence of increased episodes of impaired driving and motor vehicle fatalities. The adverse effects associated with pregnancy and other significant healthcare-related issues. For example, before COVID-19, we were discussing the amount of young people dying and being permanently injured from vaping marijuana. Many people talk about the additional revenue that is projected by legalizing recreational marijuana. However, not enough attention has been given to all of the increased costs. Most people acknowledge it is vital to prevent youth from accessing marijuana. Science clearly shows the human brain develops until the age of 25. Assumingly, Connecticut would create an analogous bureaucracy similar to the Tobacco Prevention and Enforcement Program within DEMIS. Despite the money and the effort invested into this agency, in 2018, there were 225 establishments that were cited for selling tobacco products to children. The current mental health infrastructure is incapable of treating today's prevalence of mental health illness in Connecticut. The COVID pandemic is already stressing the system. A recent article in the New York Times underscores the increased use of marijuana in adolescents and teens as a coping mechanism to deal with the isolation brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. How much money is needed to create a mental health network adequate to handle the influx of additional patients caused by the legalization of recreational marijuana? Those patients with Medicaid already have trouble accessing medical and mental health care because of an inadequate network. How much money will be needed to create an adequate network so the healthcare system can care for the additional healthcare needs? Colorado witnessed an increase in motor vehicle fatalities and suicides with the legalization of recreational marijuana. The December 2020 Journal of the American Medical Association published an article showing individual driving impairment from marijuana similar to alcohol. What is the cost of more deaths? There are many indications that the public health impacts of legal recreational marijuana.
Dr. Shango, your 3 minutes have elapsed. If you could summarize.
Sure. The impacts far offset any immediate or long-term fiscal benefits to Connecticut. Connecticut has an obligation to protect the health and welfare of the citizens. We strongly oppose Senate Bill 88, and we urge your rejection of this dangerous legislation.
Thank you, Dr. Shango. I believe you have a question from Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to read it. I will. Could you tell me, is the 12/2020 Journal article that you referenced here in your testimony, is that in your written testimony as well, referenced?
I believe it is. If not, I'll send you the article myself. I have.
Thank you. And did the Connecticut State Medical Society provide a policy position regarding the use of marijuana?
I believe it's in our testimony. Just clarification, what do you mean by policy position?
Sorry, yeah. Does your policy position have a statement that's updated annually? In other words, do you have, when your written statement, does it have I believe there's the Connecticut State Medical Society's policy regarding the use of marijuana. And it looks like it's about 7 pages. Is that part of your written testimony? Or is that
I believe we coalesce that into our testimony about our facts that we've gathered, because more and more evidence is coming out and we want to be updated. We certainly support more research into marijuana, and we think that should be allowable, to be able to do this research and to have this based on science and not based on public opinion or other objectives like revenue. But the science isn't there yet. And what we've seen is that this can be harmful. And what we're just saying is we should have this caution at this time.
So my understanding is the marijuana of the 80s and 90s, even 2010, is not similar to the marijuana of today. Is that an accurate comment?
That's absolutely true. The THC content has been increasing much over the past years. And when you get into these higher THC concentrations, that's where we're seeing a lot of these problems. So the discussion with Dr. Freese and Senator Winfield was talking about cannabinoid hyperemesis, and we're seeing more and more of it because of the higher THC contents. Also, you start to see addiction when you get into these higher ones. There's always that connotation that marijuana is not an addictive drug, but at these higher THC concentration, it is becoming an addictive drug.
My biggest concern, obviously as a parent, is the impact on the youth brain development. Can you tell us what studies have shown about the impact of marijuana, particularly with the higher THC contents, has on youth brain development?
There's an ability for this being exposed to it and of bringing out actual schizophrenia. So there is depression. And again, going back to Colorado, there was in 2013, there was a 14% suicide rate, and it went up to 23% suicides that toxicology showed positive marijuana. So more and more of the suicides had marijuana in it. Now, obviously, this isn't causation, but it's certainly cause for concern. And the youth brain, once it gets exposed to this marijuana, there can be permanent damages. And they've seen it even in some of these PET scans that are done where you look at these different areas of the brain. So that's our big concern. And certainly, as I mentioned, we are already inadequate with our mental health. There's children that spend days in the emergency departments before they can find a bed. And we're going to add another stressor into our mental health system within Connecticut. It just seems to be harmful.
Thank you, Doctor. And you're an ER doctor, so you've seen all this firsthand. Is that fair to say?
I've been practicing emergency medicine in Connecticut for 18 years, and I've practiced and seen the opiate epidemics, and now we see more and more medical issues with marijuana that are presenting to the emergency department.
Thank you, Doctor, very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I see Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Shangold, is your main concern with the mass commercialization of marijuana? Are you okay with homegrown marijuana, sort of more grassroots use of it?
The Connecticut State Medical Society's position is more marijuana, legalizing the recreational, however we get to that point, increases the access specifically to the use. And we will see the public harm and the public health harm from that increased access. When you legitimize it, then kids feel that they can use it. And when kids have access to it, we're going to see those harms, especially in the mental health realm. And I believe some of the previous testimony talked about the traffic fatalities. So in the first year where Colorado legalized recreational marijuana, there was a doubling of fatal car accidents. So you can decide for yourself if they're causation. They did have testing for marijuana in their system, but that's going to be an inevitable consequence of doing this. So we are concerned about the public health. And if that means people are getting it from their homes versus the commercialization, I don't want to get into the decriminalization and the commercialization. I'm concerned about the public having access and the consequences on our public health.
Mm-hmm. And I often hear that marijuana is not as addictive as alcohol. And what do you say to that? Is of all the sort of vices out there of things we use, we have some vices. How do you medically compare the vice of alcohol versus smoking some marijuana?
I think it becomes very variable to that THC content. So as we've seen more products with higher THC content, there's more evidence of addiction. Certainly, addiction is, in the clinical term, there's three terms to be aware of. There's dependence, there's tolerance, and there's addiction. And so those are all means different things. Addiction is really when you change your ability to function in society because of your dependence on a substance. So your body could become dependent, it could become tolerant, and then it becomes addicted. And so we are seeing more, I don't know if there's a linear comparison to alcohol of which is more addictive. Both will start to have withdrawal symptoms. And again, when it was a small THC concentration of 3 to 5% in the 70s, you did not see that as much as when now some of the products, even some of the edibles, are up in the 30 and 40% THC concentrations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Fiorello. Are there comments or questions from others? Rep. O'Day, is your hand still up or you want to ask a second? Okay. Thank you for joining us this evening, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We will hear next from Representative Cheeseman if she's in with us.
She is indeed. Thank you, Senator, for indulging. Yes, I had to take my 94-year-old father for his second vaccination today. So I hope you approve of my absence from your meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein. You have my written testimony, so I'm not going to bother to go through that. And as far as I'm looking at this, there are two issues here. One is the issue of restorative justice. As the mother of 5 and grandmother of 4, I know how deeply I feel when my children, my 2 sons and 2 of my any of my children and grandchildren have been treated unfairly. And if that has been the case, when justice has been dispensed unfairly, then let's remedy that. Let's provide expungement of criminal records. Let's decriminalize possession of small amounts. Let's work, I believe I heard someone from the governor's group who came talking about people who had been put in prison because of marijuana convictions when they'd been on parole. We can fix that. On my role as ranking member of Finance, Revenue, and Bonding, when we were looking at that Senate Bill 873, I heard a great deal about the dismay from New Haven residents about what Yale contributed to the city. Yale has a great law school. Why not task the professors and the students with helping people who have been unfairly treated by the criminal justice system with expunging those records? And let's move forward with that. But having established that, let's look at the separate issue of the commercialization, the legalization of a substance where you have heard all afternoon is dangerous, is harmful, and will destroy lives. Surely we can do better than this. If the goal is increased revenue, there are ways to find it. If the goal is increasing opportunities for people from communities that have been disproportionately affected by the war on drugs, again, can't we do better? We hear the governor list his 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 areas where he wants to see growth in Connecticut. Healthcare, biotechnology, advanced manufacturing, cybersecurity. Surely that should be the goal, the aim for all our children. Let's ask more of the corporations who want this skilled workforce. Let's tell them, look, you're talking to us about tax credits. We want your people in our elementary schools mentoring our children. We had testimony from the unions today. There's a box where you pay your political fund. Why isn't there a box that says this is the workforce investment fund? We want to build union membership among minority communities. On my other committee, we were looking at the governor has a bill to
Representative.
You want me to wrap up?
Yes.
Okay, guys, I'm on board with helping expunging records. I'm on board with helping people who've been treated unfairly by the criminal justice system. I'm on board with building opportunities for every child in this state to have a career, to have a way to make a living, to be proud and strong. I am not on board with legalizing a substance that will destroy lives in the way that lives have been destroyed through unfair treatment. And you can guess I feel strongly about this. So thank you for listening to me. And I will be with you to get justice. I will not be with you to destroy lives.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, or well, I guess it's good evening.
I think the sun is set here.
Here as well. Was there anything else that you wanted to mention to us in opposition to this bill?
You mentioned before how disappointed you were that the representatives from the Department of Public Health were not at this meeting. And I think you've heard all afternoon that there are significant, dangerous, and deleterious health effects that will come from this. This is my second testimony today. I was equally passionate this morning. It was the assisted suicide bill. And we heard it. Very moving testimony. In fact, the woman who testified before me, her husband had terminal prostate cancer. He was in hospice. The last 12 hours of his life were horrible and painful. And if she'd only had a way so he could take his life, then it would be fine. And you listen to that testimony and it is taken as fact. And that is why we should allow assisted suicide. You have heard testimony, as I heard in 2019 on all three committees that heard testimony on the bills, of families who had seen addiction, who had lost a loved one from drug driving. And yet that's to be overlooked because we're looking for revenue or job opportunities. As I stated before, there are better ways to produce revenue. There are better ways to create those job opportunities. That we would deliberately and knowingly legalize a substance that's increasingly strong, increasingly harmful, knowing people will die, I think is shameful.
And you mentioned you were shocked that there was nobody from the Department of Public Health. I would expect that you're equally shocked that there's nobody here from Demas as well.
Yes. When I look at the governor's bill, the amount that's put into the sort of education prevention, if we're going forward with this, I would like to see far more money devoted to that, knowing what the cost it's going to be, far more money put aside to deal with the social services consequences. And indeed, I would propose we create a victims fund, the way we have a victims fund for someone who's a victim of a violent crime. Because people will die, their families will be left bereft. And we've done this deliberately, so why shouldn't we find a way to make them whole?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's something that hasn't come up before because, we've done that with gambling. We legalized gambling and then we had to create a victims fund and a whole group having to do with that. And, I thank you for bringing that to us and for your testimony here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Representative Fishbein. I am going to caution us a little bit. I'll let us just go with this, but I would ask that we ask questions related to the bill and not opinions about whether or not the governor should have had someone testifying or not testifying of the people who are testifying today. They're here to talk about their perspective on the bill. But Representative O'Day, I saw your hand at one point. Do you still want to, you're good to go? Are there questions or comments from other members? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this evening, Representative Guzman.
Thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you for allowing me to take my dad to get his vaccine.
Absolutely. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. You as well.
We'll hear next from Michael Askew, followed by Taylor Nicholas, and then Carlos Moreno if they're here. I see Michael Askew is. Mr. Askew, you're on mute.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield. Representative Staffstrom are my hometown hero. Certainly to the distinguished members of this committee. I had the privilege of sitting on this bill and listening last year before COVID struck. But I've been at this computer all day, listening to a great wealth of knowledge and information. I want to thank all the people that shared. A lot of it's already been shared on what I had to talk about, but I just want to pick up on a couple of pieces that Cyril de Souza shared about the 4 elements. One was addiction. We've heard some issues about the increased THC content that will probably bring some medical issues to the forefront, especially with those under 25 and those under 21 years old. I'm a person in long-term recovery. I represent the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, a nonprofit organization that promotes recovery from alcohol and other addictions. And I've been in recovery since May 28, 1989. And I share that because in high school, I really had ambitions to be an architectural draftsman. And because back then in the 60s and early 70s, you had electoral classes that you could choose. I chose 4 years of architectural drafting. And I got really, really good at it. But by the 11th grade, I started smoking marijuana. By the 12th grade, I flunked out of school. Now, I can't attribute it to the fact that I smoked marijuana, but I want to show you that I made some real irrational decisions because I was smoking marijuana. So I just want to list a couple of things about the addiction piece that I don't see in the bill with regards to prevention, treatment, and of course, recovery as we move forward. And I'm not sure of this bill. I don't have a stance to the bill, whether it's I oppose or whether I oppose the bill or I support the bill. But I do want to, because I've heard a lot of testimony, leave you with a couple of thoughts about what it will look like once if this bill passes. And how do we measure the data that we need to collect, and how do we support the many lives that will probably be affected because of the use? And I heard, and I looked at the Colorado report with high-end utilizing, and certainly right now we talked about dependence and addiction. And I know that there's through NIDA, the National Institute of Drug Abuse, they have already looked at the increase from dependence to addiction by 10% of those that use marijuana and have a marijuana use disorder. And if they use before the age of 18, those rates increase by 1 to 6 individuals will be addicted to marijuana. I don't know what kind of therapies we're going to have and all those other issues that we're going to have to address, but I do know that the budget that provides Demas with $1 billion will probably need to be increased, but there's a lot of equity that we need to talk about in this bill because I do see it as a harmful product that will certainly, raise a lot of rampant issues in the urban community.
Mr. Askew, I would ask you.
With that, I'm done. Thank you very much for allowing me to come and participate in this ever-enduring conversation.
Thank you. And there's a question from Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Askew, thank you so much for your testimony. If you have, so looking at this, and my concern is focused on the use of teens and those under 25, frankly, getting addicted. What would you say to your younger self? How would you help us prevent youth from using marijuana?
I think it would have to be more education and more prevention. I certainly wasn't introduced to marijuana only because my peers. I was introduced to it because people was talking about it. I was inquisitive to find out what it was about. But if I had gotten more education and more prevention from people that could help me understand why I should not smoke marijuana, I may have been able to overcome that.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your testimony this evening. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Are there comments or questions from other members of the committee? I do not see any. I want to thank you, Mr. Askew, for spending part of your evening with us and for the work that I do know that you do. Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Taylor Nicholas. Is Taylor here? Okay.
Yep. Here we are.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Members of the chair and committee, senators and representative. I'm going to try and be quick because I'd first like to thank speakers from both sides of the topic to come out and just get their points out there. This is a very important topic that we should be discussing. I would also like to thank Ms. Milikowski, Mr. Ward, Mr. Ortiz, Mr. Elise, and Mr. Wilcox. They had already spoken before me, and they actually cover quite a few topics that I myself fall similar in lines with. I am not I do not support SB 888 as it currently stands. There are many issues, again, which have been discussed by other people with their testimonies. A little background on myself. I am a Connecticut resident. I have been my entire life. The only time I was outside of Connecticut was when I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, 1 year of which was served overseas in Afghanistan. Afterwards, I came back home and I was offered a job opportunity in Washington State in the cannabis industry. It was on the security and regulation side. It was going to be a third-party aspect. And so I pretty much picked up my entire life and moved out there. Unfortunately, that fell through. And in that time frame, I found a job working at the largest farm at the time in Washington State, is Grow Up Farms LLC, Fat Panda Cannabis. And needless to say, in that time period, I found my true passion and calling to as to what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. When I was in the Marine Corps, I worked on radios. I repaired satellite systems, as well as the precursor to satellite communication systems. So it was a little bit of a jump, but to say the least, I actually felt some form of peace and clarity while working with the plant. And even though that did mean physical manual labor, like heavy physical manual labor at times, 10 to 12 plus hours a day, every day for 5, sometimes 7 days a week, because it is an agricultural industry. And unfortunately, that really isn't discussed. I really don't feel like that has been touched on a lot. It is still an agricultural industry. Yes, in regards to the Department of Public Health, I would like to be speaking with them as well. I would have liked to see them just because they need to be able to hear both sides of the topic, both pro and con. And having an absence with them there, I feel as though it is a disservice.
Mr. Nicholas, could.
To wrap up, so as a grower, I feel as though this bill is very, it does not allow the local Connecticut person to be a grower. It does not, I do not feel that this bill currently in its aspect supports a Connecticut-based community to grow and thrive.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas.
Thanks.
Comments, questions from members of the committee? Do not see any. Mr. Nicholas, thank you for joining us this evening and for offering your perspective on the bill. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak this evening.
Absolutely. We'll next hear from Benjamin Zaks. Is Benjamin in?
Yep. Hi.
All right. You may begin.
Yeah, Senator Winfield, I can empathize with you. I have an 18-month-old screaming in the background, so I apologize for that, for everyone, if you hear Lewis. But now I'll begin. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and the members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding Senate Bill 888. I am Ben Zaks. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Fine Federal. We are a Connecticut locally owned and operated medical marijuana company. We operate 3 of our 18 dispensaries in the state, 1 in Willimantic, 1 in Newington, and now 1 in Mansfield. And we've grown through winning a license during our competitive application in 2018, through entering into a partnership and an acquisition that was completed at the beginning of this month. Our team is Connecticut-based, are Connecticut educated, and we have 40 some odd employees in the state who all are receiving paid time off, company holidays, healthcare, vision, dental, a 401k plus match. And in addition, each one of our managers is a minority in our 3 locations. We support the concept of this bill and the legalization of marijuana safely and equitably, but we believe there are a few elements that are not done to the fullest extent, focusing on 4 key areas. 1, social equity; 2, the taxes; 3, the lottery system; and 4, the ownership and licensure. In terms of social equity, we don't think this bill does enough specifically regarding the folks and the communities that have been most affected by the failed war on drugs. We absolutely agree that there should be an equity commission, but we think it needs to do a little more at 3 levels. And I write about this deeper in my written testimony, but community aid, ensuring exactly where those dollars are going in communities most affected; diverse hiring initiatives from the operating businesses within the community, as well as creating opportunities for diverse ownership in what we've described as our 18-18-18 rule, which would be 18 medical dispensaries, first operating safely and efficiently and effectively under the pharmacists, going adult use, taking on social equity applicant mentees, the next 18 dispensaries being solely awarded to social equity applicants, and then having 18 dispensaries who ultimately are open and available for the general public, large, small, local, not local, but in a competitive process. And we also believe that this should be the case around cultivation and processing. The other piece of that is with the dollars that are made from our business going from medical to hybrid, we believe that that money should be earmarked as grants, non-interest bearing, not loans, grants directly to the social equity applicants to get their businesses going. On the taxes side, by taxing through weight and milligram, we believe that the taxes will become exorbitantly high over time, making our program non-competitive with our neighbors. Sorry, the baby just popped in the room.
Zaks, if you could summarize your.
Yeah, sure. So the taxes we think are incredibly high, and we think that an excise tax is an operational nightmare. Again, the next piece is quickly on the lottery, which we think brings not the best operators through a competitive process, but just through luck. And then in ownership and licensure, we think that we need to ensure that licenses can all be tracked, safe seed to sale tracking throughout the supply chain.
Thank you.
So,
yeah.
Sure.
I see Representative Bimbis has a question for you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Just a quick question. I listened to your testimony and you had indicated that the managers were minorities.
Yep.
How many of all of your facilities is the percentage of the workforce minorities?
Sure. We're at about 35% in our 3 facilities.
And is there a reason why it's not higher?
Is there a reason why it's not higher? I don't know specifically. I don't hire the specific folks. I think it's based on who we get in and who's the right employee for us. We try and ensure a diverse group of thought as well as a diverse group of being local in our group and ensuring that we have the best, safest employees. In Connecticut, dispensary technicians is sort of the middle rung under the pharmacists in our facility. And there is not an enormous number of dispensary technicians who are minorities. And I think that helps limit numbers. But that's a number that as a business, we believe and think and hope would be high, because we think that should be the case across industry and across job employment in general.
So in your business, what type of recruitment and training are you doing of minorities specifically in order to put them in those positions?
Sure. So our recruiting is done honestly mainly through Indeed. We have done staff trainings around having diverse workforce, diverse hiring. We have a director of HR who trains our management teams around those pieces. And that's really the areas that we've done it. We've posted previously at community colleges, as well as programs that are doing the dispensary technician licensing, even though you have to have worked at a CVS or a Walgreens or something like that. So those are some of the things that we've been doing for our businesses. And we do that across our states. Yep.
And has your business
minority and in the LGBT community as well.
And has your business provided any type of scholarships or specific training to individuals in order to be placed in those higher positions?
So we have not done scholarships for getting folks to go through pharmacy school. We have trained and brought employees to go from front desk staff to dispensary technicians. Actually, every one of our initial front desk staff from when we opened a year and a half ago has trained to become a dispensary technician and getting that licensure. So we've absolutely done that. Yes.
Okay. And the only reason I'm inquiring is because I couldn't help that a lot of your testimony had to do with these new dispensaries and how much we can do for the minority community. And I thought it was important to know what you're doing currently right now with the abilities that you have with the medical dispensaries that we have in the state of Connecticut. So I appreciate your honest responses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think that that's a great point. And in our sort of levels and it's more written out, we talk about community specific having hiring goals. I know there's constitutionality, but we think it's important, as well as the ownership. So we want to hit that from all three levels, hopefully within the bill.
And how long have you had your businesses in Connecticut?
So we won the license in December of 2018. We opened in Willimantic in June of 2019. We opened in Newington in September, I believe, of 2019. And then we just acquired the one in Mansfield on February 2nd. So that one's pretty darn new.
Okay, so it's been a few years, and certainly as you indicated, those goals are laudable, but unless they're reached, they're just goals. But thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, sir. You just mentioned you won the license. What was that process like in comparison to what's before us?
Sure. So in April of 2018, the State Department of Consumer Protection put out a competitive RFP process, request for proposal. I believe there were 73 applicants for those dispensary licenses. At the time, they didn't note how many there would be. And then in December of 2018, 9 licenses across the state were awarded to go from 9 to 18 dispensaries in the state. Within that RFP process, it was, our license applications we actually put in 4, were 700 pages long. Security plans, security diagrams, local zoning, operational plans, how we would track the product within the store, how we would partner with the local community, a ton of elements about how we would run our business, as well as the background of our teams to represent that we were capable of doing so. In this bill, they discuss not so much the specifics of how it would run, but ultimately a lottery system, which there would be applications getting, how I believe, to a certain threshold. And then the lottery would sort of be done based on those who hit the threshold, versus what I think is a scoring system that rewards the best applicants based on a criteria, hopefully run by a group or a scoring system that was non-biased, is how we would generally hope that it would be seen and done.
So you're here advocating for the process that's in this bill or the process that you had to follow?
I think it was more similar to the process that we had to follow, but we think with a initial focus on the next set of licenses being for what the commission defines as social equity applicants. I think the term equity is said a lot, but I'm still not 100% sure how that is defined. And I would believe that that commission would create really strong definitions around that. But I do think that those who are defined as those applicants should be the next group licensed to have an opportunity and a leg up to be in this industry with capital towards them. And then a similar situation for an open capitalism application for anyone who applies.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, so your process that you had to follow, everybody was equal.
Correct.
But the process under this bill, people are unequal.
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking.
Well, have you read the bill?
Yes.
Okay, so at line 560,
Okay.
it says that there's going to be the providing for an expedited or priority license processing for each class of license established pursuant to this act for equity applicants.
Mhm.
So that means non-equity applicants, whatever that is, because
Yep, sure.
it
Non-equity
is-
applicants would be after. We agree with that. We think that it should be specific on it within the type of licenses, how many licenses, and what the timelines around those are.
Okay,
And then
so
it shouldn't go to, and then within each sort of grouping, we think it should be ranked and scored within the specific groupings versus a lottery within the groupings.
okay, but before we get to the lottery, we have expedited and priority licensing.
Yep.
We have two classes, the way I read this. We have equity applicants and non-equity applicants, I guess,
Yep.
right? Equity applicants are not at the same level as non-equity applicants under this
Yeah.
language. Okay.
Yes.
So
And
that would be a different process than what you went through, because based upon your testimony, all of the applicants were at the same, they were all equal. They were merited based upon their application, not some other factor, correct?
Correct.
So why, it seems like, equity for thee, but not for me. Why is it appropriate? Why do you think that this process is better than the process that you went through?
Sure, because I think that there has been a lot of history around drugs and the harm done on communities and the harm done on specifically minorities in this country. And that this is an industry that I am not blind to understand that I am a white guy who is in it. And that my community where I grew up has not been hurt as much as others. And so to give an opportunity, this is my view and our view as a company, that to give that opportunity to a group of folks who have been knocked down to then create a playing field that allows them to have a better opportunity is the right thing to do as we look at legalization. We believe that. And I was not a process of how the last applications were scored and done. Maybe this would have hurt us as a business at that time. However, we think this is the right way to move towards legalization. Yes.
Okay. Within your industry, I don't see it within the bill. So I don't know, maybe you saw it, with a bar, when alcohol is consumed and somebody leaves the establishment and gets into a car accident, there's a dram shop. The bar can be sued.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something similar here in this bill or under the medical marijuana provisions? I mean, can you be sued if somebody consumes your product after they leave your establishment and they get into a motor vehicle accident?
Well, so I think there are pieces in this bill around driving. There are also not social consumption lounges allowed in this bill, so there wouldn't be a place where folks can consume. I don't know the specifics of what would be in the bill of where liability would lie if something happened to someone who had partaken in a product that we sold. We also don't produce our own products, so I don't know where the specifics of the legality would be. We're not vertically integrated. A number are in this state. So I'm not exactly sure how that would work. And we do not allow any consumption on site. We don't allow consumption in the parking lot, anything of that nature.
Okay, so you're not aware if somebody's, smokes on their way home, that there's liability for you as the deliverer of that product?
I'm not exactly sure, no.
Okay, all right, that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Is there a question or comment from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us.
Representative Tom.
Enjoy the rest of your evening and your little kid. All right.
All right. Thank you.
We will next hear from Hugh Blumenfield. Are you there?
Hi. Can you hear me?
I do hear you and we see you. Good evening. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening to the committee. It's been a very long day for you all. Yeah, my name is Hugh Blumenfeld. I'm a family physician and I've practiced in Hartford for the past 10 years. I'm also a member of the group that's called Doctors for Cannabis Regulation. It's a national group of physicians and other healthcare providers, but it includes among its leadership, Dr. Wesley Clark, the former director of the Center for Substance Abuse Treatment at the Department of Health and Human Services, and Dr. Jocelyn Elders, who is a former U.S. Surgeon General. You've heard a lot of testimony this evening about the legal and commercial aspects of the legislation. I figured I should speak more about the medical aspects and the impact of marijuana legislation on the lives of my patients. As a family physician, I'm charged with guarding the health and well-being of individual patients, but also the community at large. I not only prescribe medications, but I provide vaccinations and screenings that promote public health and participate in programs that promote literacy, improve the availability of healthy foods, and reduce gun violence. So why would I want to legalize what is widely perceived as a dangerous drug? Well, I don't presume to speak for any doctors other than myself, but I would like to explain some reasons why supporting the legalization of cannabis makes sense to so many of us. First of all, and again, you've heard so much testimony today, I don't want to repeat too much, but from my perspective, cannabis is far less dangerous than alcohol and tobacco, both of which are legal. Together, those two drugs kill over 500,000 Americans a year. As far as I know, the numbers of people that are killed by cannabis, depending on how you count, runs in the triple digits at most. And it's virtually impossible to overdose on cannabis. Again, we're talking about use of these drugs among adults. I personally don't use cannabis, and I never advise anybody to use any drugs recreationally. I think drugs and medications are a gift from nature and from technology and really to be respected. But there's a lot of legitimate reasons for adults to use marijuana. And if these other drugs are legal, then certainly cannabis should have at least the same status. Cannabis, unlike alcohol and tobacco, actually has a long history of use medicinally. The use of cannabis medicinally goes back over 4,000 years. And as recently as 1942, it was listed in the US Pharmacopoeia that doctors used as a list of medications that were valuable for them to use. And if anything, the evidence for its therapeutic uses has only increased since then as we understand more and more about the endocannabinoid system in humans. The second thing is that prohibition of cannabis has just simply not worked. It's the legislation to limit cannabis use legally started in the early part of this century. There was the Marijuana Tax Act of 1937, which taxed doctors who actually prescribed it for their patients. And then in 1970, it was scheduled as a Schedule I drug. Again, Schedule I is supposed to be for drugs that have no medicinal value, and yet there's copious evidence of the fact that that's not true. So I know that a number of legislators earlier expressed concerns that they were going to be going against federal legislation by endorsing this kind of legislation. But really, the federal legislation that classifies it the way it is, I don't think really stands up. And finally, the use of making cannabis illegal really affects the people trying to use it medically.
I would just alert you, you're 3 minutes up, so if you could summarize.
Right. So for many reasons, and especially for patients who need to use it medically, the fact that it's illegal for the rest of the population puts a stigma on it, makes it much harder to get. And the illegal supply of marijuana is so dangerous that a lot of patients who would benefit from its more casual use, it's too dangerous for them to use.
Thank you very, very much for joining us. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Doctor, thank you very much for your testimony. I do greatly appreciate it and giving me another perspective from a physician on the benefits of it. I apologize, I'm driving, but I'm careful. My eyes are on the road. I'm using hands-free. So, Doctor, what type of doctor are you and where do you work?
I'm a family physician and I work in Hartford, in downtown Hartford, as part of a larger practice. By the way, as a family physician, I see patients inpatient at the hospital. I'm a hospitalist. I have my own panel of patients, outpatient. I do deliveries, I do obstetrics. I'm a medical director of a hospice program locally, and I also, part of my work is in pain management and pediatric care. So my practice spans the gamut.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm the son of a surgeon, and so you have my utmost respect and appreciation for your service. When you say that the marijuana has been used medically for thousands of years, would you agree with the other doctors that have testified that the marijuana today is not our grandmothers, grandfathers, or the Native Americans' marijuana? Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say. And to my mind, it's one of the reasons why it would be much safer for people if it was regulated.
And have you followed what's going on in Colorado with regard to the THC and the issues with the high concentration rates, because they're unregulated with regard to THC rates?
The actual rate may be unregulated in terms, there may not be limits on it, but what's in any given cannabis product is highly regulated in terms of the content has to be specified on the package. So you know exactly what you're getting. The THC and CBD ratios are given on the labels. The product has no pesticides, herbicides, or toxins in it that could be damaging to people's health, and they have no, they're not adulterated with cocaine and PCP and fentanyl like many of the samples of marijuana around here are. So I understand your concern that you know the stuff around is very potent, but again, it's not stopping people from using it. It's not stopping teens from having availability of it. And I think that the best way of protecting everybody is to make sure that whatever's in it is well known, so it can be used with education.
Fair enough. And my look, my concern is teen use increasing with legalization. I really don't have much of a concern, frankly, as somewhat of a Republican/libertarian when it comes to, certainly when it comes to this subject. My concern is teen use. So would you disagree with my understanding, and I know there's some disagreement, but do you believe that legalization leads to increased teen use if not properly educated or prevented, like kind of tobacco?
Well, I think the second half of what you said is exactly the point. You know, without rolling this out in a proper way, there could be some adverse effects. But I think if you look at the idea of rolling out a regulation and legalization of cannabis products that are only for adults, that can only be gotten through registered dispensaries and stores, you'll find that teen use actually, again, the evidence is, I've seen evidence of both sides, and that fact makes me think that it's probably somewhere in the middle. But you know, with the right rollout, you can actually decrease the use among teens. We've seen that with alcohol. We've seen that with cigarettes. You know, we make it much more difficult for people to get these products, and also you stop teens from getting it from drug dealers. And if a teen's going to get it, they're going to figure out a way to get it. We're going to make it as highly regulated and difficult as possible. But right now, people are going to illegal venues to get it, and the same people that are selling marijuana are selling PCP, and they're selling fentanyl, and they're selling things that are laced with these things. I think generally, I myself have teens as well, and I'm very, very concerned about the quality of whatever's out there that they might get their hands on.
So, Doctor, would you be surprised? And I know there's arguments on both sides. Would you be surprised that actually the black market, studies that show that the black market has actually increased in Colorado upon legalization, not decreased, because teens obviously can't buy it at the state stores or where they're licensed. Mm-hmm. They have to go to the black market to buy it, and there's actually been an increase in the black market. Have you heard any of that, or does that concern you at all?
I don't have any information about that. I'm concerned about the safety of the people who. I'm concerned with education, and again, my one issue with the bill as it stands now is I would like for there to be a stipulation that a certain amount of the tax revenue from the cannabis products goes to education, goes to rehabilitation services, and goes to support behavioral health generally. I think with the proper education, again, you can reduce teenage use. Obviously, we're all worried about what teens are able to get their hands on. And I don't know that the legalization of cannabis products in those states directly is leading to an increase in the black market. Certainly the black market is going to exist for them. But the idea that they could get their hands on stuff that, more easily on products that's regulated just makes more sense to me. Look, 80 to 90% of teens at this point say they have easy access to marijuana if they want it. And nothing has changed in the last 50 years since the 1970 when it was scheduled like that.
So, well, Doctor, look, I appreciate very much your testimony, and it does give me some comfort that a doctor at least has some is pro legalization, and maybe I'm hopefully I'm wrong in my belief that if we legalize it and kids see their parents smoking and using marijuana, they're going to think it's okay, and that's how I foresee teen use increasing. But hopefully, if this bill does go forward and they listen to you and more money is spent on education and prevention for youth use, I'll be proven wrong if this bill passes. And Doctor, I do truly appreciate your testimony here tonight, and thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, I did pull over for the record, put my blinkers on, and I'm going to go get back home, but I'm going to continue listening for the rest of the night. Thank you, Doctor, very much.
Thank you. I just want to say my kids be drinking wine and some alcohol products, occasionally, all the time. And what it shows them is that it's okay, but it's also, done in a responsible manner. Alcohol, in my experience as a doctor, there's nothing worse than end-stage liver disease from alcohol poisoning. And there's nothing more scary than alcohol withdrawal syndrome and trying to treat that in patients. These are two of the most deadly things that I've seen.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. And we heard your signal, so we know what you say is accurate. Representative Palm.
You're on mute.
Representative, you're on mute.
Hi, I'm sorry. Doctor, good evening. Your testimony is fascinating to me, and I think you're probably an outlier in some ways among your profession. Would you say that you consider this substance to have the sort of mix of salubrious effects and deleterious that so many pharmaceutical, like antibiotics, which if they're given indiscriminately can, cause gut flora to get out of whack and whatnot? Do you see legalization of this substance as in that same realm where there are benefits to it, but if in the wrong hands or in the wrong doses can lead to harm?
Well, first of all, I don't think I'm an outlier in my profession. I was saying that the organization I'm part of includes some pretty high-powered people, and recent surveys show that a third of doctors believe it should be totally legal, and another third of doctors say it should at least be legal for medicinal purposes. But yeah, marijuana is a powerful drug. What's interesting about it therapeutically is that there's receptors for marijuana in the central nervous system, and there's a bunch of receptors for marijuana in the immune system. And these account for the fact that medicinally, marijuana is very useful for a lot of neurological conditions, like the ones that are legal under Connecticut law, things like Parkinson's disease or ALS or lupus. And then inflammatory diseases like lupus and Parkinson's disease. I have seen the benefits of marijuana in my practice. The Connecticut law is written so that whoever certifies a patient is supposed to have a bona fide relationship with them. And that was meant so that doctors who take care of patients and who know them should be the ones to certify them and say if it's appropriate. And so I took it upon myself that this means that I should, it's kind of my responsibility to do it if it's legal, because I don't want my patients to have to go spend $300 for a marijuana doc and then another $150 for their follow-up appointment just to follow the letter of the law, not the spirit. The fact that it's so powerful is I think one of the reasons why I'm called on to try to help people use it responsibly. Right now, people are using it, hodgepodge. The patients that want to use it medically, I can help them use it, but there's a whole slew of people that use it, I would say medicinally. They use it for relaxation. They use it for sleep. They use it for chronic pains. And they're the ones that have no access to safe marijuana. And marijuana, when used responsibly, I think is much safer than opiates. It's much safer than NSAIDs like ibuprofen. Some, a number of other people have mentioned how ibuprofen causes a lot of kidney disease. And I've seen it here. I've seen it in the hospital care. People come in with renal failure all the time, and it's because they use NSAIDs. And then Tylenol, one of the most commonly overdosed drugs is Tylenol, and leads to liver failure. Again, all these drugs I think need to be respected. But the
Well,
more
thank you, and thank you. And by the way, I wasn't in saying an outlier. That wasn't a trick question. I was just trying to say that we've heard from some medical folks who have been opposed, and it's refreshing to hear to me from a doctor who has the full an understanding of the panoply of substances. And I also appreciated what you said about alcohol disease. I have a lot of alcoholism in my family, and I've seen the devastation, and I appreciate your bringing that up, because I do think there is a certain level of denial about this other substance that we accept so readily and regulate, and in which many of us imbibe, but we don't really want to talk about drunk driving or liver disease or the devastation that can bring, including mental disorders. So thank you for bringing that up, and that was really all I wanted to say. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, sir. You were just talking about other individuals that are not eligible for medical marijuana that you would see having a benefit medically from this product. Is that fair to say? You gave the example of going to sleep.
Yeah, no, I just have to be careful, because there's some things that there's medical evidence that marijuana is very good for. But there's a broad number of people who, whether there's evidence or not, they use it and they say that they have benefit. Now, there may be medications that would do things just as well and possibly safer. And I often will counsel people, and even in the cases where I do certify people for medical marijuana for totally legitimate and medically proven cases, I try to make it. I make a point of making it part of a larger medical management of their condition, and not just you can depend on marijuana for curing this condition. But whether we like it or not, people are using it that way, and I just think it's anecdotally they say they get a lot of relief.
Yeah, no, understood. I get frustrated with the people are doing it anyway, so we're just going to legalize it because people are doing cocaine too. I mean, I haven't heard anybody advocating for legalization of that, but
I think they just did that in Washington State, didn't they? Or Oregon?
We're here in Connecticut.
Yep.
So a different issue and perhaps for a different day. But if that's what you see as a benefit, then why not just advocate for an expansion of the medical marijuana program to those individuals? Why, as a professional, do you see going to the nth here?
Well, for two reasons. Like I said, one reason is that people use marijuana for all kinds of reasons, for relaxation, for socialization, for the same reasons they use alcohol. And it's not necessarily medicinal, but it's in some ways therapeutic. Whether we keep it illegal or not, people are going to continue to do that, and it's part of it's cultural and part of it's just societal. It's where we are. But the fact that people can relax with alcohol, which is so deadly, but can't relax with marijuana, just doesn't make sense to me as a physician. Again, I take care of the effects of people smoking all the time. I take care of the effects of people doing alcohol all the time. Marijuana, if it's used in ways that don't make sense, it can cause serious side effects, but it doesn't kill people the way these other drugs do, and it doesn't cause social violence, and it doesn't cause car accidents at the same levels that these other drugs do.
When you care to characterize social violence, because certainly I'm aware of marijuana transactions that have gone bad, that have ended up in people dying.
Yeah.
So what social violence do you claim that marijuana is not part of?
Oh, so, people who smoke don't generally get into fights, bar fights, that kind of thing. People who smoke marijuana generally don't, it doesn't lead to domestic abuse in the ways that alcohol does. People who smoke marijuana generally don't have those behaviors.
And the last thing was, are you able to prescribe marijuana?
No, I'm not. The way Connecticut law is set up for doctors is there's at this point, there's 30 conditions that are recognized as either proven or likely proven to be beneficial, to be benefited by the use of marijuana products, or cannabis products, I should say. And all I have to do as a physician is to certify that they have one of those conditions and therefore qualify to use cannabis products under the law. So in my practice, in almost all those conditions, at least until 2020, there was actual physical evidence for those conditions, things like Parkinson's disease, things like ALS, things like lupus, things that you could document. PTSD was one, for a while, was the one condition that you don't really have objective proof for, but it was advocated because I think a lot of veterans were advocating for the ability to use cannabis products for PTSD.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to.
So just to sum up, I generally don't diagnose the patients and then certify them. I count on a professional in the field to give them a diagnosis. And then if they have the diagnosis, I certify them so that they can get a card from the Department of Consumer Protection.
So somebody else, some other doctor makes the determination that the individual would benefit from that product, and then they send them to you?
No, they make the determination that the patient has the condition that Connecticut law says your ability to use it. I kind of, with the patient, I try to make sure that marijuana would be appropriate for them. I've had some patients that I didn't think marijuana is appropriate for. And for instance, if I have a patient who's being seen by a psychiatrist or a neurologist, I always consult with that specialist before I certify them for the marijuana. My job is to see that they have the certifying condition and also make sure it's appropriate for them specifically.
But
in
your practice, someone else makes that determination whether or not they have the certifying condition.
Well, like I say, usually I recommend, almost all the conditions have objective evidence that go along with them.
Sure.
And for the couple that don't, I do rely on somebody else to make the diagnosis so that I'm not in the position of saying, oh yes, you have this disease, and oh yes, you can have a card.
Okay, and then isn't it true that you can't issue a prescription for marijuana because it's illegal under federal law?
Correct.
Okay, well, I just, because at the beginning of your presentation, you had said something that you didn't agree with the federal law or something like that. I didn't.
Oh, well, the federal law is really interesting because, it started out as a tax on doctors who prescribe marijuana, cannabis products. And as I said, up until 1942, cannabis products were on the US pharmacopoeia of things that doctors could legitimately use for their patients. It's not like cannabis has always been considered an illegal, very dangerous drug. The dangers of its use, it's interesting that all this happened after. So after we had this whole debacle with prohibition of alcohol, it looks like the government may have just switched its attention to something else, a lot more marijuana, and maybe in response to prohibition of alcohol, more marijuana was coming up from the south of the border. That's when it started being called marijuana. It was in the 1930s. It was part of the campaign to make it illegal. Before that, everybody knew it as cannabis. Calling it marijuana, and one of the reasons I don't use that term is because it stigmatizes it, and it gives it associates it frankly with people migrating from Mexico and from other parts of Latin America.
I'm just trying to link up what you said at the beginning with that you didn't understand that it was illegal under federal law, or you would reference the discussion earlier. And I'm just trying
it seems like a lot of the representatives were nervous or concerned that by making cannabis products legal, that they would be going against federal law. And the federal law from 1970 scheduled marijuana and cannabis as Schedule I substances, when in fact they're really not, because it's always been acknowledged that they have medicinal use. So that's a part of the federal law that I think.
Under what? Because I checked as of last night, marijuana is on Schedule 1 of the controlled substance schedule.
Right.
So you're saying that it's not?
No, I'm saying that I'm not sure that it should be.
Well, that's a different issue.
Well, but that's what I was trying to say.
But that's not an issue.
But the definition of Schedule 1 is supposed to be, drugs that have no accepted medicinal use. And that's never really been true about marijuana.
No, well, evidently our legislators in Congress, I guess, think so, because I mean, we've got representatives in Connecticut, we've got 2 senators, we've got 5 congresspeople. I don't think any of them have put in a bill to make this legal under federal law, so, or to take it off of Schedule 1. And while I may agree with you, it's still illegal under federal law. So anyway, okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Other comments or questions from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for spending a portion of your evening with us. Hope you have a good rest of the evening. I'm sorry? Thank you. We will next hear from Duncan Markovich. Duncan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you have 3 minutes.
All right. Good evening, and I would like to deeply thank everyone for the opportunity to speak on this topic. My name is Duncan Markovich, a Brantford native and current resident, and I'm representing myself and my local cannabis therapeutics company, Better Ways LLC, with these following statements in reference to not supporting SB 888 in any capacity whatsoever as it currently stands. I feel that this bill significantly falls short of what is necessary in order to implement a successful legalization plan. I feel the essential foci of any state bill regarding adult use marijuana consumption must at the very least include a regulatory framework around granting all related licenses equitably to proactively prevent any kind of early monopolization, the creation of a sustainable and forward-thinking environment for industry growth, space to allow for state-backed university research and industry collaboration, but most importantly, the empowerment of all people from all walks of life, regardless of color, creed, or background, to have the same equal and equitable representation and opportunities within this emerging industry. The state's fiduciary responsibility and public transparency of all tax monies collected from cannabis sales and how they're used ideally towards community reinvestment, such as safe cannabis use education and law enforcement re-education and ancillary public safety training, the long overdue examination and steadfast rectification of the damages done to our communities, and specifically communities of color by the war on drugs. And lastly, and probably most importantly, the paramount rights for all adults over the age of 21 to grow their own plant-based medicines, just as anyone over the age of 21 is allowed to brew their own beer. I wholeheartedly feel to my core that this emerging industry and the cannabis plant itself has the innate ability to unify communities through education and much needed healing. After having survived my 4th open heart surgery in 2010, and subsequently having endured an unnecessary exposure to opiates to the degree which I was overdosed twice in the hospital, I found that the use of cannabis was fundamentally superior therapeutically than any prescription pharmaceuticals that were recommended by doctors. Having sound information and access to safe and effective cannabis alternatives is why I founded my company Better Ways in January 2019 after the Farm Bill Act was amended in 2018. Since then, I have helped many people in my community near and far through education and advocacy of daily use of cannabis, but I continue to uncover problems. The 2 major issues I've found in the retail sector is the fear of cannabis-related drug testing by employers and the need for health insurance companies to be able to be billed for these products, as with any other medication for those on fixed incomes.
Mr. Markovich, if you could summarize.
We all must have a place at the table for respectful dialogue and collaborative integration if we are going to successfully move forward with this amazing new industry. This is our watershed and we must act now. I am committed to doing my part in this narrative to help all of those in our community and those with decision-making powers become as educated and acclimated in this field in order to ensure that informed and fact-based decisions are being made, not ones based in fear, greed, ignorance, or apathy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Markovich. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming in to testify today. As we have been here during the day, we've had a number of people from the existing cannabis community come in and testify. I'm thinking the overwhelming majority, if not all, have not liked this bill for one reason or another, as just like you. And I'd ask you, obviously you're in favor of some type of legalization, but not this bill. So my question to you is, would you rather see nothing pass as opposed to having this bill pass?
I think that creates a perspective of disparity. I think that this bill has the opportunity to be amended and include the many things that still need to be a part of it. But I think we are all equally as frustrated with this process, that this has just gone on too long. And I don't feel comfortable saying I'd rather kill this bill and not have anything happen. But we can do better. We absolutely can do better. Other states are doing better. They have implementation in place. They're leading by example. And it just, for those of us in the community that are not comfortable with SB 8888, I think we all just need to get back to a more open level of discussion and transparency on all capacities, and those involve drafting this.
Okay, well, with regard to your frustration, all I can say is welcome to the legislature. But with regard to, so you know, without trying to impose the position of spokesperson for all the cannabis community, I guess my interpretation of what you just said is that you'd rather see this pass and try to fix it later than to see nothing pass. Is that right?
No, what I'm saying is I would rather see it fixed first.
I understand that, but
pass.
assuming it's not going to get fixed.
Well, if then given the ultimatum, then no, I don't want this passed at all.
Okay, so you'd rather, if this is the bill without the things that you just mentioned, you'd rather wait till next year and try to get something else through. Tell me why you would rather wait to get a good bill than to have this bill passed now.
Because I'd rather lead by example in this industry than fake it.
Okay. Do you have any fears that if this bill passed as it is, that the larger companies and out-of-state companies would essentially corner the market early on?
I don't have that fear. That's an observation of what's occurring, and I think it would be reckless to assume that wouldn't happen with the language of this bill.
Because we've heard other testimony from people who were concerned that that was going to be the case. So I was just, wondering if that was one of your fears, because certainly it's the fear of other people in the community.
I think most, if not all of us that are opposed to this bill are still waiting to have a much more diverse and dynamic conversation about what defines equity, and how everybody that is currently involved in this industry or interested in entering this industry should have an equal place at the table in conversation. And it shouldn't be based on the fact that I have access to more capital resources than somebody else. You know, why should somebody who ran a dispensary out of state, who's now a Connecticut resident and knows how to give quality products and quality education to the community, why should they not be allowed an equal place as somebody who's, you know, a corporate investor who knows very little about this industry?
Right. Now, have you reviewed the fee structure with regard to licensing in this bill?
I have.
Okay, what's your feeling about it?
I think you're simply costing out individuals who could do just as good a job, if not better, just because they don't have access to certain thresholds of capital. It's, as I think the term earlier said today, was pay to play.
Okay, now, we were told by the governor's representatives that the structure of this bill is not designed as an income generator. Is that your feeling about the bill?
That my feeling that the bill is set up as an income generator? Is that what you're asking?
They said that it was not.
It seems to be geared towards that. And again, as esoteric as this might sound, but this has been a telos of my life and has been documented well throughout many books of literature. If you focus on making money, you'll never make enough. If you focus on making meaning, the laws of the universe will tend to take care of itself.
Okay, well, I guess I will leave you at that answer. And thank you for your time, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Are there other comments or questions? I do not see any. So thank you, Mr. Markovich, for joining us this evening. I hope you have a good evening.
You as well. Thank you very much for your time and opportunity.
Next, we'll hear from Maria Cahill. Is Maria on? I see you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking our testimony today. I am here with two of my colleagues from Abbott, Aaron Holmes and Fred Delfino. If they could also be activated into the meeting, that would be great. My name is Maria Cahill. I work in government affairs for Abbott Laboratories. Again, thank you for allowing us to testify before you today. As the state embarks on their pathway to legalization of recreational use of cannabis, we understand that one of the priorities of the governor's bill is to protect public safety. So today, or this evening, we're here to speak to public safety on the roadways and the issue of impaired driving. One of the things that Connecticut may learn from other states who have already gone through the legalization process is to increase access to public safety tools that are utilized by law enforcement. This includes officer training in the form of DRE training and A-RIDE, but should also include the allowance of testing for the presence of THC and 5 other commonly used drugs via oral fluid testing at the roadside. As I mentioned, I have colleagues today with me from Abbott. Aaron Holmes is our Director of Global Road Safety, and Fred Delfino is the North American Product Manager for Sotoxa, which is our oral fluid testing device. Aaron will speak to the underlying data, which shows the prevalence of drug driving in states which have passed legislation to legalize recreational use. And then Fred can answer any questions the committee may have about the technology. Aaron?
Hello, can everybody hear me? Wonderful. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As Connecticut considers the legalization of cannabis, the legislature has an opportunity to consider the potential impaired driving implications of this policy, as well as how to adequately prepare. To save lives, we encourage you to authorize the use of oral fluid screening, which is reliable and accurate technology that can aid law enforcement officers in impaired driving investigations. Drug-impaired driving poses a critical threat on our roadways. Numerous studies paint an alarming picture of a growing problem. In 2013-2014, NHTSA administered the National Roadside Survey, which found that roughly 22% of drivers tested positive for impairing drug, cannabis being the most commonly detected substance. CDC data from 2018 found that 12 million people reported driving under the influence of cannabis in the past year. And analysis of data from Washington State, which of course is one of the first states to legalize recreational cannabis, showed that the percentage of drivers involved in fatal crashes who tested positive for cannabis doubled since legalization was enacted. 1 in 5 drivers involved in fatal crashes in that state in 2017 tested positive for THC. And even during the pandemic, the prevalence of drugs detected in seriously and fatally injured drivers has increased significantly, with 65% of those drivers testing positive for drugs, according to a new NHTSA study. It's obviously a serious problem, and we need solutions. Testing is one of those solutions. As Maria mentioned initially, oral fluid screening devices such as Cytoxa offer many advantages. These devices are quick, easy to use, minimally invasive. They capture recent versus historical drug use. They can be collected proximate to the time of driving, and they also have the ability to create general deterrence amongst the public. Those results are not admitted as evidence in court. A secondary confirmation sample, which is typically blood, is collected, and that's what is submitted to a laboratory for confirmation testing. The screening results, however, provide officers with information in real time to support their observations of impairment in the field. It is that combination of the officer's observations of signs and symptoms of impairment, along with a positive oral fluid test result, that can help establish probable cause for a DUI arrest. It also signals to that officer to call in a drug recognition expert to do a drug evaluation, and also to get a warrant to get a blood draw as quickly as possible. The deployment of oral fluid screening devices can assist law enforcement in identifying a larger number of drug-impaired drivers on the roadways.
Ms. Holmes, we've reached the 3-minute mark, so
sure.
I need you to summarize your testimony.
Great, thank you.
All right.
We welcome any questions that you may have with respect to programs that are already in place. There are a number of examples here in the United States, Michigan and Indiana being some of them, and Fred can certainly answer more questions with respect to the technology and how this can be utilized to save lives in Connecticut and elsewhere.
Great. We're gonna jump into the questions here for the Abbott team. I think Senator Champagne has some questions for you.
Thank you. I have some questions about your oral fluid test. The test, does it give you a level of THC?
So this is Fred Delfino, the product manager for North America for the device. The testing does not report out a negative. It's a preliminary screen. It gives a qualitative versus a semi-quantitative result. A positive or negative is displayed for each one of the drug classes that the instrument will test for, which there's 6 of those. And it's based on the cutoff value that is set for that specific drug. More specifically, the concern here is marijuana. It's set at 25 nanograms of oral fluid. It's not a 1-to-1 correlation to blood.
Okay, you said 6. What are all 6? You got marijuana.
Amphetamines, methamphetamines, THC, benzodiazepines, opiates, and cocaine.
Okay. And obviously this is just for probable cause.
Correct.
So it can't be used. And what is the cost of like per unit?
It's really
is it reusable?
Yeah, so it really depends on volumes and purchases. List pricing is in the $4,500 range for the instrument. And then the testing price range at around $25 is the list price. But the real advantage allowing oral fluid is you're giving your law enforcement the opportunity to get that data, as Aaron said, closest proximity to stop. That blood is still a gold standard, right? We're not saying it replaces the blood. What's happening is the delays in blood, collecting the blood, the THC is dissipating within 90 minutes after use. Now, when we pull them over, obviously they've used prior to that. So it's more supportive in a case to be able to get the oral fluid sample reflecting the most recent drug use.
Mhm. Okay. And obviously it's just probable cause, but the DRE, if done correctly, is basically going to be the conviction tool.
Yeah.
All right. That's the only question.
Thank you. We call it a tandem process. You have the DRE's evaluation, which is a 11th step, the 12th being a toxicology drug test. So this really is that toxicology screen that supports this finding. So now we move forward with the impairment based on what the DRE sees. The instrument does not say you're impaired. It says this drug is here, which in THC case reflects most recent use.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking for your testimony in our system and I don't see it, Mr. Delfino. Can you guys make sure that you send in your testimony with the statistics on drugged driving that you have in the states that have this, and also information about your device?
Most certainly.
Yes, we will include that, Representative. I'm sorry we didn't have the chance to get it out to everybody prior to the hearing.
Super, thank you.
Sure.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'd like to thank you all for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Next up, I believe we have Amy Parmenter. Ma'am, you're muted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Can now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Amy Parmenter. As Manager of Public and Government Affairs for the AAA Allied Group, I offer this testimony on behalf of both AAA clubs in Connecticut, the AAA Allied Group and AAA Northeast. Together, both clubs represent more than 1 million members across Connecticut, and both are also longstanding members of Connecticut's statewide impaired driving task force. As a matter of national policy, AAA opposes the legalization of recreational cannabis strictly as it relates to drug-impaired driving, which, as you just heard, is already a major traffic safety issue in Connecticut and nationwide. Sorry. That said, we acknowledge and appreciate the efforts of our lawmakers to address traffic safety concerns in this legislation. And in fact, there's much about this bill that aligns with AAA policy relevant to drug-impaired driving, which we've detailed in our written testimony. We've also provided additional recommendations, such as the training of all officers in A-Ride, that AAA believes would go a long way to addressing the drug-impaired driving issues that already exist on Connecticut roadways. Still, there are significant traffic safety concerns that cannot be remedied through legislation, despite the best of intentions, dedicated dollars. I'll name just two. First, the unique enforcement challenges in terms of marijuana and driving. You've heard a lot today about the vital need for DRE officers. Connecticut has only 64 DREs at this time. That number is expected to diminish in the coming months. That's compared to more than 500 DREs in New Jersey, where marijuana has just been legalized. Despite the best efforts of our DOT, the agency has been increasingly challenged to grow the numbers of trained DREs. Not just because there's not enough money for training, but because there are not enough officers who are willing, qualified applicants. And the second challenge is lack of public education around the dangers of marijuana and driving. As a result, many people think it's safe to drive after using cannabis. A recent study indicates that almost half of all cannabis users think it's okay to drive under the influence of marijuana. And AAA research found that more than 70% of Americans don't think a driver would be caught by police for driving under the influence of marijuana. I think it's important to note that these two issues do not exist for alcohol. Police can determine roadside with a simple BAC test. There have been decades of public education. We all know friends don't let friends drive drunk. And yet, year after year, Connecticut is one of the top states for fatal crashes involving a drunk driver. We were even #1 in 2017. So I offer this as a backdrop for you as you consider the legalization of recreational marijuana, which is, as you've heard today, much more challenging from a traffic safety perspective. In closing, AAA recognizes that the legalization of recreational cannabis is a complex issue. Our opposition is specifically related to the unique challenges associated with combating drug-impaired driving and the increased risk that legalization of marijuana would pose to all road users, especially given that at this time, fatal crashes are up and the use of cannabis by drivers involved in fatal crashes is up. Still, I underscore that AAA stands ready to work with our legislators to improve Connecticut's drug-impaired driving policies. We'd be happy to answer questions or provide any additional resources that would be helpful in your deliberations. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Parmenter, what's the basis for your statement that there's not enough officers who are willing or qualified to be trained as DREs in the state of Connecticut?
Okay, so in order to be trained as a DRE, you would have to first be trained as an A-Ride officer. So that's one of the limiting factors. And then apparently there are other limiting factors that I don't necessarily, that for whatever reason, law enforcement officers have decided not to apply for the program. And that's been a growing challenge for our DOT, that they can't fill the seats in the classrooms.
So the testimony from DOT this morning, I believe, was there's something like 950 to 1,000 air ride trained officers, and there's only 16 who are trained as DREs. And I thought the testimony this morning, or at least the questioning this morning, was that part of the reason for the gap is the additional cost and travel associated with becoming a DRE. But you're saying there's something beyond just cost, and so
Exactly. So just to clarify there, the testimony this morning, that 13 or 16 number, that referred to the number of state police who are trained as DREs, but actually overall, the number of police trained as DREs, there are 64 right now. And the 950 number of A-RIDE, that's about 10% of all of our officers. That's one of the lowest number of trained A-RIDE officers compared to other states across the country. But yes, I am suggesting that there is another factor that just providing more money for the training will not resolve.
So I'm asking, what is that factor?
That police are not interested in signing up, unwilling at this time to, sign up for this particular training.
And what are you basing that off of?
I wouldn't begin to speculate as to what the thinking is behind why for a time it was a popular program and now it's not.
So are you speculating there's not enough officers who are willing and qualified?
No, that's a fact that the DOT has been trying to increase the number of drug recognition experts for several years now, pretty much as long as I've been kind of engaged with them. And it's been a challenge. We've had, I think a couple of years ago, we had around 50. Now that number is up to 64. I think it's expected to diminish in the coming months because of reassignments and retirements. So it continues to be a challenge.
Senator Haskell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ma'am, for your testimony tonight. I really appreciate some of the suggestions that AAA puts forward. I feel like in this building, they might be referred to as friendly amendments right there. They certainly don't undermine, I think, the spirit of the bill, but instead strengthen it. I'm particularly interested in the public education campaigns about the risk of cannabis impaired driving. So I have two questions for you this evening. One is, have you seen this done successfully in other states that have legalized cannabis? You mentioned that in at least one state, there were 33% of teens who thought that driving under the influence of cannabis was legally permissible. We certainly don't want that to be the case in Connecticut. What examples can we follow or avoid in terms of other states in this regard?
I'm not familiar with all of the public education campaigns that have been rolled out in other states, or if there have been public education campaigns rolled out in other states. Certainly AAA would be happy to contribute, do research and contribute to what public education campaigns could be most effective. I know we actually have research about how to affect behavioral change, which is very, very difficult, whether it's PSAs or whatever. But we do know, and alcohol would be a perfect example of that. I mean, we've had several decades of friends don't let friends die drunk, and yet it's still a significant problem across the country and specifically here in Connecticut.
Yeah, I would argue though that those public education campaigns have been, they certainly haven't eradicated drunk driving, but they've been wildly successful among my generation, I think, which is less likely to drive under the influence of alcohol than my parents' or grandparents' generation.
Yes, we agree with that. And that's part of it, is that we need to catch up in terms of the marijuana impaired driving, because we know that many more people think that it's okay to get behind the wheel high than those who think it's okay to drive drunk.
Understood. I know that we have a lot of other people sign up to testify, so I'll move on to my second question, which is I appreciate the fact that one element that AAA has cited as being a positive aspect of this bill is that the drug recognition expert testimony is admissible as evidence. I'm not sure if you've been listening all day, and it's admittedly been a long hearing, but the public defenders have requested what I find to be a reasonable amendment to the bill, which would just make sure that drug recognition expert testimony is not automatically admissible, that there's still that sort of judicial gatekeeping that goes along with every other sort of expert testimony. I assume that isn't something to which AAA would object.
Yeah, that's actually, I was listening to that as well, and I reached out to our DMV right away to say, wait a minute, I'm hearing that there can't be any cross-examination or something. Is that actually true? And I was told that was not accurate. So
you wouldn't, although it is important to make sure that DRE testimony is admissible, it isn't mission critical in the perspective of AAA to make sure that it's automatically admissible, that it would still be subject to proper judicial questioning and gatekeeping.
Yeah, I think that what is wanted is that, and I don't know all the legal intricacies, but the way it was explained to me is that it would not have to go through a Porter-Dauber hearing in order to be admissible.
Understood. Well, thank you for your testimony. I could dig in more, but we've got other folks who probably want to ask questions. So thank you very much, ma'am. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and if I can provide additional information offline or in some way, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us.
Great, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Next up, we will hear from Mark Spellman.
Good evening, members of the Judiciary Committee. I commend you on your stamina. I've been hanging in with you all afternoon. You're sharp as a tack still. I'm a psychologist. I represent the Connecticut Psychological Association. I'm also in private practice in New Fairfield. If Connecticut passes SB 888, we would advocate that it include a spirit of science-based harm reduction. Harm reduction is an approach to care that recognizes that we humans have a penchant for intoxicants and euphorics. And the goal is to reduce as much as possible that the harm that their use causes. I'll give you 4 examples. There would be many. This isn't comprehensive. The first would be schizophrenia. If you have a family history of schizophrenia, if you're at risk for schizophrenia and you're a heavy marijuana user, your risk of a first break is 6 times greater, 600%. And future psychotic episodes are equally likely to be much more severe for heavy marijuana users. We need public health messaging. We need counseling at dispensaries. Legalization would provide an avenue to provide those public health messages and counseling. Secondly, we're concerned about heavy use. Unquestionably, but there are risk factors involved in marijuana use, and they fall disproportionately in the heavy use group. The psychological risks, the physiological risks are disproportionately found in the heavy use group. We can counsel people about that. We can warn people about that. And yes, there's addiction, maybe not physical addiction for tolerance and withdrawal, but certainly many users find they can't stop when they want to. We need a hotline for if you can't stop when you want to, call us. Of course, we're concerned with how much more potent marijuana has become. And it seems from the research we see, seminars I've attended at APA, that as we bred up THC, we inadvertently bred down CBD. And it would seem that CBD buffers brain damage risk that THC poses. But we've not only made marijuana more potent, we've also taken out some of the buffering safety factors natural marijuana once had. I believe pharmacists at dispensaries could counsel on this. Public health information could counsel on this. And we urge that a harm reduction science-based policy be wrapped into implementation of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, and well done on timing the 3 minutes. Questions from the committee? If not, appreciate your succinct testimony and to the point.
Thank you.
Next up will be Carl Torella.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 888. My name is Carl Torella, and I'm the General Manager of Acreage Holdings, which operates 3 medical marijuana dispensaries in Connecticut: Prime Wellness in South Windsor, Thames Valley Relief in Uncasville, and Compassionate Care Center in Bethel. And my chief pharmacist is available in queue to answer any pharmacy questions you may have. In the interest of time, I won't read my entire testimony and will focus on the medical market. We will make ourselves available today or in the future to discuss all aspects of SB 888. We ask you to consider the following items that, in our opinion, improve the bill before you. Patient fees. Currently, patients pay hundreds of dollars annually in expenses and fees. This may not seem like a lot of money, but when monthly out-of-pocket prescription costs are factored in, annual fees can be a costly impediment to patients seeking care. Unlike proposals in recent years, SB 888 does not eliminate the annual fees for patients and caregivers. We ask that the legislature amend the bill to eliminate all patient fees. Taxes. Sticking with affordability, the bill as written has an excise tax that doesn't differentiate between cannabis grown for medical use or adult use, therefore significantly raising costs of prescriptions for patients. We recommend a simplified point of sale tax structure that not only keeps Connecticut competitive with states in the region and discourages purchases on the illicit market, but doesn't increase the cost of the medical marijuana prescriptions. Medication limits. Under this proposal, patients are allowed to purchase up to 5 ounces of medical cannabis for a 1-month prescription. However, on the retail side, customers may purchase up to 1 ounce of cannabis per day, every day. We request that you allow the prescribing physician to have the discretion as to what the appropriate prescription limit should be for their patients, instead of an arbitrary limit. Qualifying conditions. Currently, the Board of Physicians created by the DCP meets at least twice per year to consider adding qualifying conditions to be treated with medical cannabis. Under this bill, the language is changed to have the board meet, quote unquote, as necessary. We appreciate the time and the energy the Board of Physicians has been dedicating to Connecticut patients. However, similar to the medication limits above, we think it would be better to allow treating physicians to determine whether medical cannabis is best for their patients. They, more than anyone else, know their patients and can make decisions in a timely fashion, rather than patients having to wait months or even years for the board to make its decision on qualifying conditions. Thank you again for allowing me and my chief pharmacist to testify before you. We are happy to answer any questions you may have regarding these or other issues addressed in Senate Bill 888.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
Next up will be Thomas Burr.
Yes, good evening, Representative Stafford, Senator Winfield, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Thomas Burr. I'm the Community and Affiliate Relations Manager of the Connecticut State Office of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, otherwise known as NAMI, Connecticut. And I am testifying today regarding SB 888. NAMI is dedicated to building better lives for those with lived experience with mental illness and their families. NAMI Connecticut and its 9 local affiliates provide support groups and education programs for people with mental health conditions and their loved ones, and advocates for policies to improve the lives of people affected by mental health conditions. You have my written testimony, and I want to echo the testimonies of Doctors D'Souza and Scheingold. We know that legalization will increase consumption of marijuana here in Connecticut. Marijuana addiction rates among teens in states that have legalized marijuana are 25% higher. We also know that approximately 5% of the population will have a very negative reaction to ingesting THC. In those with underlying psychosis-related conditions, such as schizophrenia and some types of bipolar and depressive disorders, marijuana may trigger a further episode of psychosis. This may land them in the ER and possibly inpatient psychiatric hospitalization. It may also trigger first episode psychosis. I have experienced this exact scenario with my son whenever he smoked marijuana. If you have never witnessed a loved one in psychosis, be thankful, for it is truly frightening. For millions of individuals with these and other psychiatric problems, research has now shown that marijuana will exacerbate symptoms and render their illnesses much harder to treat. Not surprisingly, there is a 2015 study that found, quote, overall evidence from epidemiological studies provides strong enough evidence to warrant a public health message that cannabis use can increase the risk of psychiatric disorders. Connecticut should have no illusions that the legalization of marijuana will have any fiscal upside. It will absolutely have a negative societal cost. In fact, for every dollar gained in tax revenue, Coloradans spend approximately $4.50 to mitigate the effects of legalization. Therefore, we would expect that a significant portion of the revenue realized by the state of Connecticut from the sale of marijuana should be applied to prevention education targeted towards middle and high school students, treatment for mental health and addiction concerns, and research into the effects of cannabis on the developing brain and society as a whole. You should also know that Illinois and Oregon have both allocated 20% of their marijuana tax revenue be set aside for mental health and substance use services. In summary, NAMI Connecticut and our members are opposed to the legalization of cannabis unless and until a significant share of any realized revenues are directed towards the appropriate budget line items for the inevitable uptick in people needing their services. Thank you for your time and attention. I will now gladly answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative O'Day.
Sir, I just want to thank you for your testimony. I don't know if, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I just want to thank you for your testimony. Where did you get the $1 to $4.50?
It's in my testimony, the reference. If I'll bring it back up here, I can tell you specifically. But it was definitely footnoted in my testimony. Let's see, that was number 4. That was, oh, for crying out loud, my computer's giving me fits. That was from the biological calpsychiatryjournal.com. It was an article in that publication, but it's in my testimony, so you can see the link for that.
All right, great, thanks. As long as that's in your testimony, that's the main thing I wanted to hear. Thank you very much, sir, for your testimony and your time today, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Burr, if there is, money allocated 20% or the example set by Illinois and Oregon, as long as there's money allocated toward the services that would be needed by mental illness patients, are you okay with the passage of this bill, the commercialization and of recreational marijuana?
Well, that's a great question. Honestly, I'd like to see that number a lot bigger because, as some of the other people have testified today, Connecticut is in a mental health tsunami right now. We were not in a good place pre-COVID, and what with COVID and all its fallout, all its trauma, we are in a really bad place now. And I hate to draw the parallels between what we're seeing in general in the mental health world versus revenues from just this bill. But certainly when we testify in front of the Appropriations Committee next week, we're going to be asking for a huge increase in money because, you know, it may have been raining before, but it's a monsoon now in the mental health world. We're just drowning. You know, the people that reach out to us now, it's unprecedented. You know, we're running support groups online constantly ever since March. And I personally, you know, do a support group for family members who have loved ones that are dealing with mental health concerns. And it's very common that I hear that, you know, their son or daughter is abusing drugs and alcohol and they're just a mess and they need help and they don't know where to go. And there's, you know, waiting, you know, long periods of wait times in ERs. I've heard some kids are sometimes in the ER for literally days because there just aren't enough places for them to go for treatment.
So your organization is a national organization. Are you saying that Connecticut is unique in having this mental illness tsunami? And if yes, why is that? And is this COVID related only, or is it even before COVID?
Representative, I don't mean to cut you off, but we're getting at a late hour and there's a number of folks to testify. If you can tie this back to the bill before us, that's fine. But I just don't want to get us off on a tangent if we can avoid it.
No, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was thinking of Dr. Spellman who testified and now Mr. Burr. If there's a particular harm to those citizens who have mental illness, I just want to understand, do we have a lot of mental illness citizens to consider?
Yeah, Connecticut, you know, like all the states is, you know, facing issues with not only COVID, but this, you know, wave of legalization that's happening across the country. And it's a problem. I mean, I'm speaking strictly for the Connecticut chapter, but as a national organization, yeah, we hear it from some of the other states. They're also struggling with a huge uptick due to the legalization of cannabis in their states.
Okay. There's one more statement then. Is it fair to say, for those of you who are really aware of mental illness and all of its implications, that there is a wish among you activists to see this wave sweeping across the country be stopped in Connecticut? That we be the first state that really says no?
And again, another good question. See, the devil's always in the details. We all know that marijuana exists in a black market situation, and it's a big problem already. Legalizing it, I don't think solves that. What we're concerned about is it certainly has the unintended consequence of making it seem like it's okay. And we certainly don't want people going to jail for possession. You know, we were very happy when it was decriminalized because people with mental health conditions and substance abuse problems, they need help, not handcuffs. No one gets better in jail. It's not a therapeutic environment. And it shouldn't be a crime to have an illness that somehow gets you tied up in the criminal justice system and adds just another big hill to climb. The mental health and substance abuse issues are hard enough to deal with on their own without throwing a criminal record on top of it.
Thank you.
So I think there's a better way to just approach all of this. And I hope that answers your question. You know, it's not really a black and white yes or no, as far as we're concerned, really. It's a lot more complicated than that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions to the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Burr, thank you for being with us.
My pleasure.
Next up will be Tamika McPhail.
Hi.
Hey, ma'am. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tamika McPhail. I am here. I'm a mother of 6, a lifelong Bridgeport resident. I'm the state director for Minorities for Medical Marijuana, and I'm also the state director for National Expungement Week. Minorities for Medical Marijuana serves as a leader and resource within the cannabis industry, providing advocacy, education, and cannabis legislation, research, training, outreach, health, and wellness within the cannabis community. National Expungement Week, we provide free access to expungement and pardon services. And I want to say, I applaud the governor's office for putting forward SB 888. And I also applaud the governor's office for being open to collaborating with people and hearing more about social equity and social justice. But I cannot support the bill as it stands because there's still too much criminalization for possession and grow. There's been a lot of testimony of cannabis being harmful and all these studies. And there's one study that refutes another study. The truth of the matter is we don't have enough studies to give us concrete answers. And so one thing that we would like to see is social equity business model be added to this bill. And that will include policy that supports providing technical assistance, business formation, licensing, and funding for minority and women-owned businesses, low-income business owners, and business owners who have come from communities most impacted by the war on drugs. Another aspect we would like to see is a social equity criminal justice business model. And that is policy that's written that restores and repairs communities. We would like to see automatic expungement and people not have to go through a lengthy process. We like to see a social equity community reinvestment model. And that's policy that is written that ensures that a portion of the tax revenue collected is reinvested in community programs, cannabis education, consumer protection, job creation, and social service programs for communities, again, that were most impacted by the war on drugs. We would like to see a social equity youth prevention model, and that will provide funds for all of these. I think everybody on here that's a parent or a human being, we don't want to see misuse of cannabis by the youth. And so we would like to see a model that adds youth cannabis education and prevention programs. We would also like to see a social equity public health and safety model, and that's policy and funding for community cannabis education, and for maybe consumption lounges so people have a safe place to consume cannabis. We would like to see a social equity workforce development model. And that is where a portion of the tax revenue is going to be allocated for workforce development opportunities, education and training, and even career exploration within the cannabis industry.
Ma'am, you're at the you're a little over the 3-minute mark.
I have one more thing. The last thing we would like to see is a social equity supplier diversity economic development model. And that's a policy that promotes and measures diversity among all of the licensing applicants. I just want to say really quick that we in Connecticut are in a beautifully unique place. We don't have to, we can look at where other states got things wrong and we can do it right. We have the biggest wealth and education gap in this country, in Connecticut, here in Fairfield County. And we can right that. We can fix that.
Great. Well, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us. And thanks for zooming in from the great city of Bridgeport here. Next up will be Al D'Amica.
Yes, we were linked with Carl Torella, so I'm all set.
Oh, okay, great.
Thank you.
Then after that, I have Ulrich Boysen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, Representative Staffstrom and members of the committee. My name is Ulrich Boysen, and I'm a senior analyst at the Tax Foundation. So we don't take a position on the bill, but I wanted to share some research on cannabis excise tax design, which is a subject that I have studied extensively. It's a crucial element of legalizing recreational cannabis, the excise tax design. And most states have done this by opting for a price-based ad valorem excise tax. This may seem like a simpler way to go, but it doesn't necessarily offer an equitable or long-term solution. While ad valorem taxes may look like general sales taxes, there are important differences. The reason we levy an excise tax is to target specific unique characteristics of a product. It's often negative externalities. You can think of it like the harm that cigarette consumption does to the consumer or to anyone around them, or the fact that we tax motor fuel to pay for the roads. General sales taxes, they normally fall on most consumer transactions. So it's important to have a distinction there. Because this is why we levy an excise tax, it should also correspond to the harm that it's addressing, and in effect, internalize the cost. Neither of these things have anything to do with the price. So in SB 888, the tax would be $1.25 per dry weight gram, 50 cents per dry weight gram of trim, and 20 cents per gram of wet plant. There would also be a 3% tax at retail and the general sales tax. And what this tax design does succeed in, it does succeed in targeting the negative externality. Weight is a good proxy. As I said before, price would be a bad proxy, but SB 888 targets the weight, which is very positive. I did a calculation. I thought you might find it interesting to look at the effective tax rate that this bill would result in. So if we take all the taxes in the bill and add the general sales tax, the effective tax rate would be something around 24% when the market's matured. In the early years, it'd likely be around 20%, which is pretty competitive with neighboring states and certainly across the other states that have legalized. Furthermore, in the first year or so of legalization, taxes won't be that determining in terms of price. Low supply is likely to have a much bigger impact on prices than taxes will. Another positive outcome of taxing by quantity is revenue stability. We've seen prices go up and down in states that have legalized. For instance, in Colorado from 2014 to 2019, the price of a gram of cannabis flower declined from almost $11 to $4.50. There's an average decline of 16% year on year. When you tax the quantity, you're going to see a stable revenue collection regardless of these price discrepancies. The last thing I wanted to comment on was longevity of the tax. There is a risk that the federal risk or opportunity or chance that the federal government may make some moves on federal legalization. Now, if you have a price-based tax at retail,
So you're a little over the 3-minute mark, so I just need you to wrap up.
I'll round up. I just wanted to say that going with a quantity-based tax protects the longevity of the tax system, whereas a price-based tax, which some are advocating for, would create problems in the event of a federal legalization. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you sticking out with us here.
Thank you, guys.
All right, next up we have Anderson Curtis.
Good evening, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Anderson Curtis, and I am the Senior Organizer and Policy Advocate for the American Civil Liberties Union of Connecticut. The ACLU of CT supports this bill only if it's amended to fix the concerns I'm about to raise that are described in detail in the written testimony of my colleague, Kelly Moore. We believe in complete decriminalization of cannabis. We also believe that legalization must push for equity for individuals and communities harmed by the racist history of enforcement of cannabis offenses in Connecticut. Therefore, some of the equity provisions in House Bill 6377, an act concerning labor and peace agreements in modern and equitable cannabis workforce, are essential additions to this bill. This bill continues to criminalize simple possession of cannabis, and that needs to be changed. In the proposed bill, possession of just 2.5 ounces creates criminal liability on a second offense. Youths are criminalized the second time they attempt to buy cannabis underage. Growing your own cannabis plants is criminalized at all levels. And SB 888 creates the potential that an adult can be incarcerated for up to a year for negligently allowing a minor to possess cannabis. If Connecticut does not want to repeat the mistakes of its past, it should not apply criminal penalties to simple possession of any type of cannabis in any amount by any person. First, while the bill does provide for some automatic erasure mechanisms, which we support, it doesn't do nearly enough. It caps erasure to possession of under 4 ounces and doesn't include any offenses other than simple possession. This bill also retrenches collateral consequences by implicitly allowing landlords to deny housing to people with convictions for possession of greater than 4 ounces of cannabis. The bill will allow for people to be sent back to prison for technical parole violations based on legal possession of cannabis. This bill would do nothing to help people currently incarcerated for those kinds of violations. This bill allows employers to fire employees for off-work legal use of cannabis. It also allows for DCF to determine that a child is at risk of harm based on a positive drug test of their parent for a legal substance. In short, this bill makes minor efforts to limit the impact of past cannabis-related convictions, but it fails to include enough offenses to take steps to reduce most harms. There are numerous due process concerns with the conduct of DUI stops and the supposed drug recognition experts. Our written testimony details those problems. Connecticut can make significant strides toward equity and liberty with a strong and equitable cannabis legalization bill. To make this bill as strong as possible, we encourage this committee to amend the bill in ways I've described with other amendments in our written testimony. The war on cannabis, like the war on drugs overall, has been a failure that has ruined millions of lives, torn families apart, and decimated communities, all while perpetuating racial injustice. Connecticut cannot repeat these mistakes by passing a recreational cannabis bill that creates new and different opportunities for disparate harm to people of color. Yet without the amendment, parts of Senate Bill 888 would do just that. If and only if those amendments are made, the ACLU of Connecticut will support Senate Bill 888. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Representative Blumenthal.
Sorry, just a quick one, Mr. Chair. Mr. Curtis, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate hearing your perspective. My understanding of the new criminal penalties purpose is that if we're going to create a legal regulated market, then we need to keep people from going to the black market and to keep them in the legal market. And is it your position and the ACLU's position that there should be no consequences for going outside the legal market, or is it the position that the consequences should just not be criminal ones?
Consequences should not be criminal, and that is for people who have legal means to obtain the marijuana and to use it legally. I'm not talking about illegal things.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Curtis, for being with us.
All right, everyone, have a good evening. Thank you for your time.
Next up will be Kevin Severino.
Yes, I hope you can hear me. Thank you, chairs and members of the committee, for sticking with this for so long. My name's Kevin Severino. I've been treating persons with addiction since 1991. I'm currently president of the American Academy of Addiction Psychiatry. I'm an associate clinical professor of psychiatry at Yale, and am consulting psychiatrist to Gaylord Hospital in Wallingford. Today, I speak as chair of a subcommittee we formed on cannabis legalization of the State Advisory Board to DEMAS. So this is the first you'll hear from a member of DEMAS. We voice opposition to the, I'm not a member of DEMAS, I'm on the advisory board, but our subcommittee and now the State Advisory Board voices opposition to passage of SB 888 at this time for several key reasons. And you've heard many of these, so I'll go through them quickly. First, today's high potency marijuana is more addictive and more likely to induce psychosis than that studied in the past. You've heard that the THC potency of smoked cannabis is now about 20%, and dab and waxes can be over 90% THC content. Hence, while it used to be estimated that about 9% of those who used cannabis would become addicted, today that number is 30%. And somebody had asked before, what is it for alcohol? That number is about 9% for alcohol. The current bill allows for full commercialization of all cannabis products, including shatter, wax, and vape liquids. It doesn't limit potency and taxes on the basis of weight, so it encourages sales of higher potency products. Only on page 25 of the bill, I apologize, I don't have the line number, is there mention of future possible limits through DPC, which feels after the fact. It's not an easy thing to determine and regulate potency. Second, commercialization of cannabis and normalization of use in the eyes of youth will lead to increased use by youth. It's hard to understand how this could not occur. California saw a 23% increase in the past 30-day use among school-age children after legalization despite sales to such individuals being illegal. And in my submitted testimony, I reference Dr. Pascal's article on that. The frontal lobe of the human brain, critical to decision-making, continues to develop up through the mid-20s, consistent with earlier use resulting in greater addiction. We ask that legalization be restricted to those 25 and older, and more research be conducted to reduce youth exposure. Third, in Connecticut, cannabis legalization will result in about 16 extra MVA deaths per year, and I extrapolated that from Colorado data. For those that don't die, last year I alone treated 3 patients in their 20s who suffered cannabis-related motor vehicle accidents. One with severe brain injury who could no longer talk to me, one with quadriplegia, and one with paraplegia. Their lives were forever changed for them and their families. How many more will there be when this use goes up? And finally, as has been argued before, the public health and administrative costs to Connecticut will far exceed the tax revenues from cannabis legalization. I note Senator Champagne was already surprised DPH has been so little involved. The current bill describes adding 64 positions to DCP, large increases in officer training, public education, additions to the staff to DMV, and add to this the cost of the increased MVAs.
Sorry, I gave you a little leeway. You're over your 3 minutes here.
Okay.
So you should wrap up.
And I feel when you calculate these costs in the proposed bill will far outweigh what we will gain from tax revenues. Our subcommittee submitted to the Judiciary Committee a letter providing more detailed explanation of our concerns.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you
Thank
about
you.
this, sir. I gotta ask, and I gotta clear this up for the record. So you started by saying you were testifying on behalf of Demas.
On behalf of the State Advisory Board to Demas.
So what is the State Advisory Board to Demas?
The governor, not only do the regional advisory councils have representatives on that, but as well, the governor has appointees that serve to advise the commissioner of Demas.
And the advisory board, did the advisory board meet and authorize you to testify on their behalf here today?
Yes, and my letter is signed by the head of the advisory board as well as myself.
Okay. And did you get clearance from Demas to testify on behalf of that agency?
I'm not testifying on behalf of Demas. I'm testifying on behalf of the advisory board. Okay. So they were present when the head of the advisory board signed off on my testifying.
Okay. No, I just have to clarify it for the record because
Okay.
your testimony is contrary to the testimony that's been submitted by Demas itself. Demas has submitted testimony in support of this legislation. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, and I cannot speak on behalf of the actual commissioner and other members of Demas as they are appointed and employees of the governor.
But you are aware that Demas itself has testified in support of this, has submitted testimony in support of this legislation.
I have not read their testimony. They have told me they did that.
Okay. All right. I just have to be clear for the record that you're not testifying on behalf of the agency, that the agency has submitted its own testimony in this matter.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Representative Blumenthal, did you still have your hand up from the last one, or do you have something on this? Representative O'Day.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman. Doctor, thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry if I missed the beginning when you said your specialty and years of practice.
I've been practicing since 1991. I'm specialized in both addiction medicine and consult liaison psychiatry. That means I work inside a hospital.
And is it okay? Could you mention which hospital you work at?
At Gaylord Hospital in Wallingford, Connecticut. So we see a lot of spinal cord injuries and brain injuries.
So you've had extensive experience treating a number of people with extensive marijuana abuse?
Yes.
Have you heard the testimony today from a number of different doctors on pro and con?
All day. Yes.
So you may have heard my number one concern is, so when you mentioned that you want the age limit to be 25, I'm as Chairman Staffstrom can testify, I've never claimed to be a doctor or the smartest person in a room, but it sounds like you and I are in agreement that 25 is an age in which the brain develops, and that we want to make sure that people don't use and abuse marijuana. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there are two reasons. A, the brain seems to do a lot less development after 25, and in some of our cases actually begins to regress. But then the other thing is that earlier use of cannabis leads to higher rates of addiction. And so if you start later, it's safer.
And you know, the THC content was also something that's been mentioned. You know, it's increased dramatically over the last even just 5 years. And so what have you found in the difference between the THC content and the impact on particularly the teen and youth?
Well, remember, I don't really treat children and adolescents. I treat young adults, but I can't say I have enough experience over the last 5 years to say I'm seeing a huge difference other than parents complaining about vaping. Fair enough.
Fair enough. And is your written testimony, does it have references to the statistics you referenced?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right, doctor, is there anything, I know you ran out of your 3 minutes there. Is there anything that that's not in your testimony that you wanted to relate to us this evening?
No, I think it's been covered before, and we're
okay.
set.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor. And Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your indulgence.
Thank you.
Thank you. And despite the bait, Representative O'Day, I will not take you up on your offer to comment on your experience as a doctor or lack thereof, but you certainly left a softball there for me. All right. Next up will be Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Severino. I would be remiss if I didn't indicate to you that I'm very familiar with Gaylord Hospital, being here in Wallingford, and I think one of the greatest victims of COVID is the Gaylord Gauntlet, which I have for many years participated in on the grounds there. But that being said, sir, I did pull up the 1 page of testimony from the Commissioner of Demas, and little troubling. I see in there that they reference the $283,000 expenditure fiscal year 22 and $1 million in expenditure in 23 to assess and manage public health impacts related to the implementation of this bill. So based upon that, I would believe that there's going to be public health impacts. So are those impacts that you've already addressed, or, because I can't tell from this document, and I know you're on this subcommittee, what those impacts are?
I think what they're trying to do is establish more of a surveillance system to understand what the impacts will be. Because as you've heard today, there's controversy about, will motor vehicle accidents go up? Will there be increased use by youth? And so now that's only surveillance. It doesn't provide any funds for increased treatment, but that's what that surveillance is meant to do. So I'm anticipating what they think is, once there is more data down the road, there may be amendments to the bill.
It does say that this funding will support secret shopper and minor decoy programs and awareness campaign and prevention and education activities. So I would have liked to have been able to ask them, but okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir, for your testimony tonight and for your patience. I know it's been a long hearing. You mentioned that you deal extensively with medical issues pertaining to young adults, and I just wanted to follow up on that. I certainly do not have the medical training to doubt your assertion that the brain isn't fully developed until the age of 25. But I just wanted to sort of, if that's true, and I don't have any reason to doubt that it is, would you recommend that we then raise the drinking age, for example, from 21 to 25?
I would.
And how about the age to drive a motor vehicle?
Well, that's interesting is, we do know that the young, especially when they first start driving, can be more impulsive, but then there isn't any counter data that driving is damaging to the developing brain, unless of course they have an accident. So I think that's a little more complicated and outside my area of expertise.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll just ask one more question for the sake of brevity, if the chair will allow. When you say that youth addiction rates, forget rates, but when you say that you've witnessed youth addiction related to cannabis, you're not referring to the sort of chemical addiction that one might find in young people who smoke cigarettes and consume nicotine, right? Or is it your medical opinion that same addictive quality of nicotine is present in cannabis?
I am referring to the same thing. In fact, just in the latest, what we call DSM Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for mental illnesses, DSM, cannabis withdrawal is now a recognized entity. So the key hallmarks of addiction are loss of control of use and adverse consequences. And those happen with nicotine, they happen with alcohol, and they happen with cannabis.
But surely, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind one brief follow-up, surely there's a difference in the sense that nicotine triggers a chemical reaction in the brain, whereas it sounds as though shoplifting is an addiction, for an example, that would satisfy those two criteria that you mentioned, something that certainly has negative consequences for an individual who engages in it, and something that becomes a behavioral need for an individual. But isn't that different from the sort of chemical addiction that one's body actually begins to crave nicotine? Isn't there a distinction to be drawn between things that are behaviorally addictive and those which are chemically addictive?
Well, some would argue that there isn't. So there's a big argument about whether gambling, internet addiction, shoplifting, sex addiction should be listed under quotes addictions, because they all result in elevated levels of dopamine in something called the nucleus accumbens, which is kind of a final reward pathway. But you're right, those aren't chemicals. But cannabis is, nicotine is, alcohol is. So they are substances that induce that increase in dopamine in the nucleus accumbens.
So aside from perhaps negative mental health consequences, are there physical withdrawal symptoms from an individual who stops using cannabis in the same way that there would be physical withdrawal symptoms chemically triggered in the brain resulting from an interruption of the regular use of smoking a cigarette, for example?
Well, it is recognized now that there's a lethargy, an amotivation, decreased appetite, sort of the counter to the munchies, but it is not as, doesn't tend to drive use as much as recurrent nicotine addiction. And it's nowhere near as physically challenging to the body as alcohol withdrawal or opiate withdrawal.
Understood. Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Doctor, for joining us.
Thank you.
Just a question based on your statement and some of the testimony today. Is the degree of addiction and the I don't know what you would call it, sequelae, whatever, is that dose sensitive?
The development of the addiction, the rate of development of addiction is dose sensitive. So in other words, not only the potency of THC, but how frequently you smoke the THC. After that, it's probably more a matter of variation between an individual than it is the potency of the cannabis. The immediate intoxicating effects, in other words, the effect on impairment in driving is sensitive to the THC content. I don't know if that-
Well, one of the questions that would be prompted would be in the regulatory scheme, whether there should be a look at the THC content and whether that regulating the THC content would remedy, or not remedy, but maybe mitigate some of the concerns.
Well, I would agree with that. And I believe, now I may be wrong, and there are others that know more than I believe Vermont has some regulation as far as potency. And my understanding is that the plan in the bill is to have DPC begin to monitor with the potency and possibly set limits in the future on that.
Mm-hmm.
Just the idea of saying we label it as saying it's 10% THC or 50% THC. I really don't think that protects consumers that well, because a hallmark of addiction is loss of control. So the people that get addicted will not be able to heed the warnings that are on the package.
No, I understood. It's being sold now illegally, and we don't know what's in it, right? And people are being picked up or stopped in their cars very often based on what they look like, so that many of us are very aware of what's happening now. So if there were going to be a regulatory scheme, I really was just interested in your testimony and curious about whether you would think about the THC level as being an opportunity to mitigate the bad effects.
Right. I think it is for that is outside, that is within the legitimate market. But I also think that in terms of, as you said, the kind of the racial disparities in enforcement, until we have something like a better ability to measure levels in the field, the unfortunately disparities in racial enforcement will probably continue to occur.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chairman Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, Mr. Servino. I have a question about some of the studies that we're talking about. Do you think that, well, let me ask you this question. If the study looked at the period of a year, do you think it would be correct of us to draw a conclusion from that study necessarily?
I'm sorry.
If the period observed in one of the studies, we talked about a lot of studies of what has happened with teenagers. If the study looked at the period of a single year, that wouldn't be a study we would probably reference, I would assume.
I'm not aware of studies that just look at a year now.
2 years? How many? I'm sorry?
They'll compare 1 year to another.
What about a period of 2 years?
You mean from the beginning of the 2 years to the end of the 2 years, or just what happens within the 2 years?
What happened within the 2 years?
The National Survey of Drug Use and Health, which is one of our biggest epidemiological studies, looks at every year.
But my question is, would we draw, at what point are we feeling, you're an expert, so I'm asking you, at what point in terms of the length of the study can we draw the types of conclusions we're talking about today about whether or not teenagers will do something or not do something? In this case being use cannabis because of the use, the legalization because adults are using, whatever the case may be.
Right. There it really depends on statistics. So if I looked at the country, I might be able to, in 6 months, have enough numbers to say I can reasonably calculate to a P of less than, in other words, a probability of less than 0.001, that there's a statistical difference between the two. But if I'm just looking within Connecticut, my guess is we'd need a couple of years at a pop.
Okay. And the Malley-Pascal study that you referenced looked at the years 2017, 2018 in terms of a school year, 2018, 2019. And so that's 2 school years. And do you feel that that is enough time to draw conclusion that is concrete.
There's one other California study that's similar to it, but I would agree that today we've heard from people who are saying they've seen studies where it goes the opposite. What I am saying.
I recognize, I'm trying to keep us to the study that you brought out.
Right.
As an expert, you brought information in front of us. So I want to focus, I don't want to focus on everybody. I just want to focus on what you've said.
Yeah, so I think the Pascal study is valuable in that California is a very regulated state, and they worked very hard to try to prevent youth from using. And even there, according to that study, which is an observational study, in that particular study, they failed.
That's interesting because I'm not going to make an assumption. So I'm going to ask you the question. I'm not trying to be, but I just want to make sure you've read the study.
Yes, actually,
Okay.
I've got it right here in front of.
Oh, sure. Okay, good. I just don't want to make any assumptions because I'm aware that that in talking about what the study means, it is suggested that when they're talking about the part where they're not sure, it's not as conclusive as some people think it is, because that's in there too, right? When they're talking about that, they're talking about the variability of policy in Connecticut, and yet you're just suggesting to us that Connecticut, California, you're suggesting to us that California has more, which sounds stricter than what the study suggests in terms of policy. So can you clean that up for me?
I think what they were saying is one of the limitations was the study is they were looking statewide, and that county by county, there's variability. And so when in any study, it's always good at the very end, there's a whole section on limitations. And one of their limitations is California is a big state. So they don't have an explanation as to causality about why youth use may have gone up or not.
Right, and I believe they even suggested that for the at least the 2018-2019 year, the prevalence of vaping may have something to do with this. That's not completely dependent upon the legalization of cannabis as well. Is that correct?
Right, because vaping has been skyrocketing everywhere.
And I just want to make sure that we're clear for the record, and I've done this earlier if you've been watching. I'm not trying to play gotcha with people. I just want to make sure we understand what these studies say. And it was also suggested, kind of to what we were just saying, that states that are looking to legalize cannabis, and this is coming out of the study you referenced, would benefit from stricter controls where there's not as much variability as California would have, and evidence-based prevention programs. And is that part of your testimony as well? That's what we should be doing if we choose to legalize? Is that in your testimony?
If we do, it's not in the testimony, it's actually in a letter I sent to the Judiciary Committee, a number of harm reduction approaches. But one of is, if we want to take the time to maximize our ability to reduce penetration to youth. And I think so there is variability between states, and the states that are more successful in that, we should try to pattern after that, because there's not.
You can continue. I'm not trying to cut you off.
No, that's okay. It's late. My brain doesn't work well.
I understand that really well, probably more than I want to. And just finally, I'll just suggest this. And I don't think you meant to come here and suggest that the study is any different than it actually is. I would just put forward for the record that even Dr. Pascal would suggest that they actually need more research before making a conclusion, because that's what they say in the study. So thank you for bringing it before us. I just want to make sure that we're all operating off the same information.
I definitely support more research, and I do support the rescheduling of cannabis so we can do more research in this country.
And you know what? Thank you for that, because there's been suggestions that, well, we don't know this or that about cannabis and we don't have research. Part of it is because of the way it's scheduled, which is kind of a chicken or egg problem that we have. So thank you for pointing that out as well. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Yeah, but thank you, Chairman Winfield, and thank you, Mr. Sabino. I think that's a point we can all agree on, that this should not be a Schedule. I hope we can all agree on this should not be a Schedule I drug, so that we can do more of that research. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Severino, I just have one quick question. In your testimony, you list out disproportionate harms. And in section B, it says people of color. And there's a sentence in here that I don't quite fully understand. And while I have you here, while we have you here, I wanted to give you a chance to explain it better. It says the banning of cannabis dispensaries in many predominantly white areas of states where dispensaries are legal would raise dispensary density in the poorest areas, exposing the most underserved to higher cannabis availability and increased use and harms. How can you just explain that a bit more?
That was in the testimony or in the letter?
It says February 22nd, 2001, Joint Committee on Judicial. It looks like a letter.
2021, yes, yeah.
So what do you mean by that?
Let me pull that up again.
It's on the page with the images of the brain scans.
Yep, I'm getting there. So read me the line again since my computer's acting funny.
Sure, it says section 4, disproportionate harms 2, and then A is mental illness, B is people of color.
Oh, yes.
And is that enough, or do you want me to read it again?
No, I've got it. B is people of color.
Okay.
And I bring up the Washington study where, in fact, we're still having more people of color arrested on cannabis charges than whites. The current, let's see. Okay, the banning of cannabis dispensaries in many predominantly white areas of states where dispensaries are legal would, yes. I probably, as I shortened this, didn't make that very clear. The bill allows municipalities to basically, as long as this is a purely retail operation as opposed to a hybrid or a medical, can actually have zoning laws that would prevent cannabis sales in that zone. And so now I don't have papers on this, but as others have told me in their states, such as Colorado and California, then retail dispensaries end up in mainly underserved areas in inner cities. And I feel that would raise dispensary density in those areas. And just like we know with alcohol, where there's a greater retail density, there tends to be greater use. And so I think there would be greater harm there. So the way you could, I'm not sure how you would modify SB 888 to avoid that possibility, because fairly wealthy areas tend not to approve retail cannabis outlets in their areas.
Okay, thank you. That explains it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, we appreciate you being with us, Doctor. Next up will be Jonathan Johnson.
Thank you, chairs and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Jonathan Johnson. I'm a Connecticut resident from New Britain. I'm not speaking directly as vice chairman of the Libertarian Party of Connecticut today. I'd like to speak as a concerned citizen and a parent of 2 children in the state, a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. Let's be clear about what this Senate bill is truly proposing today. This legislation is primarily focused on creating corporate pot shops. No matter how you phrase this bill or how many times the word racial equity has been added to the narrative surrounding legalized pot shops in Connecticut, where we end up with this legislation is only legal, taxable corporate pot shops. Personally, I prefer not to have my children living in a state where there will now be a corporate pot shop in every town and in every city. Mommy, what's that store? Daddy, what's that store? For all the talk about racial equity and how much any bill proposed would attempt to provide financial buy-in to communities that have been discriminated against regarding cannabis laws, the main beneficiaries will be A, corporate cannabis entities, and B, the state's tax coffers. We have numerous citizens in our state who are selling cannabis illegally for decades. These people have been risking and actually getting arrested and distributing cannabis to people who want to consume this plant. Their historic risks are why we are having this conversation today. If we truly cared about equity in the cannabis industry, particularly for those most adversely affected, here's a simple legislation you should make law. 1, expungement of all cannabis arrests and prosecutions. 2, home grows. Allow citizens the right to grow cannabis on their own personal property, similar to homebrew laws. And 3, microbusiness. The most direct way to give equity to those most affected and to give opportunity for legal profits to those same people is to simply legalize selling of cannabis on private property. Basically, legalize the local cannabis entrepreneurs. It's been proven in California and Massachusetts and Colorado and Canada. Legalized dispensaries is not going to eliminate black markets. It's just not. In fact, you're going to increase demand overall and black markets will continue on. Taxes and tax revenue are the only drivers for legalizing cannabis in Connecticut. Not fairness, not equity, not supporting communities unfairly discriminated against regarding cannabis laws. If legalized cannabis is such a great thing, why is the only discussion and bill so highly focused on cannabis, corporate cannabis shops? Why is this legislation not providing our citizens more freedom and allowing people to grow their own cannabis for their own consumption and allowing the entrepreneurship and microtransactions that are already happening in the black market to simply continue on a legal basis? It's not about equity. It's not about legalizing human activity regarding cannabis. This is all about taxes. Please pass a bill that legalizes these activities that adversely affect cannabis consumers and micro entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dubitzky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. And I'm going to ask you the same question I asked another person who came and testified. If this were the bill, 888 were the bill, and there weren't changes to include the homegrown and all the things that you just mentioned, would you rather see this bill pass or nothing pass?
At this point, my personal opinion is I'd rather see nothing pass than this bill passed.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Seeing none, we will move on to Nathan Tinker.
Good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kasser, Representative Blumenthal, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and other fatigued members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Nathan Tinker. I'm the Secretary of the Academy of Medical Marijuana Dispensaries and also CEO of the Connecticut Pharmacists Association. The Academy of Medical Marijuana Dispensaries is an affiliate entity within the association, and with licensed pharmacists at the core of the program's success, Connecticut's dispensaries serve the health and wellness of over 50,000 patients. You already have my written testimony, which goes into greater detail, so I will just touch upon the top line things that are in there. And also, you've also heard from a couple of our AMMD members earlier that have also touched upon those issues. In short, my message is this: make sure any adult use program does no harm to the medical marijuana program. And that touches upon several issues. One you've already heard about, taxes and fees. It imposes an excise tax on medical marijuana, and it does not do away with the current fees and that are imposed upon medical marijuana patients. And although technically medical marijuana is tax-free, annual patient fees effectively and unfairly tax medical marijuana patients for their medication. So please do the right thing and for patients and eliminate those taxes and fees. On the issues of product supply and potency, in any parallel market environment, medical marijuana patients should be guaranteed primary access to product. There must be enough producers to fully supply both the medical and adult use markets. Current state regulation allows up to 10 producers, 10 producer licenses, of which only 4 have actually been put out. Medical marijuana patients should not be restricted to product allotments that are smaller than those of adult use consumers. The adult use market should be able to offer, the adult use market should not be able to offer any product that is prohibited in the medical market. And in a similar vein, the available potency of medical marijuana products should be substantially higher than that of the product in the adult use market. Those should be limited, and those limits could be set low in order to be able to as the pharmacists say, titrate up if necessary, but that's where things we believe should start. There are some specific technology issues in order for medical marijuana dispensaries to take part in the hybrid program, SB 888 requires dispensaries to have real-time reporting capabilities to the state's prescription monitoring and reporting system. The technology to do this is available, and indeed some of the AMMD dispensaries already can do this. However, the PMP itself would need to be upgraded in order to accommodate equivalency measurement and perhaps more importantly, to actively return allotment information to the dispensaries. This capability will not only assure that dispensaries remain compliant, but that patients themselves are protected as well. We would be pleased, of course, to work with DCP to assure the system works for all and that dispensaries are able to fully comply with that regulatory framework. Finally, just in regard to microcultivators, we're concerned about the idea of microcultivators, largely because to allow them unfettered access and delivery services would mean that medical marijuana pharmacists who consult actively and closely with patients to enable the best treatment options for them would no longer be able to assess whether patients are self-medicating or otherwise stepping outside of their treatment regimens, and thus endanger patients by increasing the opportunity for abuse.
Thank you, sir. I just need you to wrap up. We're at our 3-minute mark here.
That was literally my last line.
Good timing. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, it appears to me that you would have different criteria for the recreational marijuana industry as opposed to the medical marijuana industry. Is that fair to say?
Well, I'd say that they're two different markets with two different consumer cohorts. As an academy, our interest is in protecting the medical marijuana program, medical marijuana patients. So, we appreciate the fact that SB 88 offers the opportunity for dispensaries to take part in the hybrid program, but there are, it's essentially two different regimens in many, many ways.
Would you agree with me that if marijuana is legalized in Connecticut, it would basically dry up the medical marijuana market, such as I think that happened with alcohol?
I don't. And I think there is evidence in other states that the medical marijuana program has actually increased because of the focus of it and the access it gives to patients who actually have medical conditions that require or not require, but are open to the medical marijuana space.
So you're saying that the legalization of recreational marijuana makes more people acceptable of medical marijuana?
No, I think that there are two different ways in which those markets are affect consumers. One is that there is a tax regimen around medical, a tax adult use, the adult use regimen. Medical marijuana is untaxed. And there is a very specific set of disease states that are allowed into the medical marijuana program that would not be available to the consumer, the adult use market.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I don't know. Have you been here all day with us?
Oh yeah.
So you might know that, one of my biggest impediments to my being in support of this is the fact that it's illegal under federal law, and you're here on behalf of the Connecticut Pharmacists Association. Have you asked our federal delegation to change that, to get rid of my impediment?
No, we've not talked to the federal delegation about this, but I would point out that in December, the House of Representatives actually passed a bill that decriminalized marijuana across the board and had substantial civic and criminal penalties withdrawn as well. So it's a topic that is certainly being reviewed and considered at the federal level. But we work within the strictures of the state of Connecticut law and adhere closely to that.
Well, I would say that state of Connecticut law says that we must abide by the Constitution, but we don't need to go there at this point. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next up, we will hear from Nicholas Stein.
Good evening, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Nicholas Bard Stein, and I'm before you tonight to give some testimony in opposition to SB 888 as it's currently written. My written testimony goes into 5 main improvements that could be made to SB 888. But I really want to tell my story and focus on one really important improvement that could be made to this bill. Yeah, my story. So I have been arrested for marijuana possession and intent to distribute. I was convicted of both those crimes, separate crimes. One of them occurred at UConn, and for that crime, I served 20 days in jail. I also served between 2 crimes over 5 years of probation, and in general have experienced a lot of the negative effects of having a felony on your record. So with that perspective, also last year, I actually achieved my pardon for that felony. So I went through the Connecticut's pardon program. And from that perspective, I just want to offer testimony that this bill does not do enough for equity. And specifically, it doesn't do enough for equity because it does not extend the automatic expungement of criminal records to marijuana crimes that include felony cultivation, felony possession of more than 4 ounces, and felony distribution, which is the one that or intent to distribute, which is the crime that I had. So some ways that this felony negatively impacted my life, where it did impact my ability to get a job. It would have impacted my earnings, except for I had a series of understanding employers once I did find someone to get me into my career, which was a good aerospace career. Now, I know that there are so many people in Connecticut who have felonies on their record for marijuana crimes that do not have the support network that I have. So while I was able to get through the criminal justice system and then, achieve employment, I actually got ended up finishing my college education at Eastern, got good employment in a prominent Connecticut aerospace company, and then develop a career. There were so many people who were not able to do that. And the reason is because they couldn't afford the lawyer that I had. They didn't have the just general base of education that I had, and they didn't have the support network that I had. So I just want to share a couple things about the pardon process. And the reason why I think that it should apply or be extended, the automatic erasure should be extended to people with felonies. It's because the pardon process is so difficult and not everybody has equal access to it. So I was able to pay $3,000 for a lawyer to do my pardon, which was a big help. I also had to put about 80 hours of my own time in, which I'm not going to lie, I did a lot on my work time. So I had a pretty flexible sales work schedule, and I was able to use some of my time to do that. Not everybody has to do that. That also means I was able to use my best hours of my day to put into my pardon. And then finally, I had a support network of people in the community who were upstanding individuals who were able to write me letters of support. Those are all not necessarily minimum requirements, but they're all very, very necessary for me to have achieved my pardon. And nobody has access to those who has a felony on their record. Thank you.
Sir. Appreciate it. We're at the 3-minute mark. I would also encourage you that I think later in our hearing process, not today, we have another bill on clean slate erasure that would cover your circumstance. And I know the committee would appreciate hearing your expertise on the pardon process during that bill. So maybe you can come back and sit with us for another full day. In the meantime, Representative Fishbein as to the bill before us.
Yeah, I just wanted to, about the pardon. I know I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I just trying to figure out about the erasure and this gentleman's particular situation. Sir, aren't you, I think I remember 2 years ago you testified before. Oh, sorry, my video's not on. Sorry. There you go. You testified before us. You were the gentleman who with the shipping the marijuana to the college. Is that the situation?
Yeah, I testified last year. I may have given you some details, and that was I received a package of marijuana from Colorado. Yes.
Yeah, on a couple of occasions, I think it was. Yes. And you were convicted of a felony a few years ago, and now it's been erased off your record utilizing the pardon process.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that the pardon process isn't available to everyone.
The pardon process is available to everyone. Everyone can apply for it, just not not everyone has equal access to the advantages that I had that were able to get me that pardon within 8 years of having the felony, right? So of 8 years of being convicted of that felony. So those advantages, like I said, were a support network of people in the community who were willing to write these letters of support for me. They were the ability to hire a lawyer, which cost me about $3,000. And they were the people, and it was my time and my education that I was able to put really a lot of work into putting together an 87-page pardon application packet with 87 pages of backup information about why I was a good candidate for that. There are thousands of other marijuana felons out there that have just as good opportunity of giving back to the community and have done the things that I've done, but they haven't been able to demonstrate that to the Board of Pardons because of the onerous process. So I just feel really, really strongly that if you're erasing misdemeanors, then it's really important that you extend that to the felonies that I mentioned earlier.
Okay, so it's your position that this erasure in this bill doesn't go far enough, that those that are charged and convicted with possession with intent to sell, possession within a school zone, all of that should just go away automatically without having gone through the pardon process.
Well, it's not going to go away because these people have already, presumably served their time. This is a plant that's becoming, generally legalized, though regulated. Ostensibly, these people have done the same thing that corporations are about to make millions of dollars on. I get it. They broke the rule of law. One of my biggest problems was that I broke the rule of law. And, that's a challenge. That's something that I have to improve in myself. That was a failure of my ego, right? So that's something that I have had to deal with. And by doing that, I've been able to get to a point where I deserved that pardon. So other people have done that and they've addressed the problems that have led to their issues. They just haven't been able to demonstrate that they deserve a pardon because it's an onerous process. So if this bill has the opportunity,
I'm just trying to establish, where does it end? But I understand your answer. So thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Stein, you are a representative of a cannabis industry entrepreneur, you yourself, or you represent an organization of entrepreneurs?
I don't represent it. So I am just a brand new recent entrepreneur. I left the aerospace industry about 1.5 years ago to pursue this advocacy. And I'm opening up a CBD and medical cannabis accessory shop in Colchester, Connecticut next month. And it's an already existing store that I'm buying into, and we're expanding to Colchester. So this is my first foray into entrepreneurship, but I'm very, very interested in entrepreneurship.
Okay.
In the cannabis space.
Right. You had 2 suggestions to improve this bill. One of them was related to the licensing structure. You said that it should be a 1-to-1 licensing ratio. What do you mean by that, and how does that improve the bill as it's written?
Yeah, so that goes to another point of equity that would really be improved in this bill, and that there's no direct ownership by both people, by equity applicants, however that's defined. But for me, it's people who have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs, both as individuals and for individuals from certain communities that have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. So what I'm suggesting there is that for every 1 license that goes to a person that's not an equity applicant, another license goes to an equity applicant. And then in this process, you flip-flop back and forth. Now, I heard earlier Ben Zaks from Fine Fettle actually said the first 18 dispensary licenses, he's in favor of going to equity applicants. I'd rather see that. Props to Fine Fettle fam, by the way. That was a great idea. But, some sort of insurance that a certain portion of this industry is going into direct ownership by equity applicants and repairing the harm that the war on drugs and the war on marijuana has had against those communities and those individuals.
Okay, and then just lastly and quickly, you also said that you think that the legislation should include a certificate program to make sure that those who sell this are educated and know how to make sure that consumers are educated. Am I right to think that you want that because you acknowledge that it's dangerous to be sold to younger people, or that it's dangerous to be sold to people with potential mental illness issues? You're trying to mitigate some of the dangers of it.
So the
Why do you
specific
wanna-
danger, the
Go ahead.
specific danger that one of the credible dangers of legalizing recreational marijuana is that there's going to be an influx of new customers who have absolutely no experience using this product, or very, very little. Either it's been a very long time or they've never used it before. Now, if one of those people goes to a recreational marijuana dispensary where an unscrupulous sales agent were to, let's say, sell them, I'm just going to use an example of a 5-pack of pre-roll joints, right? And this person has never used marijuana before, and they consume the whole joint their very first time, they're not going to have a very good time. So what I'm proposing is that first off, through our community college system, the Quinnebog Valley Community College already has a 1-year certificate program that's doing great. It fills up every year, and it's a cannabis studies program. And it just gives like the basic knowledge of how of cannabis and how it affects your system. So I think something like that, but maybe tailored a little bit more towards product safety. I'm not going to get into specifics, but some sort of program like that that would allow the sales and marketing representatives to have knowledge of a basic level of knowledge before they're out there as the front line of sales recreationally, to put these things in the hands, put these products in the hands of people who may have never used them before. And really, from my sales experience, I've been in sales for the last 6 years. It's the most important thing about sales is education with anything. You really want to educate your customer. You want to get to know where your customer's at with their challenge, and then provide a solution, right? So, in doing that, the first step is having a base level of knowledge of your product.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, appreciate being
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I've changed computers. I can't figure out how to raise my hand, if I may.
Yep, go ahead, Representative Adair.
Thank you. Mr. Stein, thank you very much. Just one quick question. If you could go back in time, how would you recommend that we help Nicholas Stein as a teenager to stop from using marijuana?
Looking back, there's nothing you would have done to have stopped me. So we have what's my family called never mind. There's nothing you would have done to have stopped me, given my past and the group of people that I chose to be friends with, and just generally being a independent soul. The only thing you could have changed is the impact of the law enforcement system on the decisions that I made. I don't see that my crime was ever anything having to do with the plant itself. My crime was breaking the rule of law, and that had a lot of really negative impacts. It delayed my career, and it really could have, if I wasn't born into the life that I was born into, I would have had just so many worse things happen to me. So there's nothing you could have done to have stopped me from using marijuana when I was 16, 17 when I started, but there's certainly some changes that hopefully this law will make so that no one ever goes through what I went through, and other people don't have to go through even worse than what I went through.
Do I understand in your testimony were you dealing at 16, 17?
No, I started dealing like 19, 20 when I was in college. I started using at 16, 17.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your testimony, Mr. Stein. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we will hear from Sean Perez.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good. How are you, sir?
Distinguished committee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of legalizing and regulating marijuana. Having spent my career as a police officer, I'm now a representative of the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, a nonprofit group of active, retired, and former police, prosecutors, judges, and other criminal justice professionals working to fix the criminal justice system. Our mission is to make communities safer by focusing law enforcement resources on the root causes of crime, building stronger relationships with the communities we serve, and exploring evidence-based alternatives to incarceration. At a time when trust in police is at a 27-year low, we need to seize every opportunity to build bridges between public safety officers and the people they serve. Decriminalizing marijuana was a smart move. It allowed officers to focus on what really matters, crimes against people and property. But it's not enough. The criminal market still controls marijuana in our state, and young people still have easy access to marijuana. As more states legalize, illegal sales and trafficking decline. Moving marijuana into a legal marketplace reduces crime, defunds potentially dangerous criminal enterprises that sell marijuana, and places a barrier between young people and marijuana. Legal marijuana businesses undergo a rigorous licensing process, which limits criminal organizations from entering the market and are subject to taxes, safety inspections, and strict regulations. If they make a mistake, we know who to talk to. While regulating marijuana for adults is smart policy, the Law Enforcement Action Partnership has some concerns about the lack of equity provisions in this bill. We don't want to further disempower those who have had their lives destabilized by marijuana prohibition. SB 888 does not specify how much revenue will be allocated to equity and reinvestment in the communities hit hardest by prohibition, namely low-income people and people of color. This legislation should specify exactly how much revenue will be used and in what ways, which can be determined by the Equity Commission's recommendations. The Law Enforcement Action Partnership believes SB 888 should also allow for no cost expungement of all marijuana-specific offenses, not just possession cases. Those convicted of selling marijuana should not have those convictions remain on their records, creating barriers to success for the rest of their lives, while legal industry accumulates millions in profits. There should also be revisions to this bill that ensure equitable access to business licenses. The license lottery should not proceed until the Equity Commission has released its full recommendations on licensings, and a substantial portion of licenses should be allocated to qualifying equity applicants. Without amendments for equity provisions, SB 888 will fail to address the scope of damage caused by decades of marijuana prohibition, which means that communities most impacted by our current system, the same communities that do not trust the police, will have little incentive to trust that our justice system has state government are looking out for them. The smartest public safety strategy is to legalize marijuana in a responsible, equitable way. The Law Enforcement Action Partnership believes that SB 888 needs to be amended before that will be possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, sir. Are you here on behalf of the Law Enforcement Action Partnership?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that it's comprised of police officers and judges, and I think there was another group that you
Law enforcement professionals, like anybody in law enforcement. That's
Okay. So do you have any current law enforcement involved with your group?
There are numerous individuals involved. You can go to the website. There's the whole list of
I'm on the website. Do you have any current law enforcement? That's there's nobody on your board. There's nobody on the staff. Trying to figure out and before we get to, well, do you have any current law enforcement?
I wouldn't know any names off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you have any former law enforcement other than yourself from Connecticut on this?
No, there was one other person, but it's just me right now.
So you're the only former law enforcement individual from Connecticut affiliated with this group.
Correct.
And what about judges? Do you have any current judges that are affiliated with this group?
I don't know about in Connecticut or any local area, any current judges.
Right. So you have any current judges anywhere in the country affiliated with this group?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And do you have any former judges from Connecticut affiliated with this group?
No names that I know, sir.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming in to testify. I've asked this question to a number of proponents of legalization that all ask that amendments be made to this bill, including equity and homegrown. So let me ask you, if this bill were to be put up for a vote without amendment,
Would you rather see this bill go through or nothing?
Probably nothing.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Just briefly, thank you, Officer Perez. Just curious as if whether or not you have any problems with Section 13, the probable cause section. If you pull somebody over, you can't utilize the smell. I'm sorry?
You're talking about the plain smell part of it?
Yes.
Other states, they got rid of that a while ago too, the whole plain smell idea. I guess my problem with it would be what was mentioned earlier. If you have somebody else who smells like it, and there's no issue with associated with somebody else who smokes. It doesn't mean you're a smoker. And if they smell like it, they smell like it. I'm not going to down somebody for doing something in their own private life. And then, but I shouldn't also take the consequence for them being around me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But for example, if I'm pulled over because of a taillight and they smell alcohol in my breath, and let's suppose I just had 1 or 2 drinks, they pull me out of the car for the smell of alcohol, and I pass the
specific verbiage that I've personally written on DUI reports is alcohol emanating from their person, like from their breath or from their facial area. So that's specific as to tying it to consumption, whereas smelling marijuana in the vicinity of somebody is completely different.
What if you smell it directly from them when they're talking? You can smell it
coming out their breath, and they smell like they just burned something, or it smells like smoke. That's a different situation. I can write that down. I can explain that.
But I think under this law, we've been told that that's not enough for probable cause to ask them to step out of the car. Do you believe that if you smell it on their breath, it's emanating, that you should be allowed to pull them out of the car?
I think it can be articulated. I think you're articulating it differently when you're saying it. You're smelling it from a car and then smelling it from their person. It's 2 different things. Now you're tying it to them specifically using it, as opposed to just smelling it in the vicinity. And I think that could be argued.
Right. I'm just saying that the statute or the proposed bill doesn't allow you.
Representative, I think he's answered it to the best of his ability at this point. I think there's also been conflicting testimony on this today. I would draw your attention to lines 475 to 495, 475 to 479. I think we can debate this and work on this language as we move forward, but I think the witnesses answered the question to the best visibility.
Fair enough, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Mr. Perez, thank you very much for your service, sir, and I appreciate your testimony.
Further questions for this witness? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you for being with us, sir.
Thank you.
Next up will be Barbara Broll.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Barbara Broll, and I was Colorado's Chief Cannabis Regulator from 2011 to 2017. During that time, one of my primary responsibilities was the successful implementation of Amendment 64, which was the legalization of adult use cannabis in Colorado. As Colorado embarked on as the first state in the country and frankly in the world to legalize recreational marijuana, we developed 3 overarching objectives to guide us in everything that we did. 1, to keep marijuana out of the hands of kids. 2, to keep the criminal elements out of the regulated industry. And 3, to minimize diversion to other states. We developed a robust regulatory framework that served as a model for many other states as they embarked on their marijuana legalization efforts. Colorado's system includes strict licensing and stringent public health and public safety regulations, balanced with burden on the industry. These include fingerprint-based FBI criminal background checks, extensive financial background checks, and disclosure of all persons with a financial interest. Additionally, Colorado requires video surveillance, alarm systems, seed-to-sale track and trace systems, restrictions on edible marijuana-infused products, and mandatory testing for potency, homogeneity, residual solvents, and contaminants. There are also requirements for child-resistant packaging, extensive labeling requirements, underage compliance checks, and advertising restrictions. A key component of our regulatory framework was a focus on youth prevention, and very early into our implementation, we launched a campaign on youth prevention. Colorado is not experiencing an increase in youth usage of cannabis. Reports from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, NSDA, and the Department of Public Health, the Healthy Kids Colorado Survey, confirm that. Additionally, Colorado has not seen an impact of cannabis use on high school graduation and dropout rates. In fact, graduation rates are not only up, they are the highest graduation rates that Colorado has seen in a decade, rising from a low point of 72% in the 2009-10 school year to 81.9% in the 2019-20 school year. Colorado's Department of Public Safety has also reported that generally crime has not increased. An area of major focus, however, is that law enforcement and prosecutors are actively and aggressively pursuing cases of illicit market activity. All of these programs are paid for by cannabis tax revenues. Overall, to date, Colorado has collected $1.6 billion in tax revenues since 2014. Excise taxes support school construction, and sales taxes are used to pay for the Marijuana Enforcement Division and other regulatory oversight, youth prevention, substance abuse prevention and treatment, public education campaigns, and homeless initiatives, in addition to grants to local law enforcement. Local jurisdictions use their taxes to pay for local initiatives such as public works projects and college scholarships, or they put it in their general fund. I strongly believe that the thoughtful regulation of cannabis is a far better approach than prohibition. And I'm going to leave you with just one last thought, and that is harm reduction constitutes more than decriminalization. To truly address and reduce harm, cannabis should be tested, traced, tagged, and taxed. Tested for potency, mold, microbial, residual solvents, pesticides, and other contaminants so that cannabis consumption is safe. Traced so that if cannabis is contaminated, it can be easily identified and recalled. Tagged to inform consumers and regulators appropriate information about the product, test results, product sourcing info, THC content, serving sizes, and taxed to raise the money needed to address the social costs related to cannabis, as I have mentioned them. Thank you for allowing me to appear and testify before you, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being with us, Ms. Brohl. Really appreciate you joining us. I was just wondering, is there anything you think we've been missing in this discussion, and/or are there any lessons that you learned in Colorado from which we should learn? Mistakes you made that you wish you had known when you started out?
Yes, thank you. One of the things that was really important to us was gathering data. And because if you don't gather data until you legalize, you can't tell what the difference is of pre and post, in particular because pre-legalization, you don't generally stratify data by marijuana usage and other drug usage. It's all just drug usage or non-drug usage. So that was one of the things that I've always thought would be a really much better way to start. The other thing is to really address your edible products. As one of the other witnesses said earlier, when people begin to use it that are not sophisticated users, and I use that term with a kind of, it's an interesting concept, as medical patients are very sophisticated. They understand dosing. Individuals who are going to just start for the first time, and there aren't that many, but there will be a few that, you know, it's going to be a novelty bump interest. They're not understanding how edibles work. And so we had to put out a public education campaign that basically said, start low, go slow. And the reason was because when you have smokable marijuana or smokable cannabis, the effects are felt pretty quickly. However, edibles can sometimes take 2 to 4 hours before the effects are felt. And so they take more, and then they take some more, and then they take some more. And before you know it, they do have a very bad experience. So those are the kinds of things that I would definitely recommend. The other thing that I would recommend is one that we did do, and that is making sure that you have kind of a continuous improvement process throughout this because there is no way to get this completely 100% correct the first time. You know, prohibition on alcohol, because I regulated alcohol as well, was, you know, ended 80 some years ago. And we still have every year liquor bills. So I'm going to tell you, there are going to be tweaks that you're going to continuously have, and that's okay. But bring in a group of stakeholders. Make sure that the industry is there, your regulators are there, law enforcement is there, parents groups are there, physicians are there, so that you can just hash it all out, and you will always come out with a better solution than if you don't use that stakeholder process.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And through you, Mr. Chair, one more question. Did you find that the kind of continuous improvement process, well, first of all, during the continuous improvement process, did you do that through regulatory changes primarily or through statutory changes? And would you recommend going through a repeated statutory process or passing some sort of enabling legislation that would allow the regulatory process to do some of those continuous improvements?
The Amendment 64 gave the state licensing authority, which is what role I played, great authority to implement these requirements. When the enabling statutes also gave the Department of Revenue's Marijuana Enforcement Division and me a great deal of authority to do that as well. So within the construct of what was already statutorily and constitutionally allowed, I was able to bring in that group and we could take a look at it. For example, when we found out that people were not understanding how to consume edibles, in other words, what was a serving size, how long do you wait, we brought the team back together and we were able to identify standard serving sizes, ensure that they were demarked so they could be easily broken, and that the tags, the labels were very clearly identified. And that we were able to do outside of a statutory process, outside of your legislative process, because I was given that authority. So I think that if you want it to work faster, you'll have, it might be better to go through the regulatory process. But if you want to make sure that you're pretty strictly addressing things, you might want to put parameters around that in your legislative process so that the regulator knows what to do.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Blumenthal. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Brohl, thank you very much for your testimony. Are you in Colorado now?
I do live in Colorado now.
And you do not regulate THC content, is that correct?
No, we do not have a cap on THC content at this point. However, we do have a requirement that it be tested for potency and that potency be identified on the label.
And have you read the July 31 Department of Public Health Environment Report on THC concentration in Colorado?
I believe I've looked at it.
They're talking about the dramatic increase in the amount of THC. If you had to do over again, I know you were asked this question, a similar question. Do you think the legislation should have had a cap, at least in some form, or no?
What I will say is, if you'll give me just a minute to kind of explain why I'm saying what I'm saying. Actually, no. And let me tell you why. And the reason is because when you're regulating this, I wanted to make sure that we brought everybody who was using and consuming into the regulated market, because I could control those businesses. I could control a lot of things. I could control making sure that underage usage was minimized as much as possible, a number of those things, that it was as safe as possible. If there is a demand and that demand is not being satisfied by the regulated market, it will be satisfied by the illicit market. The illicit market doesn't check for IDs. The illicit market has extraction equipment that is not safe. And we had to actually make it illegal for individuals to extract because there were actually homes being blown up. So what I'm saying is, if you want to really regulate this well, you've got to allow for everything that's going to be in demand in the process. And the only reason I say it is because what doesn't get, if they aren't able to obtain what they're used to getting, they will try to get it on their own.
Now, there have been some conflicting reports cited about increase in teen use. Initially, apparently, there was some articles written that in 2016, 2017, there was some decrease in teen use, and then there was seen as an increase over the last couple of years. Can you tell us what your understanding is in the amount of teen use upon legalization and as of late?
From the people that study this from a statistical perspective, and I've talked with them, they tell me that it is not statistically significant, so that you'll always see a little bit of changes. What we have seen is the migration from smokable marijuana in teen use. So about the same amount of teen use. Okay, it's pretty much stayed the same or started to go down. But what they're doing is they're changing from the smokable marijuana into concentrates and other things like that. Now, I think it's because parents are becoming a little more in tune. They're watching, they're doing the smell test, they're doing things like that. But even so, that is what came out of the last survey that occurred and the last report that occurred in the last year. The Department of Public Health did not feel that it was necessary to do any changes immediately, except for continuing to educate parents, continuing to educate the youth, and continuing to educate and provide tools for educators as well.
So I don't know if you've been listening to the testimony all day. My big thing is trying to prevent the teen use. I'm very concerned about it, and I don't think this legislation goes far enough to educate and help prevent it. What is the best thing that Colorado did to help reduce or limit teen use, and what, if you could do over again, would you implement to prevent or help reduce teen use?
So public education, I think, is really important, and I think it is absolutely critical because parents don't always have the ability to really understand what kids are putting in their mouths necessarily when they're teens. They're not always with them. So one of the things that we did, and I would have liked to have done it at the very beginning if, hindsight's always 20/20, and that is we put a lot of restrictions around edibles. So we developed a universal symbol, and every edible had to have that universal symbol imprinted upon it, either stamped in it, branded in it if it was a muffin or whatever it was, but it had to be there. And it had to be on every single serving. So if you had a candy bar that, say, had 6 little squares in it, and they were each one serving, every single one of them had to have that universal symbol on it in order to make sure that if it was left out and someone else saw it, that they would be able to identify that it had THC in it. I heard from parents, I heard from educators, I heard from school resource officers that this is what they needed. They needed to have everything identified, not only on the label, not only on the wrapping, but on the product itself. In addition, for those things that you can't imprint the universal symbol on, such as liquids or like granola, we required that those only be in single servings. And that was so that you wouldn't really be able to take the liquid out of the bottle necessarily. It wouldn't make sense. Or if it was only a single serving, or the same thing with bulk products. So, and in addition, what we did is we said that they could not be in, in shapes of animals or people or anything like that, that could also, maybe, cause a smaller child to inadvertently consume. So those, you and I are on the same page. I really tried hard to make sure that we limited underage use all the way from very small children all the way up until, teens. So those are the kinds of things that we always were looking at. And frankly, having those stakeholder work groups and having physicians, having parents groups, having the industry itself come in and talk really helped, because what we found is the industry also wants to be compliant. they put a ton of money into this and they don't want their licenses revoked. So they were willing to do whatever was necessary to help us put together a good system.
So do you have a medical background in any way?
No, I have a legal background and a regulatory background, but we worked very hard with public health. We worked with a lot of the physicians out of Children's Hospital.
And I certainly wish we could have had public health here today. And I know that the governor's office is committed to providing their testimony. My question to you would be on page 32 of that July 31, 2020 report. It says at the very bottom, evidence statement, we found substantial, and the word substantial is in all caps, evidence that THC intoxication can cause acute psychotic symptoms, which are worse with higher doses. Have you, in Colorado, was there a finding of particular medical problems associated with chronic or high THC content use on a regular basis?
You know, I don't know if there was. What I will tell you is that we are trying very hard to make sure that that's where those public education campaigns come in. And the fact that, if someone is having a negative experience, bring them into the hospital, take care of them, don't leave them at home, those kinds of things. But I think what I will say is this. What we found when we were doing our demand studies, and we were doing a lot of the studies as to who is consuming, for the most part, the people that were already consuming continued to consume. For the most part, people who were not consuming continued not to consume. Then you have a little bit of a bump in the middle. You have those that are adults that had two things going for them. One was either they had a novelty bump kind of thing. It seemed like it was very cool now and it's legal, so let me try it. I never did before. Or what we started to find was the over 60 crowd started to increase their usage as well. And we think that was a wellness type of thing. But obviously you're going to have teens that are going to try alcohol, that are going to try marijuana and other things that they shouldn't be trying. And so that's where we have the Colorado Kids Healthy Survey, the Colorado Survey Healthy Kids program. And that's where we try very hard to educate them on a number of issues that are harmful to them, including the usage of cannabis.
All right, I'm not going to belabor. I very much appreciate your testimony. Have you been in contact with anyone in the governor's office as they were developing this legislation to help? Or is this?
No, I have not. I have taken a look at it a little bit, but I've not been in contact with the governor's office.
Were you asked to testify here today by anybody?
Yes, I was asked by the Marijuana Policy Project. And the reason for that was because of the fact that I have testified in front of other state legislatures, and I have testified in front of other countries' legislative processes. And for me, I'm very independent because I have a regulatory background, but I have a very, my position is harm reduction. And that's why I gave you that last little spiel. And so I want to reduce the harm of anybody who is consuming, and I want to reduce the consumption of teens.
That's my number one goal. If somehow we could figure out a way to let people over 25 decide what they want to do. But my concern is that they see their parents smoking or doing edibles, and just inevitably you have higher teen use than if you legalize than when you don't. But I appreciate your testimony, Ms. Burrell, very much. Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have three questions, ma'am. One is, in 2016, the Denver Post said that they did a survey, or the state did a survey about whether or not voters regretted the decision. Do you have periodically, do you review as a state what the public thinks over time about that decision to be the first in the country? And do you know how the satisfaction rate generally polls?
Yes, generally it polls well, and because people are believe the same way that I do for the most part. And there is enough freedom around it. And let me tell you what I mean by freedom. Local jurisdictions are not mandated to allow for the cultivation, the product manufacturing, or the sale of cannabis in their jurisdictions if they don't want to. They can ban it outright. And many have, and many have not. So local jurisdictions can actually decide on their own. And within that, so can the people within there, because the constituency within that local jurisdiction, you know, it's a representative government, they understand that. But for the most part, people are not, when you take a statewide survey, I would say that you're still going to have the majority, more than 50%, that will say this is, they want to continue with this process. Are there problems? Sure, as we've discussed. But what we want to do is just continue to make it better.
Thank you. My second question is about the amount of income. I keep seeing differing figures, but 2 billion or so. How much of that goes into the general fund for the state?
Well, to date, there's been 1.6 billion state tax that has been collected since 2014. So it's all kind of lumped together. Excuse me. It doesn't go into the general fund initially. It goes into the marijuana tax fund. And from that, because in Colorado, we have something called the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And when you impose a new tax here, you have to go to a vote of the people and you have to tell the people what you're going to use it for. So this was to be used for marijuana purposes. And so it was to be used for regulation and you know, youth prevention processes and a number of things, like as I mentioned before. And that's what it's used for, as well as some school construction. There is the ability, though, however, to, at different points, move some of that into the general fund, but not very much of it goes in there. The majority of it gets directly appropriated to different things. For example, a couple of years ago, about 4 years ago, we started appropriating directly to local law enforcement so that they could go and do their work much better than they were able to with the appropriations that they were getting. And so those are the kinds of things that it does. And so, and the reason, so let me just give you one thought too, and that is, I think it's a good thing that it doesn't go directly into the general fund. And the reason is because when you begin to depend on money for everything from roads to, you know, whatever, you might not make the best policy decisions going forward as a result of that. What this does is, because we're not dependent on that for road construction or anything else, we can make really good policy decisions, our legislature can, and know that they're not then defunding something else. So, but as I said, it does take care of all of its regulatory requirements.
Thank you. And the part that gets diverted for the local police, and you said so they can carry out their work, that includes work that is not specifically cannabis related? So
no, it's cannabis related. It's generally cannabis related.
There's
two tax dollars that go to the local jurisdictions. One is from the marijuana tax fund that gets appropriated for their cannabis work in, you know, illicit grows, those kinds of things. But they also, each local jurisdiction that has a store within its jurisdiction will get a certain amount of sales tax revenue that goes back to them, and they can use it for whatever they want. Some have, you know, paved their roads completely. They have no potholes. Others have done other public works. They've, you know, built new buildings. Others have used it to provide scholarships for college students. So, and then they can use it for, you know, additional police officers if they choose to as well.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is concerns one of the sticking points that we've been grappling with all day has to do with equity. And obviously, I think it's a pretty well-known fact that Connecticut has among the worst disparities of poverty in the nation, probably far worse than yours. So my question is this the thing that you had to grapple with in forming this bill? Was there an equity piece having to do with expungement of records and incentives for minority businesses and the kinds of things that we're grappling with?
No, we didn't do that at the outset. And because remember, this was a constitutional amendment, so it's a ballot initiative. People were voting for it. We were the first that had ever voted it in. So it was written pretty narrowly, and I think had there been items in there like criminal expungements and things like that, it may not have passed. And so I think the drafters were very careful. Now, I will tell you that what will happen with, or what may happen if you don't have some sort of social equity piece in it from the beginning, is that you will deliver all, you will, assign all of the licenses to the potential licensees. And then what will happen is that there will become kind of a sufficient number of businesses already there. And so when you do try to retrofit social equity policies, they may not fit really well. And so it's best to do it from the beginning because it's really hard to retrofit it. However, having said that, you also want to make sure that perfect isn't the enemy of good. And so you may have to figure out a way, my recommendation would be to figure out a way that you allow for, say, a certain amount of social equity, but provide maybe some guidance to a regulatory body or to another committee that will then flesh it out, and with the requirement of what needs to be done so that you can get this through and then you can continue on, because it's going to take some money to do all of that. And so that money will probably come from your tax revenues in being able to either educate disadvantaged communities or disadvantaged businesses, those kinds of things, or to allow for loans, things like that have to happen. And so it's an interesting thing. And if you look to see what Illinois has done, they actually tried for probably 3 years to legalize, but couldn't get enough of their social equity components in it. And finally, they were able to get that in. And so since Colorado did not do it from the beginning, I think you'd be better informed by looking to see what Illinois has done.
Okay. Thank you very much for that insight. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it for me.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, ma'am.
Thank you.
I see on the list that you're signed up under BJ Broll Strategies. Is that who you work for?
Yes, I have a small consulting company. I consult in regulatory affairs and government work.
Okay, so you're being paid to be here today?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I'm a little puzzled because on the CTN feed, it doesn't mention BJ Broll Strategies. It says former executive director and chief cannabis regulator, the Colorado Department of Revenue. So I don't know where that came from.
I am the former executive director of the Department of Revenue in Colorado and the former state licensing authority. I was on Governor Hickenlooper's cabinet until the end of 2017 when I left. And then I started a small consulting firm to do government consulting, government affairs. And because of the 6 years that I spent regulating cannabis, this is a major part of what I do.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to figure out where they got that from because the list is different. But you left Colorado Regulation Department of Revenue in 2017, right?
Right, the end of 2017.
And in your role there, you didn't work with the Department of Public Health. You were a tax attorney, correct?
So the Department of Revenue had responsibility for taxation as well as for the Marijuana Enforcement Division. So the Marijuana Enforcement Division, all of the individuals who did all of the licensing work, all of the compliance work, all of the auditing work came from my department. We worked very closely with the Department of Public Health and Environment on issues that were closely related, as well as the Department of Agriculture. And then ultimately we brought in the Department of Regulatory Agencies for banking purposes and other things like that. So one of the things is that what we did is we had what was called a marijuana working group at the cabinet level. And we would get together the department heads of all of the agencies that had some impact in this legalization effort and afterwards to address issues that were common. For example, let me give you an example. Pesticide use, that really required a very close coordination between the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Public Health, and the Department of Revenue's Marijuana Enforcement Division in order to make sure that we identified prohibited pesticides that we considered a public health issue if they were used, and my department then would go in and make sure they were not used.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate your coming in to testify today. You've given us a lot of information about what goes on in Colorado. Have you read the bill that's up for debate today?
I have read the summary, but I haven't, committed it to memory.
Okay, so you haven't read the actual bill?
No. Are there things in the bill that you would like to discuss?
Well, I was going to ask you what you thought about the bill, but if you haven't read it, I'm not sure we would be getting an accurate representation of what you think about it. Why don't you tell us what you think about what you've read in the summary?
Well, I think that it's very similar to the one that Colorado has as well. I mean, there is a portion of being able to have on your person, so to have in your possession a certain amount of cannabis, and that is what we do as well. There are some requirements around business licensing, and those are the kinds of things that I think are really going to be important. Doing the background checks is important. We did really extensive criminal background checks. I think that's really important if you're wanting to keep the criminal element out. Also having extensive financial checks. We kind of use the model of gaming and gaming licensing because I also regulated that. And so those are good things. And I've kind of started to see how you're doing that. Taxation is going to pay for all of the things that you want to do. The thing that was really of interest to me, frankly, was your social equity commission and the things that you were going to do from a social equity perspective. I really liked the fact that you're going to be using portions of tax dollars to support these communities that were disproportionately impacted, setting up some real specific qualifications. The one thing that's really going to be important is that, and I think that's where you get into ownership and financial interest, because what we've seen across the country is there's a tendency at times to have the minority business owner be basically a figurehead, and others are actually running it. And if you really want to make this a social equity piece, you want to make sure that you're doing it in that way. I like the lower fee structure. I really liked, especially, was the part where you would have businesses assist businesses that were already established, assisting those that need to become established, because I think that's kind of the concept that you have when you have a prime contractor and then you have some of the subprimes that go in, they work together and they get to learn from each other. So those are the things I think that were really of interest to me, because like I said, Colorado, we're retrofitting it as we speak.
Is it your feeling that in Connecticut we would have pretty much the same results as you had in Colorado?
I don't know. I think you can put in place the regulatory process that you can get some of the same results. Let me just tell you, the Marijuana Enforcement Division has probably about 120 people that work there. The majority of them are investigators and licensed specialists. And so there was a great deal of emphasis on doing that. I don't really know whether you're going to have a separate Marijuana Enforcement Division type of agency, or if it's going to be, some other states have just added it to their liquor control boards, and they are two very different animals to regulate, especially because one is not legal at the federal level and one you can transport across state lines and one you can't. So there may be some things around that. So I can't really say what your results would be without knowing how you plan to staff your agencies and what their requirements would be.
And reading the bill, of course.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate your coming. Oh, one more thing. You had said that there was some entity that had asked you to come in and testify today. Who is that?
That entity was the Marijuana Policy Project. And I don't work for them. I'm not consulting with them. It's just that they understand the kinds of testimony that I have done in other states. And so they asked if I would be willing to come in and testify here. And I said, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I do not see anyone else. Are there any others who would like to ask a question or make a comment? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this.
Thank you. Representative, Mayor Justin Elicker, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Senator Winfield. I just want to start by saying it's a long night for me, so thank you all for all that you're doing. This is going to be a very long night for you all. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and members of the committee, I'm here to speak in support of cannabis legislation. Despite decriminalization, Connecticut does not currently have a system to regulate or tax an industry that already exists within our state. Instead, consumption of cannabis remains without oversight and does not utilize revenue from its sale to address the long-standing inequities caused by its prohibition. The governor, including this proposal as one of his priorities, is a major step forward from years past. And as you know, advocates have been fighting an uphill battle to put a serious proposal for the legislation of cannabis on the table for years. And I want to acknowledge the governor for putting this bill in front and center, and hopefully will lead to a long-awaited passage in this session. I also recognize that those same advocates, many of them that have spoken today and within the legislature, do not believe the bill as currently written does enough to ensure that the legalization of recreational cannabis benefits the communities most harmed by its status as an illegal substance for the past several decades. Black and brown communities have disproportionately been impacted by the war on drugs, systemic racism and inequity, and a criminal justice system stacked against them. In the legalization of cannabis comes an opportunity for both entrepreneurship and for additional revenue from taxation. These opportunities in the investment of tax revenue must be to the benefit of those communities, and legalization should only take place if that's its principal impact. Members of the New Haven delegation have been advocates for years regarding the ways legalized cannabis can be done thoughtfully and equitably. House Bill 6377 includes a range of proposals that would make the legalization of recreational cannabis more equitable. And I firmly stand behind the efforts of Representatives Porter, Candelaria, and Senator Winfield, and many others who have done this work for many years. I do not, however, believe that this must be a question of either or. The governor's bill can be the vehicle by which we achieve legalization, so long as the recommendations.
Mayor Elicker, just so you know, we're not directly mentioning other bills.
Okay.
We're just talking. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you. There's an urgent need for investment in our communities, support and access to capital from minority business owners, opportunities for our reentry population, and more. I'm confident that everyone is willing to work on behalf of Connecticut residents to get this right. Let's work together to ensure that in this legislative session, recreational cannabis is legalized and that it is done in a fair, equitable, and thoughtful manner. Thank you again, all.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker. Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in to testify. As with a lot of the people who came to testify about who from the cannabis community, you seem to think that this bill is fatally flawed. So I'll ask you the same question. If it were a choice between this bill unamended and nothing, which would you rather see pass, this or nothing?
Thanks for the question, Representative Dubinsky. I don't think the bill is fatally flawed at all. And I think, as all of you know best, this process is one where the language of the bill will likely change over the coming weeks. And I think there's a huge potential here to hone and craft the bill to make sure that it's right for passage. I think that
That was not my question.
I'm working on answering your question, Representative Dubitsky. I think that we have a lot of potential, not just in this session, but should this pass, even in its current form in future sessions, as the previous person testified, to make sure that it is right. As many things, this is will be a living document that over the years will change.
Okay, so you'd rather see it pass in its current form than nothing at all?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Whitfield, you're on mute.
I hit the button twice. Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Representative Porter.
It's getting late, Senator Winfield. No questions for the good mayor of the city of New Haven. Just wanted to thank you for coming out tonight, hanging in there with us, and for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative Porter.
Thank you, and I hit it only once this time. Senator Haskell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and Mayor Elicker. It's great to see you. Just one very brief question. In media reports covering cannabis legalization, the revenue that it brings has often been referred to as modest. The IRS is expecting $33 million in the first year of sales, rising to $95 million.
It's a little bit hard to hear you, Senator Haskell. I'm not sure if it's me or.
Oh, it could be me. I'm on.
Oh, it's way better now. It's way better now.
Way better? Okay, great. I was just saying the revenue projections have been referred to in the media as very modest related to cannabis legalization, rising from $33 million in the first year of sales to eventually $95 million. And of course, some of it will eventually go to reimbursing distressed municipalities. Some of it's going into pilot. I think of New Haven as a prime example for why it's so critical that we fund pilot. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity, if you'd like, to talk about why it's critical that even if this funding might be thought of by some as conservative estimates or perhaps modest, why every dollar into pilot would be helpful for your city.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the revenue question is important here. The use already exists, and it's important that we take the opportunity, especially when there's other states doing it, to tax that use. And every dollar can certainly help New Haven, as many of us that are living in New Haven know right now, and certainly as we try to close this deficit that we're seeing in this coming year. But I think that the bigger picture is about the inequities that have been created over many, many years, particularly in communities of color. And we're seeing the negative impacts, not just on the revenue side, but on the fact that we have 900 people returning to New Haven who have a criminal record every year. And some of that history is related to criminalization due to drug use and drug sale. And that imposes an incredible cost on our city, not to mention the ethical issues around not giving people an opportunity to re-enter our society and take the next step. So I think that the components of expunging records and making sure that we're giving people that have historically been negatively impacted by this an opportunity to potentially benefit economically can help us much more than even the revenue component of this bill, which certainly will help as well.
That's really helpful to know. Thanks for sticking with us in this long hearing, Mayor Elicker, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thanks, Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Representative Bimbis.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, I don't know if you had an opportunity to hear some of the testimony earlier regarding the allocation of the tax revenue in Colorado, a significant portion being allocated to future education as well as current education to not only parents, but our youth regarding the risks of marijuana use, et cetera. And earlier, we also had representatives from the communities that have challenges and mental disabilities, et cetera, that this would have also a very strong negative impact in that regard. I thought I'd pick your brain a little bit, especially in light of the fact that certainly, you're passing local budgets and things of that nature. Looking at the scheme of the potential revenue that's being represented, would you agree with the estimates that are being made regarding the tax revenue that would be received from the taxation of this in the state of Connecticut?
I wish I could answer your question, Representative Rebimbus, but I do not know the details of how the revenue will be distributed. I can talk to you about New Haven revenues and expenses till the cows come home, but I can't give you any answers on the details there.
Okay, and I could certainly appreciate that. And Mayor, would you have an idea as to what percentage would be adequate in order to provide for either, let's say, rehabilitation facilities? As you know, we have a huge shortage in that regard of beds for people who need to go into rehab, things of that nature. And it's been pretty, testified to this evening that there potentially could be a lot more impact on people with mental disabilities needing assistance. Do you have any thought as to the breakdown of percentages of what the tax revenue would bring in, what should be allocated to education, what should be allocated to addiction, what may be allocated to law enforcement?
Yeah, I can't give you an answer on that. What I can say is that when you compare the city of New Haven to a lot of our suburban communities and our ability to fund many of the resources, it is already overwhelmingly inadequate compared to other suburban communities. So the state's ability, we've talked about pilot, but in this bill and many other bills to help try to support communities that are really struggling right now is vital.
And I would absolutely 100% agree with that in that regard, which is one of my other concerns, as the testimony earlier was regarding the locations of some of these facilities tend to be in the cities and dense areas, especially if we're talking about trying to really identify those communities that have been disproportionately potentially hurt as a result of the war on drugs in that regard. So potentially there could be a stronger strain. And also I think, the cities, for many different reasons, transportation, resources, and the like, certainly are hard hit when it comes to individuals with challenges. So that's a strong concern of mine as well. So I just, again, thank you so much for taking the time to testify before us, especially at this late hour. But certainly your perspective and the experiences that cities are currently experiencing, I think, is something that we need to seriously consider as we move forward in this regard. Because unfortunately, I think the focus has been a lot on, what could we do for the state of Connecticut, whether if it's road repairs and other types of filling in budget deficiencies, deficiencies that we may have. But I think we really need to focus on what we need to do moving forward if this were to pass: education, additional beds for addiction rehabilitation, things of that nature, and additional services. So once again, thank you very much for taking the time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Rebimbus. And if I may just respond to that, I think there's a temptation to specify where exactly a lot of the funds will go for many of these types of bills. And while I appreciate the spirit of that as the chief executive in New Haven, it makes it increasingly difficult when there is a lot of restrictions on every piece of revenue that we have. And so I do encourage you all to invest in the things that you think are important, but at the same time, consider the bigger picture and the flexibility of the executive to make sure that they spend funding on the vital sources that the state needs in general.
And I'd certainly agree with that, and hope that moving forward, these are discussions that we'll have to be realistic as to where this funding has to go. Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Rebimbus. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, sir. How are you this late hour?
I'm good, thank you.
Being a former resident of your city, my ears peaked when you were mentioning 900 people per year return to your city. Can you just repeat or just tell me what was going on there?
There's 900 people coming out of prison each year that return to New Haven.
Okay, so, and I think
approximately, obviously.
Okay, so that's prison from marijuana or from just anything?
It's from everything, from a variety of different things.
Because I don't know if you were here earlier today, there was a lot of testimony to the effect that nobody's in prison in Connecticut for marijuana. It might be a VOP, a violation of probation, but so I didn't know the relevance of that to what we're doing here tonight. Was there a reason why you wanted to? I didn't
I think-
understand the connection.
Sure, I think there's a strong relevance. While we have decriminalized marijuana in Connecticut, historically, marijuana has been associated with criminal activity and was a crime in the past. And anytime someone has gone to prison and comes out, there are incredible barriers to them re-entering society. There's barriers to them getting a job because people look at a criminal record and make it difficult for them to get a job and make it difficult to get housing. It's very, very difficult to get housing. And therefore you create a cycle where people continue to go back to prison when they come out. Recidivism rate is very, very high. Over 50% of the people that go to prison go back to or come out of prison, go back to prison in the next 3 years. And so this is a cycle that we have to break. And marijuana is a significant contributor to that historically, even though today it's decriminalized.
To the crime aspect, or, I understand the second chance society aspect, and I understand the implication and all of that stuff of somebody getting out of prison, and we're working on that through other vehicles, but I'm just trying to draw the connection here, but I'll continue to think about your statements.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Brad, are there other questions from members of the committee? Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mayor, good to see you. And I certainly want to thank you for, I think your tone is a correct one in my mind, at least, that while this may not be a perfect bill, it is a start of a framework, as I think you said to Representative Vitsky. But what I wanted to hone in on, and I think you're one of the only people we've had some 12 hours into this to actually talk about the governor's proposal to send half the funding back into the pilot program as a result of this. Do you believe that's where the funding should go? That half of the funding from the sale of recreational cannabis should go into the pilot pool?
I mean, I'll be direct that our cities desperately need funding and are struggling. There's many struggling towns that are facing serious economic challenges as well. They desperately need funding. And whether it's through MRSA, whether it's through pilot, whether it's through some other avenue, we need funding. And, as mayor, it is unbelievably important that particularly municipalities that are struggling right now because of historical structural problems in the state of Connecticut, where we don't have counties, where we don't share our resources, where cities have, New Haven 60% non-taxable property, and we're heavily reliant on real estate taxes in the state because of all those structures. We need that support. I feel quite strongly that pilot is a good avenue to ensure that funding comes back to cities like New Haven that have a history that has been significantly negatively impacted by the state policies around cannabis. That's not the only avenue whereas the state could do that, but I think pilot is quite a good avenue that the state has already created a significant structure around.
Okay. But will you agree with me that the current pilot formulas we have, predominantly the vast majority of the pilot funding in the formulas we currently have support 2 municipalities in the state? The vast majority of the funding goes back to Hartford and to New Haven, and not nearly the same percentage goes to the other distressed municipalities in the state. Correct?
I think that, for example, this new tiered pilot formula, and I want to be careful not just to focus on the marijuana bill at hand, but the tiered pilot formula benefits many municipalities around the state. And those municipalities that because we're heavily reliant on real estate taxes, have a very large percentage of non-taxable property. It makes it very difficult for them to raise revenue. In New Haven and Hartford are two examples of those. But there's many others around the state that have a large percentage of non-taxable property. I mean, Hampton's another one. And it makes it, because of the state's heavily reliant real estate, or causing municipalities to be heavily reliant on real estate taxes, it makes it very difficult for municipalities to raise that revenue, and pilot is a way to balance out that inequity.
I guess I understand that. I guess what I'm saying is if we're trying to say a significant portion of the funding should go back to either distressed municipalities generally or to the communities most impacted by the war on drugs, that there should be some recognition that should be based on some either population formula or some other socioeconomic formula other than just those two communities that seem to have a much higher percentage of, at least under the current pilot formula, partially because they have wealthier nonprofits than others. So I guess my question is, are you're, I would say, quasi support of this bill? Is it tied to the fact that the funding is currently going to pilot, or are you open to and appreciative of some other formula to get money back into those distressed municipalities or those communities who are most impacted by the war on drugs?
Representative Stafford, let's be real. Bridgeport has been impacted very significantly by this as well. And municipalities like Bridgeport and New Haven shouldn't be fighting for funds. We should be working together to ensure we both uplift each other and make sure that we get the resources that we need.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Stastrom. I don't see any other questions, so thank you for joining us here tonight, Mayor Elicker. Hope you have a great night.
I'm going to go to bed. Thank you all. God bless you for keep it up. All right.
Bye. We have Brian Renier. Is Brian here? Brian, I see in the list. Are you here? Is John Blair here?
I am here. How are you, Senator Winfield?
Doing well. You have 3 minutes.
All right, I'll be quick. I'll be under the 3 minutes. Good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today. My name is John Blair, Associate Counsel at the Connecticut Business Industry Association. CBIA is Connecticut's largest business organization with thousands of member companies, small and large, representing a diverse range of industries from across the state. 95% of our member companies are small businesses with less than 100 employees. Today, we're focused on Employer Protection Section 84, 85, and 87 of Senate Bill 888. CBIA is encouraged to see that these sections within the governor's proposal already include some employer protection language. CBIA would like to keep an open dialogue with the governor's office to ensure reasonable employer protection language is part of the final drafting of this legislation. The legalization of cannabis for recreational use is a serious matter that will impact every element of our state, including businesses. Employers of all sizes across all industries are validly concerned about how the legislation of recreational cannabis will affect safety of their workplace, the health of their employees, and exposure to liabilities and contractual relationships with vendors and customers. It is important to recognize that 9 other states have passed recreational cannabis laws and employer protections that retain the right to conduct a pre and post employment screening test and the rights to refuse hire based on positive test results. Affording employers reasonable protections to protect their rights to ensure a cannabis-free workplace is commonplace and is in the best interest of all employees. We look forward to continuing work with the governor's office on sections 84, 85, and 87. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Are there any questions? Rep. Stastrom, is your hand up from last time?
No, Mr. Chair, just super briefly, if I could.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Mr. Blair, I recognize that you're new in your role, but this bill or iterations of it have been before us for several years in a row. I'm wondering if CBIA has presented either in your testimony or elsewhere language that it would find palatable on workplace protections.
We are working, we talked to the governor's office this week, Representative Staffstrom, so we were alerted to the fact that we could work with them to produce some language. So I am working with some of our member companies just this week to begin to draft up some language. So we don't have it readily available, but we're assured by the governor's office we could continue to work with them to come up with something that works for everybody.
Frankly, sir, I've been asking for that language from CBIA for the better part of 4 years. So if you could hurry up and get us the language that's acceptable to your organization, I'm certainly happy to work with you to try to incorporate it into the next version or draft of this bill.
Sure, Representative Staff, and I'm sorry, there was language we did submit last year. I didn't submit it today as this testimony because we were asked to respond to the language and redline the language within the governor's proposal exactly. So that's why we didn't supply it as part of my language today.
I'll look forward to seeing your draft language.
No problem.
Thank you, Representative Staffstrom. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative Staffstrom kind of stole my thunder. Mr. Blair, thank you very much. The only way we get out of the fiscal hole we're in is if we grow small business. So I look forward to seeing the language that you would prefer if the bill goes forward. I'm hoping that if the bill goes forward, there's something in there about 25 and over only and a homegrown version, but we'll get into that with as things go forward. But I do look forward to seeing that language, Mr. Blair, and I appreciate your testimony. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative Dillon.
Good evening. Hi, John. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
I have not engaged in the conversation about the right to terminate, and I've been here as long as everyone else, so I wouldn't want to engage in debate right now. But I would be curious to know going forward before we take action what the justification would be, because obviously it's sort of like talking about selective prosecution. You know, you want to make sure that people are being treated fairly, and I haven't always seen that with this issue in my own district, much less my own town, or my own state. So I look forward to the language too, because obviously, you know, we carry a lot of weight, and we want to make sure we get this right and we don't hurt people. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. I don't see any other questions. Rep. O'Day, did you raise your hand again? No, I don't see any other hands raised. Thank you for joining us. Is Zachary Green, I saw that hand go up and I know he was 114. Zachary Green in?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
You have 3 minutes. You may proceed.
All right, thank you very much. Hello to Co-Chair Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, as well as all the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Zachary Green, and I'm a resident of Bloomfield, Connecticut. I'm also a graduate student of UConn School of Social Work, a recovery coach to adolescents struggling with substance use disorder, a former cannabis industry employee, an advocate for cannabis legalization, UConn Hartford Students for Sensible Drug Policy's vice president, and most important to me, I'm a proud person in recovery from substance use disorder. I have valuable lived experience, professional experience in the cannabis industry, and I can also provide a social work perspective that aims to help people in need. I'm here to testify against Senate Bill 888. In fact, there is a much better framework for equity in Connecticut's cannabis in a different bill, but Senate Bill 888 would be terrible to implement in the state for many reasons. As a recovery coach at UConn in a private practice in West Hartford, I work directly with students and adolescents seeking recovery, primarily from cannabis use disorder. There are a number of studies, please refer to the references list in my written testimony, out of UConn, Harvard, Yale, and other reputable institutions that have linked regular use of today's highly potent cannabis with psychotic symptoms and issues with brain development, particularly on people up to age 25. Research also shows that delayed use or starting after age 25 is linked to a decrease in the likelihood of developing a substance use disorder. Senate Bill 888 does not provide adequate protection for the youth. So SB 888 offers no priority licensing for equity applicants, which begs the question why equity is included in the bill's title. We need to prioritize licensing for equity applicants, while SB 888 does not. SB 888 also does not designate a specific amount of tax revenue to fund equity initiatives for the communities who are most affected by cannabis prohibition. SB 888 does not provide jobs program for those with adverse criminal histories resulting from cannabis prohibition. A jobs program could lift many in Connecticut out of poverty and thus furthering the betterment of the state. SB 888 does not provide any labor peace agreements. And finally, SB 888 provides no support for our native tribes. It is so important that we are no longer marginalize native tribes, but instead make them an equitable partner in this legislation. My town of Bloomfield, Connecticut recently passed a resolution that provided an equitable solution for cannabis legislation, as well as protections for our youth. SB 888 does not provide any support of equity or protections for young developing brains. Please don't go forward with this bill. I urge you to vote against this bill as we need a truly equitable bill that adequately addresses issues of historical injustices and safety for cannabis legalization in Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Green, very much for your testimony. If you could talk to your younger self and educate us on what we should do to help prevent teen use, what would you tell us and what would you tell yourself?
There needs to be a proper education messaging to go out there about what today's cannabis actually is. You know, it's no longer the cannabis that, like my parents and, what that was used in the 70s. This stuff that's being used today is so extremely potent. So for the kids to understand what they are consuming, this isn't just a natural plant. The natural plant is a 1% THC. Today, with man and woman and all genders manipulating this plant, it's getting up to 99% THC. That's not natural anymore. But I do think it does need to be legalized, but we do need to do it in the proper way. I think it just shouldn't. I think the legal age should be 25 and above.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Have you looked at the Vermont model where homegrown is how they started?
I have looked at Vermont's homegrown model. I didn't speak to homegrown in my testimony because I don't know enough to speak to it. I would say I'm personally for it, but I wouldn't have enough information to back that statement up.
Well, Mr. Green, I thank you so much for your testimony here 12 hours after this started. It's greatly appreciated, and it's very moving to hear from somebody who's been through what you've been through, and we all greatly appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, sir. You mentioned equity for Native Americans. What specifically do you believe needs to be balanced with regard to that situation?
I don't think I could adequately answer your question right now, except to say that SB 888 does not adequately support our native tribes, while House Bill 6377 does.
Mr. Green, I would just remind you the way that we haven't been talking about specific bills.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. I just want to remind you of that to keep it in mind as we proceed.
Yeah, I'm just a little puzzled because, our Native American tribes in the state can open casinos, but I can't. So I'm just trying to figure out what you believe needs to be balanced, because
Well, I would directly bring up the fact that
Wait, let one person ask the question and answer the question in both ways.
I apologize.
it's all yours. Sorry.
I mean, I would just directly say that I believe that we stolen land from these native tribes. So there's a lot that needs to be done to get back to balancing that out. But for me to directly answer what needs to be done, I don't think that's up to me. I think that's up to the native tribes to answer.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. It seems like you have experience in from a lot of different perspectives with regard to this issue. I'm going to kind of throw out a broad question to you and see where you go with it. If you were writing a bill to legalize marijuana in this state, what would it look like?
I would say that I would want to bring in a whole team of professionals to build that out. But from my experience, I would say that I would want to make sure that the legal age of consumption is no lower than the age of 25, as I'm a person who experienced psychotic symptoms from use of cannabis when I was younger. Because I know it negatively impacts brain development, as I'm one who's experienced that. But I also know that I've been a person who's been arrested for cannabis possession, and it impacted me even getting into UConn School of Social Work the first time that I applied around. So in legalizing it, I'd want to also expunge the record of people who've been affected by the prohibition on cannabis. As far as the rest of the bills, I do believe y'all are the professionals, so I really hope y'all make the right decision.
Okay, but as it stands, the bill before us, 888, you would vote against it?
I'm going to pass on answering that question, Representative.
Okay, well, if the choice is 888 or nothing, which would you rather I vote for?
I feel like I've given my testimony, and I would trust that you make the right decision with what I said.
Okay. Kind of weaseled out of that one. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us, Mr.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your evening. Paul, I do see Paul Reinhardt. Mr. Reinhardt, you have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Well, Senator Whitfield and Representative Staffstrom and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Paul Reinhardt, and I'm a resident of New Canaan. And I am here because I'm a dad and the founder of a parent support group started in 2016 for parents who have loved ones who struggle or are in recovery from addiction. This addiction, often combined with co-occurring mental health disorders, is a silent disease where both the loved one and many family members suffer alone. This is because addiction comes with shame, guilt, and isolation. While I personally am willing here to tell my story publicly, please note that there are many family members suffering who can't testify publicly. And I ask you to consider allowing me. I would be happy to schedule a private Zoom with you with parents and others like Zach, who can share their stories of addiction specifically to cannabis. I am here in my son's memory because cannabis use disorder, CUD, is now the dominant addiction talked about in our support meetings over alcohol and opioids. Also discussed in these meetings are the loved one's struggles with cannabis-induced psychosis, which again, Zach mentioned. From my standpoint, what I see is failure to launch. What is failure to launch? It's the fact that many young adults aged 18 all the way to 25 are failing to lead independent lives. They are stuck. With the parents attending our meetings, I see grief as they describe how cannabis misuse and mental illness have caused a downward spiral in their young adults. For myself, I experienced that failure to launch grief. And that was followed by an even more profound grief caused when my beloved son, Evan, died of a drug overdose at 24. And I ask you as committee members to consider what the experts and many people here today have said, that the brain is not fully developed until 25. For Evan, who progressed from a cannabis addiction to opioids, the medical professionals kept telling me, Paul, keep him alive until 25. Well, that didn't happen. With the developing brain more vulnerable to addiction and mental illness, please consider that today's high-potency marijuana will increase that vulnerability even more than the past. The US government's annual survey of drug use and health, which was mentioned earlier, has a disheartening trend that it shows in its slides. The 18 to 25 cohort struggles the most with mental health, including depression, suicidality, and other mental health disorders. And the trend has been worsening in recent years. In SB 888, the definition of an adult is 21, but from my life experience, 21 is too young. So I say to you, keep them alive until 25. So I'm opposed, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Paul, thank you for your testimony. You were able to come up in person to the Capitol and visit with Lucy Dathan and I. And the last time this bill came up, and I want to thank you for sharing your public story. And members of this committee and anybody watching should know, Paul has started his New Canaan Parent Support Group has saved lives. It's an amazing organization, very moving. They have an annual event in downtown New Canaan that is just amazing, and it's an amazing support group. So Paul, maybe you can just educate the people here what you do and the group does for the teens and the youth that have made the mistake of getting utilizing drugs for whatever reason.
Right. Well, and I specifically emphasized 18 to 25 because the parents are coming in and they are talking about that failure to launch. So, a lot of discussion today on the 12 to 17, but I don't care what state you're talking about, that 18 to 25-year-old group, they're using a lot more of cannabis in those states. But they're the ones that have the mental health issues, again, from that survey, whether it's depression, anxiety, bipolar, you name it. And why is that happening? I don't know, but that's why I specifically mentioned that. But you certainly could broaden it to the teens all the way up to 25.
Well, thank you, Paul, for your testimony and all you're doing for not only New Canaan, but throughout the state. And you're greatly appreciated. And God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Reinhardt, we had a younger person on earlier this evening who did start using marijuana in his teens, He survived it, although he did end up having a felony record, and now he wants to go into the business. But we asked him if there was anything that could have been done to not have him use, to stop him from using it in his earlier years. And he seemed to say, no, there's nothing that can be stopped. How do you feel about that? What can we do? I mean, to not have our young men and women use marijuana until they're 25?
Well, first is just to recognize that everyone's different, but a lot of people have mental health issues that they're dealing with. And I think of my own son in his middle school years, there was a little bullying going on, and there was an underlying anxiety that he had. So when he was exposed to substances at an early age, including alcohol, but cannabis became his go-to, that it felt good, you know, on a short-term basis. It was him self-medicating, but on a longer-term basis, it wasn't working out well. So just reminding people that, you know, of ways to cope with issues that come up in those early teen years. And then just also reminding the youth that, you know, every year that you delay in using substances, if you can wait to age 18, the percent likelihood of you becoming addicted later in your life just goes down. And, you know, for each year after that. So that's important to be part of the education.
And if it is legalized in Connecticut, I guess that just means that we, you know, we parents who don't want our children to try it and get hooked onto it or go to the local store to buy it, even though it's legal, we're just gonna have to talk about it more, get more informed about it, and start making the case more in our own families for our children not to use it, right? I mean, what else can we do?
Parental modeling is so important. And it's important for the ones that do end up getting addicted, because what I see with the families where they do have an addicted loved one is that everyone in the family is, you know, going through grief and anger and frustration. But what we tell the parents to do is take care of yourself first, model the behavior of, you know, of using mindfulness and exercise and walks in the woods to get you through the tough times, not using substances. But the parents that are modeling using substances as the way to cope, they're the ones that, you know, likely, you know, are going to, you know, bring early use and addiction potentially to their children.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Reinhardt. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there comments or questions from other members of the committee? I don't see any. So, Mr. Reinhardt, thank you for joining us this evening. Is Stanley Garnett here?